Good evening, Spurs fans, and welcome back to the Irish Hotspur, where we bring you the Tottenham fan show, and we have a lot to discuss this evening. Sammy Mockbell basically coming out and saying that Dierbolical and Zinedine Salzburg probably will be getting contract extensions at Tottenham Hotspur. So, guys, I've also put up a poll just on Dierbolical. Does he deserve a new contract at Tottenham? Make sure you get your votes in. We've got yesterday's performance to talk about. We've got everything that's going on to talk about. And also, feel free to get in your comments on my video that I put out earlier on. It seems to be very well received. People seem to have really enjoyed the calmness, I would say, I brought amongst the storm. People really seem to have enjoyed that. So if you haven't watched it, you're missing out. So get over, check it out. It's basically where I think we're at right now as a football club, and you know what the decisions we have to make as a fan base going forward. So make sure you check it out. Mr. Brady also put up a video talking about the great Bill Nicholson and how something that he done has gone under the radar. So make sure you check his video out as well. But Jack, I mean, hot off the press, Dierbolical and Højbjerg, Zinedine Salzburg, how dare I, about to get contract extensions. I mean, what's your thoughts, Jacko?
Not really the best of timing, I would probably say, when it comes to especially the case of Dyer. Just don't even really think any contract extensions should really come out of the press, especially after 2 defeats in such manner, even for a man like Højbjerg, who probably deserves it maybe more than other players. But just seems, I don't know, Dave, not really like the best of timings when it comes to leakages into the press. If you ask me, I'm a little bit frustrated with it, especially when it comes to Dyer. Best case scenario for him, if you're really being realistic, could he take Sanchez's role as like a auxiliary backup? I mean, maybe, if you want to be kind to him, but the way he's been playing, Dave, he's starting to reach, like we were talking the back end, that sort of expiration date in the season, where he did this under Jose, where he started a period of games, looked really solid. A lot of people believed in Dyer, kind of thinking, you know what, maybe he's kind of becoming into his own. He's starting to kind of show a bit of leadership here. Then he starts to crumble. And even Ali Gold, Dave, kind of, brought something to light that I know you've really pointed out with Dyer. I know especially others maybe have as well. To be fair to him, but
two years after me, Jack.
But he gave us a bit. To be fair to him, Dave, he gave us an insight that maybe we didn't get on the TV that day when actually watching it. He spoke about Dyer raising his hands, throwing his arms up, even after the first goal. When obviously, I mean, he played a huge part in like that part in the first goal. So I don't even really know who he's throwing his arms up at. And what he was kind of suggesting was, if he really was truly a leader, maybe he would just kind of, kind of bow his head, maybe take a bit of the blame, maybe raise his hands actually instead, maybe raising his hand, taking a bit of blame, taking a bit of acknowledgement, instead of just, shucking it off to somebody else. And I think that just shows a lot about kind of Dyer in this one as well. I think he, maybe best case scenario, Dave, really in his sort of best sense with Spurs, or maybe his best form, could be maybe Sanchez's role. But it's become true more than ever that we need a center back in January, if not 2 center backs in January. But the amount of times I'm starting to hear that more and more these kind of past 2 days, it's very, very funny, because I did find yourself kind of almost going blue in the face in the preseason, Dave, saying that's really where your priorities lied. Even if, you didn't get any more signings for the rest of the season, Dave, I do remember you saying, I just want more center backs. I just want Dyer and Davies and Sanchez to be challenged or moved on at least. And I think we find ourselves, where it's maybe too little too late for the rest of the season, or not for the rest of the season, until the rest of the World Cup. But hopefully in January, that is seen as something that Spurs can improve upon, because I even think it's a bit embarrassing how good Longley looks in comparison to the rest of the center backs as well. This is a guy, Dave, that was just coming back from a bit bad form, like a bad spell of form at Barcelona. And he's all of a sudden kind of made to look like the most competent, the most assured, the most composed, just the best simply at every single way center back. And like, a lot of people kind of roasted him, and were very skeptical about him coming into the team. And he's kind of just made everybody else look a bit average, or a bit worse than average, if anything. And that's where I'm also a bit concerned, where really what we need is just more players that are honestly, they're close to the level of Longley, because a player like him and a player like Romero have shown how honestly poor the quality of the center back options we have. And It was nice to hear, though, as much as you might think it was a little too late from the likes of Valley Gold, Dave. I think it was nice to hear that sort of perspective about how much Dyer was shucking the blame on other players instead of acknowledging that the past 2 games he's been simply atrocious and hasn't been the leader that we need him to be, and he wasn't acting like a leader out there.
Look, I mean, Jack, it sounds like you've been listening to me for the last 2 years, to be honest with you, with what you've just said there, because it's everything I've been saying the last couple of years. Look, first of all, let me get this straight. I do not sit here and enjoy calling out our players. At the end of the day, they represent the club, But at some stage and at some point, when it becomes as costly as it does, you've just got to call them out, and it's for the greater good. And I know some people don't want to hear it. I know some people really like them as human beings and whatever else. Fine. But there's a difference between being a good human being and a good football player. A big difference. And at the end of the day, these guys have cost us big time, Jack. When Pochettino had to start relying on them after Champions League final, we were shipping goals. Even though we were scoring goals, we were shipping goals. And they sacked Pochettino because it didn't look like we were going to get top 4 because the rate we were conceding goals at. Then we brought in Jose Mourinho in here. We were going well, top of the league. Kane and Son formed the best, became the most prolific duo in Premier League history. Got to a Carabao Cup final. Form falls off a cliff. Same players formed the back line under Jose, where it was Sanchez, it was Dyer, it was Davies, and then we added to it. Why not? Why not add to the misery and bring Matt Doherty in here as well? And then under Nuno, the exact same thing happened. They formed the back line, started off like a battle of hell. First 3 games, sitting there top of the league. All of a sudden, form falls off the pyramid. And now you see the same happening again under Conté. And under each manager, I can point to periods where we've played well and we've slapped teams under each manager. And people wonder why the performances are so up and down. It's because the backline are not good enough at executing the simple basics of being a footballer. But not only that, they're not good enough mentally. And that's why, even though we were dominating Newcastle for the first 20 minutes, that's why we're always capable of these results, because of these slip-ups. I also point to some of the big I'm not even going to call them big. Some of the European away games we've had over the last few years against the lowest ranked European teams you could possibly face. Vitesse, NS Moura, Pacos de Ferreira, Sporting there just gone. Who else is there? Dynamo Zagreb. All these guys have all formed that back line, and we keep doing the same thing and falling for the same mistake, blaming the manager for it. And then we go, oh, well, why is he picking them? And it's like, well, obviously he's picking them because regardless of what you want, we play a 3 across the back, because the reason why we play a 3 at the back is because they proved they couldn't play as a 4 at the back. So now we play 3 centre-backs to protect them even more. And regardless, even if you play Romero and Langley, who can't play every single game, you still have to rotate between Dyer, Sanchez, and Davies. And unfortunately, they've proven over the years they can switch off. They've proven over the years that they cannot handle away games. That's why we got slapped up at Old Trafford the way we did. And they're a massive part of the problem. Then you go on to style of play. People say, oh, style of play is boring. People say, oh, it's outdated. Look, at the end of the day, I heard the same under Jose, Nuno, and now Conte. And people all said the next guy that's coming in will surely get better out of these players. How many more times are we going to keep saying that? We've said it since Jose. We said it under Nuno. We've had Conte for a year, and now we're saying it again. We can't keep going down this route. Yesterday's game simply got away from us, and it started with Eric Dierbolical. And I don't care if people like what I call him. I do not care. At the end of the day, he was absolutely diabolical yesterday. If he doesn't want me to have that wordplay, well then do better. Play better, and he doesn't.
I think Moonhead is probably more appropriate, but it's probably meaner to call him that. It's really Diabolical is a lot nicer, I would say. It's really Moonhead. He's gone from Moon Boots to Moonhead.
But Jack, it starts with him, right? And then it filters out to the other people around him. It filters out to fans. Jack, as soon as we start seeing Dyer playing misplaced passes and the ball heat out for the corner, we all sat here and said it. They're going to score. They're going to score soon because of their mistakes. And if we're feeling like that as fans, you can imagine what everyone else that's on the pitch in his team feel when that starts to happen, because they've been there, they've done it. They've also have to suffer and share the same embarrassment of some of these guys of some of the results over the last couple of years because of these guys at the back line. They can't do their jobs. And if they can't pass the ball out from the back and they can't complete their passes more often than not, which we're not asking for much, then how do you expect us to transition into the midfield and into the forward line? And then people will say, oh, well, then we need to adapt the tactics. So what? Then we go long ball. Okay, you want to play long ball? Go and get Sam Allardyce in. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, if we want to play the modern, we have to upgrade in an area where we fail to upgrade mostly through this squad. People said it was the forward line. Well, guess what? Spent money there. People said it was the midfield. Guess what? Spent money there. People said it's the wing backs. Guess what? Spent money there. Where have we barely spent money? Across that centre back region. So they actually find themselves in the team, not on merit, but actually by default. And it shows when we play. And it constantly turns us into an embarrassment, into a laughing stock. And some of the embarrassment results we've suffered have been at the hands of these guys. And fundamentally, until they change or until they're rotating and out of this team, things will not change. And we'll just keep going in the same cycle. And then you see today coming out that we're going to back Dyer after one of his worst performances at this football club and give him a new contract. Well, I'm sorry. Look, maybe he can be kept around here as a backup who can come in sporadically or maybe come in for cup games alongside a couple of young lads or whatever. But he cannot consistently keep going to start because it started with him yesterday. We were flying. And then all of a sudden, what happens after the game? People go at the midfield. People go at the wing backs. People go at the strikers. And we still protect these guys. It's baffling. Liverpool got to a Champions League final under Klopp. Karius was clear to see he cost Liverpool that final. Their fans didn't go after Jurgen Klopp. Their fans didn't go after the owners and the board and everything else. They targeted Karius. And guess what? They replaced Karius and they went back the next season and won the Champions League. Sometimes you have to just admit that an individual is not good enough and call it out as what it is. Like, if he gets a new contract, I'm going to go absolutely ballistic.
Well, let's get to the comments here, Dave, and see what they have to say.
Sorry, everybody. I just found them this week.
Well, it's time for everybody to have their say tonight, everybody. So do come on and have your say. I did as well, actually, post the channel membership link into the chat as well. So please come on and have your say. Hit that fan show link if you do want to come on. We already have plenty in the chat, and we can save your spot in line for the time being. Frank Glass is in the chat saying, I live in hope for change, but no matter what, have always been a Spurs fan and always will be. Come on, you Spurs. Big up Frank Glass in here first as well. Big yourself up, my man. Ryan Trastain is in the house. We'll be speaking to him later, as well as Dermot. He says, big up, guys. Great video earlier. Dave, spot on as always. And Conté, I trust. He will take us to the promised land. I love how it's turned into a Conté, I trust versus in Conté, we trust. It's now turned into a very camp versus camp situation. Big up, Tio. Big up, Shay Gooch. Mark is in the house. Daily Mail today. Spurs fans want Conté sacked, showing tweets from Spurs fans. Moronic article. It lacks context regarding it as a minority of fans. I mean, Zoe and I were talking in the chat, Mark. I mean, they're pretty much just frothing out the mouth right now to say anything negative at Spurs. And even someone, I think, brought up that no one is even really saying anything that bad about Liverpool, but look at where Liverpool are on the table.
Just on what Mark says there about the end, saying it's a minority of fans. That's how it starts under every manager. It always starts as a minority and grows. So we've got to look. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. So we've got at this football club, but just watch my video. It does show that we do have, as a fan base, we do have to take everything into account. Really, kind of take stock of where we're at, and really be careful what our next move is and what we wish for as a fan base. People are going to say, "Oh well, you're just saying Conte out, like it won't have an effect." Well, guess what? The board sacked Jose because the fans didn't like him. The board sacked Nuno because they made their voices heard in the stadium. You think they're going to start listening to this, and it will get bigger. The more we lose games, the more it's going to inflame. The more people are going to jump on the bandwagon, and it's going to happen. So we've got to be very, very careful.
Yeah, big up, Mark. Good to see you in the house as well, my man. Adrian Stroka here. Good evening, Oliver Charleston Pigeon as well. Kieran Spiteri. Hope he's not going anywhere. Look, good to hear that, Kieran. Good man. Big up Mick Hermelak as always. We also have, but he's also Kieran saying, I'm just going to say yes. Yes against Newcastle was poor, but we need to support the team, support the managers, support the club, and get this team better against Sporting. Come on, Newsburg. Big up. Kieran, we got R Green as well in the house. George Hill, evening lads, usual suspects back at costing us games like clockwork. Spurs fans think some other managers can come in and make these players not be shit. Our mentality is shocking and embarrassing. George, I think as well, I mean, Sebas put it brilliantly the other day. If you want another manager, then basically you just think Dyer and Davies are good enough basically to get, a manager league title or a trophy or whatever it may be. But big up, George Hill. Good to see you in here.
Big
Ricky
up,
Nato as well.
Big up, Ricky.
Sebas is in here. Good to see you, Sebas.
Great comment,
legend.
yes, and that's going to stick with me. I'm using that as well. When people say Conté out, I'm just literally saying, so then you think Sanchez, Dyer, Davies, and Doherty are going to deliver trophies at Tottenham. Perfect.
Absolutely.
Great.
Brilliant. Comment. Big up, Sebas. Absolute legend. Good to see Paul Tana in the house as well. John N. On a positive note, we are still third in the hardest and most competitive league in the world. Back Conte with 4 to 5 players in January and trust him. He will get it right. I think even just I've said before, I think all he really needs is just competent center backs. If he just has competent, defensively solid, ball playing center backs, if he just really just had another Longley in the team, I think he would be exceptionally better and this team would look exceptionally more solid, John. It just really just showed. It just started to become a case where it's almost like they're magnets to each other. It feels like Sanchez and Dyer. They just make each other more nervous. Lloris then makes them all nervous. It's almost turns into a compound reaction of all of them. And if we just had 2 Longleys, just 2 more composed, decent, and I don't even mean world-class center backs or anything, just decent center backs. That's really all it seems to take, because how easily Longley has settled into this team and has made it look almost kind of quite easy to settle into Conte's sort of system in the back three, I think says a lot about the other center backs, if you ask me, John. And
I just noticed something as well, Jack. Romero played the other night with Dyer and Davies. Didn't look like Romero. Langley played with Dyer and Sanchez. Completely didn't look like Langley yesterday. So it has a knock-on effects to the decent guys that are coming in here as well. Yeah. Because they're so all over the place. They're losing possession. They're failing to track runners, etc., etc. It makes them also look bad. Until we get a good unit across that back line, things will not change. But John N., 4 or 5 players is realistically not going to happen in January. And this is why I call for people and fans where we have to be patient. Look, another 1 or 2 add to this squad, hopefully calculate, come in, hit the ground running, that'll help. But it will be summer before we're looking at about another 4 or 5 players. It definitely won't happen in January. And I'm not even going to get everyone's expectations up that it's going to happen, because it's not.
King Huddle, evening all. What we need to do now is pick up 7 points from Bournemouth, Liverpool, and Leeds. That will leave us 30 points after 15 games and in a decent position before the break for the World Cup. King Huddle, I think that's where a lot of Spurs fans sort of feel, is just pick up as many points as you can and don't really look behind, don't really look back, and you might find yourself still in this decent position, like you said. And then we can still invest in January to help Conte continue to push in the league. I think you're absolutely right. And good to see you, King Huddle. And Save Emerson is going stronger than ever.
Now, keep doing that, man.
You take over the comments.
Save Emerson. Absolutely love that. Just quickly, RAC Jim Admin says, you guys are toxic. Dyer is a great human and player. Look, I didn't question he's human. In fact, I said he probably is a great human being, but you got to separate that from him as a player. And unfortunately, he's just a mediocre run-of-the-mill centre back.
He's a great human being that will cost us our chance at top 4.
Like, this is the thing. You got to separate what we're trying to say. We're not here slagging off his character, slagging off him as a human being. He probably does some great stuff and everything else. But at the end of the day, I'll sit here and call him out for the player, which
he's
is
not
what
good enough to start every game.
Which is the role we employ him in. I call out the role that he's supposed to fill, and he doesn't fill it. So you got to separate what we're trying to say here. Stop trying to attach it to us, attacking his character. We're not. We're just attacking his football ability.
Yeah. Darren, you take it over, Dave. You take it over.
Baron Caban says, we have to back Conte. He's the man. We just need time. If anyone is to blame, it's Levy dragging his heels on the stadium naming rights. Done so we can invest big, especially on that defense. Big up, Darren. Look, that naming rights isn't going to solve anything, really. It's not even going to give us a big wad of cash to be able to go out and splash in the summer. It's more of a long-term investment that probably helps a bit with the debt. But what it does do is it frees up money that we would have spent on that, if that we can use in the transfer window. So hopefully we see that. Shamu, big up, sir. As bad as we were, we are at the minute. There is still like 20 games or so left. Anything can happen. Absolutely spot on.
Big up, sir.
So he says, big up legends, 2 losses and the media are out it. And Son and Conte's training so boring. I'm back in Conte, but I agree he has to be more flexible. Do you know what, Zoe? I actually, brilliant. I was supposed to mention this at the start as well. Same things I heard under Jose coming out. And that was leaked out by the players. Same things under Nuno, believe it or not, I heard coming out. Leaked out by the players and started by the press again. And now it's happening again under Conte. Now, ask yourself, who's been the common denominators in these squads? Because we have had some investment since then, but who's been the common denominator in these squads? And as soon as they start to be exposed by their performances, you hear this stuff coming out. And the reason why you hear it coming out, it's leaked out by the players, is because they're trying to protect themselves. I'm not surprised, and it comes from certain individuals, I'm telling you. I'm just absolutely telling you. And if this happens again, I'm sorry, but people say this club, the next manager come in and do better. Well, we said that under Nagelsmann, instead of getting a skinny jean wearing merchant on the touchline, I got a fucking slaphead statue. You know what I mean? So it's not like, we got to just be careful. Like, this shit, it annoys me about Conte's training. And what the comment was about the repetitiveness or the repeatedness of the training schedules. Well, I mean, if it's repetitive, then how come certain individuals haven't got it yet? It's the easiest thing to do. Rather than him switching up every single day for them, which might confuse them, I could understand that. But the fact that it's repetitive, how have they not got it yet then? It actually doesn't do their defense or the defense of themselves any justice whatsoever. Because I can guarantee you, I will find quotes from individuals that will contradict what's coming out in the press now. Guarantee you where they'll say, under another manager, oh no, there was too many changes. It wasn't repetitive enough. You know what I mean? I could guarantee you I'll find some. Jack, any thoughts on this actually? Because I was supposed to talk about it. I know we're way behind, but I'll catch up. Don't worry, keep going.
I would say that in the case of Sonny, I really sincerely doubt it. I think it would take a whole lot of money and a whole lot of dough in order for Real Madrid to get Sonny out of Spurs. And it would also then take a whole lot of willpower for Sonny to then make it quite obvious that he doesn't want to be at Spurs. So that would be, I think, probably in order for that to happen, Zoe, that would need to be probably Conte leaving. I mean, with Conte leaving, a lot of things could happen. Kane can leave, Spurs or Sonny leaves. Plenty of players could end up leaving. So I think the only situation that happens is just Conte leaving. But the Conte's training, becoming repetitive, I actually agreed with Matt Hayes. I thought it was supposed to be repetitive in order for these players not to make the mistakes that they're making right now. I mean, that's what I thought. And I think that was absolutely brilliant for Matt Hayes. I thought the training and the tactics were supposed to be repetitive.
But you know what, though, Jack? Nuno tried something different. He said to these guys, okay, you're not good enough, so I'm going to split you to an A and a B squad. So he tried something different. And when he did, guess what? Same culprits were also complaining about it. Well, he's making me feel like a B player. Well, maybe it is because you're a B player. Instead of moaning and criticizing and looking for excuses all the time, because the hardest thing in life is to actually look at yourself. The easiest thing is to do is to blame absolutely everything else around you and scramble for excuses. And this is what I hear, excuses. I want to see just quickly where my poll is at. 78% says no. That's perfect. So I'm glad people are starting to wake up a little here. But big up, Zoe. Good to see you in the building. Theo Isaac, great to see you. Conte, relax. Conte knows what he's doing. Give him time. Indulge in this time. Absolutely love it. Dave Bolton says we have to trust in the process and things will start to happen. Positive thoughts. Big up, my man. Alpesh, good evening, sir. Good evening. Ring, ding, dong. Love it. So big up, Dave and Jack and everyone in the chat. This is why Conte and a few injuries. And of course, we are going to struggle. We are still less than a year into this project. Big yourself up, my man. And then he puts in our form over. I don't know how many games that is. But big up, lad. Really appreciate it. Peter M says, big up, everyone. Come on, you Spurs. Claude Murphy says the media is all over Spurs, but very quiet with Liverpool. Yeah, I told you, there was a reason why they got all the VAR decisions the year they won the league. People think I'm a mad lunatic, but there is method to my madness. Kieran Spiteri says, exactly, Dave, believe the team. Big up, my man, absolute legend. Big up, Brad Matthews. Foggy Phone says, people who want to see this club's success, to be honest with themselves, with Dyer, he's an awful player. Come on, you Spurs. Big up, brother. Always a joy to watch on. Do you know what I'd actually say, Foggy Phone? What I will do is okay, put yourself in the corner. Do you believe Dyer, Davies, Sanchez, and Doherty, and I'd nearly throw Sessegnon in there, but I'll leave him for a little while. But if you believe they're going to deliver trophies, what we'll do is we'll have a bet. And then once they retire, I'll come back to you and say, okay, show me your cabinet. And it'll be empty. You'll say, look, Dave, no, my cabinet, it got caught up in a fire or something like that, or someone robbed it. You know what I mean? I'd be like, no, there's just no trophies in it. So, we've just got to call it out as it is. I'm sick of hiding behind things. Sometimes players just have to accept they're not good enough or their performances are bad. Dan Davenport says there's still a long way to go in the season. People should judge Conté at the end of the season, not during the season. Conté, in my opinion, is a world-class manager. I love that. Brian Maguire, good to see you. Dyer, I wouldn't give him my last point. Big yourself up, my man. Absolutely love that. Just keep scared. Who have we got? Jiu-Jitsu Boy says it's like you're doing really shit at your job and getting a pay rise about the contracts. Exactly, my man. Absolutely couldn't agree more. Cockroach says, big up, guys. Hope we can bounce back from the UEFA Champions League game. Good days to come. Yeah, look, it will get better. Things will improve. Right now, we're just in a bit of form. Hopefully, Sporting, we can go out and slap them. Michelle Gaines says, I just wish they would get shot of him now. Big up, Michelle. Good to see you. Jeannie D's having a good giggle to himself, rolling around the floor. Big up, my man. We've got Peter Simmons says, what does Session do apart from pass it sideways to new winks? Look, I'm not even going to get on to him today. There's more pressing issues. I'm going to give him a break. Eric Hutchinson says, good evening, Dave and Jack. Eric Dierbolical is a liability. Get shot of him ASAP. Get some money out of this donut. Come on, you Spurs. Hopefully, that's why we're giving him a new contract, because we want to try and get money out of him. That'd be awesome. Mark News says, big up, David and Jack. Tough game yesterday. Second defeat this week, but 4 key players were injured. QE, Kudu, Pierre, and Højbjerg, Romero. When they're back, Conté will be cooking. We need a big window on Jan. Come on, you Spurs. Yeah, big players out injured, of course, my man. Of course. And we do have to take that into account. You're absolutely spot on, my man. But
yeah, we are being really hurt by it. But at the same time, we're also just showing that certain players just haven't been able to step up, while recognizing that those players are gone. I mean, you can only, be without them for so long. Certain players just have to step up, and they haven't. Big up Mark New, though. And hopefully you can come on, because I know you were gifted the membership, Mark New. So hopefully you can come on and have your say, brother.
Big up, Marky. Big yourself up, my man. We're going to keep flying through this a little bit longer, and then we'll start getting on the guest guys. Mara Walton says, even the lads, it was bad if Ali Gold was ripping into them. Yeah, 100%. And now, Jack, I haven't watched the video today, to be honest with you, because I've just kind of been on a one-man crusade today. But I will watch it maybe tomorrow when the dust settles. The agents have been in contact and everything. They're saying, Dave, what a video you done earlier on, So, I just have to, just come back to reality a little. But Jack, Ali Gold was questioning Dyer's leadership, right? You were saying?
He spoke a lot about how Dyer basically was very much rattled and very much shaky the past 2 games. What everybody has seen if they've watched the past 2 games, let's be honest. Like, if you watch him against Man United and you watch him in this game, he was as shaky.
Jack,
he was as shaky as me, Dave. If I hadn't had a coffee by 2 p.m., he looked as shaky as I would have looked, basically, in that stage. But sorry.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though, Jack. I thought being able to speak 67 languages and being bilingual made you a leader. I thought it qualified you. I thought it gave you a master in leadership.
Well, here's the thing, though, Dave. I mean, despite all those, sort of languages that he can speak, I mean, he was basically screaming multiple languages while throwing up his hands in the air and, putting the blame at different players in different languages by the looks of things, because what Ali Gold really made kind of a bit of a rant by the looks of things. He basically spoke a lot about how he was just throwing his arms up at different players throughout the game, throwing his arms up at the referee, just essentially just complaining. He said the word moaning multiple times, and it just sort of suggested that that's not really a leader. And he even said as well, that's not really a leader in the back line, especially someone he thought that had been playing atrocious the past 2 games. I mean, those are my words, but he didn't think he'd been playing well the last 2 games. And if you're not been playing well the last 2 games, you really shouldn't be the person that's throwing your arms up at other players and, laying the blame at other players. And that just speaks to the type of leader that Eric Dyer is on the pitch, unfortunately. And it doesn't speak to the captain type material that some people have kind of maybe laid on his doorstep, or some people have kind of maybe given that sort of a reputation for him for. I think he is sort of a leader as maybe a nice guy and like a nice human being, like maybe brought up before, but I don't think he's a leader actually on the pitch, Dave. He's certainly not a leader on the pitch, because what Ali Gold was referencing was a lot of different moments when he was playing poor himself while others were playing completely fine, and he was laying blame at other people, which just says a lot about him, is what I would say. Just says a lot about it. When under pressure, especially when under pressure, when things aren't going well for him, when things are maybe not going his way, he doesn't look at himself, he looks at others.
All things I try to point out. It's good now that we've established being being bilingual doesn't make you a leader. I'm glad we've eventually established that. But look, we haven't even started on Reese. I spent 34 minutes on Dierbolical. I haven't got going on Reese, but I'm not going to. Don't worry, I'll spare you guys. Al Ben says the result of playing defensive first football with error-prone goalkeeper and defenders. But here's the problem, though, Al Ben. We can't play a free-flowing attacking football because the majority of times we can't get the ball out of the back line because we were for 20 minutes yesterday, and all of a sudden it started going into the stands, out for corner kicks and stuff like that. And as soon as that started happening, ultimately, even when we do try and play on the front foot like we started yesterday, it reverts back to being defensive because we're not making our passes. We're not doing the simple errors. So, and I'm going to keep saying this. Every manager is going to come in here and set up defense for us because they know the problems of the back line. And ask yourself this, is there any surprise that Enoch and Levy have employed defensive managers since Pochettino? Is there? Well, I'd say it's not a coincidence that all three have been defensive. And what I would say is the reason why they've done it is because they know themselves that some of these guys are not good enough and that they're a big problem. Maybe that's the answer for everything. They've all been defensive because they know themselves. But big up, Al Ben. Really appreciate the support. The Bolton Duder says players calling Conté a checkbook manager don't know that Barella, Bastoni, and Martinez weren't the players that they are today. When Conté took over, he made them world class because they had skills unlike 60% of our team. Well, Jack, you're nodding like one of them naughty dogs, so take it away.
Barella, Bastoni, they just pretty much came out of nowhere, especially the likes of Bastoni, I think came from Atalanta, just kind of savvy sort of business, I think, by the likes of Inter. And Conte just knew that he could develop him and give him that chance. Barella, I don't even know where Barella came from. Perhaps even Genoa, maybe originally. I'm not sure. But Barella, even just an absolute machine, one of the best midfielders, I think, in the world. And I think I said that probably almost a year and a half ago, if not 2 years ago, to Bottom Duda. And people kind of thought I was crazy then. Martinez moved there for, not very much money, but he's basically going to be there forever because they kind of paid a decent amount of coin for him for basically a 19-year-old, I think it was, that nobody really knew anything about. And he's obviously shown to be kind of a guy that can live up to all the hype at the time. And I think he certainly has, especially thanks to Antonio Conte. You're absolutely right, to Bottom Duda. And he made them look world class, like you said. And also, I think also the team that Antonio Conte had showed that he can make the 3-5-2 work. I think the 3-5-2 needs a particular set of players in order for it to work, but he sees right now that he doesn't have, I think, those certain players at this moment in time to make it succeed. So hopefully we get Kulusevski back in order to get to the 3-4-3. And I know Bottom Duda has been a big proponent of the 3-4-3 this year, Dave. And I think he kind of has been sort of proven right about how the 3-4-3 certainly still works and isn't as bad as people think. And big up to Bottom Dude. I sent you a voice message as well as my man.
Jack, the thing is, we know it works. So, it got us top 4 last year. So all of a sudden, we're just pretending it doesn't work because we don't want it to work, because we want to play a different formation. We want to fit Basuma into the midfield because he's people's favourite player, whatever else. The Bolton Dude has been absolutely spot on. The Bolton Dude, I'll call you a Conte expert because you absolutely adore the guy and you follow him around a lot. And not in a bad, don't mean that in a bad way whatsoever. I don't mean it in a creepy way. I absolutely adore it. But so anyone that's blaming Conte, let me know this to Conte, the Bolton Dude. You followed his career. Has he ever instructed a centre back just to walk off a striker and leave him completely free without calling anyone to come inside and help him? Has he ever asked his goalkeeper to can just completely fall to the ground like a sack of shit to look for a free kick? Has he ever asked his centre back to start kicking balls into the stand and start passing it back to the goalkeeper, but instead put it out for a corner, which nearly went into the bottom corner? I'm just curious to Bolton do it, because if he has, well, then we do have problems. But if he hasn't, then obviously yesterday can't be Conte's fault. But big up the Bolton do. Now, before we move on to the next one, I just want to say one thing quickly. Now, we as Spurs fans hate the Spursy tag, and rightly so. But the definition of Spursy is literally calling for a manager to be gone that has a trophy cabinet full while people sit here and complain and moan about the lack of trophies. That's the definition of Spursy. So if we don't want other people to use it, let's not embarrass ourselves and give them reasons to use it.
Yeah, I
Big
completely
up
agree,
to
Dave.
him, too. I
Completely
really
agree.
appreciate the support.
And he put in a really good audio message to me, and I returned the favor about him, dude. So check it out when you have the time, my man. Absolute legend.
Moondog's in the house. Big up, Moondog. Good to see you in the building, brother. Throwing in a bit of support there. And he also says, good evening. I want to fight Dyer.
I mean, I told you not to bet on him, Moondog, and then after you didn't bet on him, he decided to make your life even more painful. I mean, not only is he now delivering for you on the bets, now he's not even delivering you the clean sheets that you wanted as well, Moondog. He's making your life certainly less enjoyable, but big up. Moondog, and you just have to get through the pain right now, my man. He just saw and he heard me when I told you that you're no longer making the bet on himself, and he probably got a bit upset and decide to take it out on you. And I think that was very immature of him. Big up, Moondog.
Big up, Moondog. Absolute legend. Good to see you in the building. We have a few more super chats here, and then we will get back to maybe a couple more comments. We'll catch up with the chat. Keep getting them in as you go along. We'll keep bringing them up, and occasionally we'll give a few of them to the guests as well to have thoughts on. Al Ben says a great manager can get average players to play out of their skin for 10 to 20 minutes, but eventually they will come back to who they are, their true level. Jack, would you agree to this?
I feel like it's all just sort of coming true with maybe we're just seeing the repetition of, the days of Jose. In the case of Eric Dyer, I kind of made the joke about maybe he has an expiration date in October where all of a sudden kind of things come undone for him. I think we're just seeing that even Conte's probably gotten the best out of maybe the most of these players, I would say, especially the case of Doherty. He got, good cases out of. Jose never really got good games out of Doherty. He's gotten good games out of Eric Dyer. He's gotten good games out of Ben Davies. He's gotten good games out of a lot of players that were sort of on the periphery or not really considered, you could say, suitable, you could say, anymore for Spurs. In fact, I think Conte has probably proven himself even more than Jose when it comes to working with the players that he has at his disposal. But I think only with the average players that he has, they're not going to be able to put in good performances game in, game out. And when you have one set of players just kind of starting to falter, kind of starting to sort of kind of dip in form dramatically, then you have the rest of the team kind of dip with them. It doesn't really, it's never the case that you can have, 2 or 3 players just lift the whole team while the whole team is starting to falter. I think that's what's happening right now is some of the players that Conte kind of got the best out of before are now starting to kind of maybe dip in form, and the rest of the team is a bit going with it. But you couldn't even really say that with Newcastle because the team actually played quite well except for a few individuals. So it's really just it's heartbreaking, if anything. Big up, Al.
100%. A big up, Al. At the end of the day, they've reverted to type under Jose, they reverted to type under Nuno, and now they're starting to revert to type under Conte. I mean, you're absolutely spot on there, Al. I couldn't agree more with you. Maybe if I would have heard that reverting to type maybe yesterday, I could have saved myself about 20 minutes on my video. But big up, Al. Really appreciate the support, brother. Top guy. Top guy. Tim Man 007's in the house. Big up, Tim Man. I hope you're keeping well, my man. He says 3-4-3 didn't work. Then fans were calling for 3-5-2. Look at the last 2 results from that. It's not Conte. He just doesn't have the players at the minute. I mean, mind blown, Jacko. He's absolutely spot on. And this is something I've even overlooked when I'm trying to make my point. The fact that we've played 2 different formations and it's still the same thing. So is he correct here, Jack? Is it actually down to the individuals considering we've done different systems to try and get the most out of them?
I think if he has a fully fit squad, I mean, he actually has the ability to probably make both systems maybe work to some extent, but he certainly doesn't have the best players available in all positions. And there are going to be games when they simply just let him down, I think, Tin Man. And if anything, I think what is kind of interesting is that the 3-5-2 was probably sort of advertised to be a lot more free flowing than maybe it turns out to have been. I think that's not really Conte's fault really whatsoever. I think that's down to kind of a lack of creativity from certain wingbacks. I think that's down to a lack of creativity, certainly from certain midfielders, and also lack of will, kind of lack of energy from certain midfielders as well. But I think the 3-4-3, as much as we might have had problems with it, certainly did give us more chances at goal and certainly did give us more chances to score from open play. And we kind of criticized that. We started kind of throwing that, out into the bin. Now we want the 3-5-2. We haven't really had a good record with the 3-5-2 since we've sort of kind of started games with it. And now we're starting to blame Conte for it all. Yeah, completely agree with you, Tin Man. It's starting to just change in the script whenever it's necessary.
Exactly, absolutely spot on, Tim, man. And that's another thing people say about Conté. Oh, let's get a different guy, different tactics. Right, no problem. You might see results for a couple of weeks and then all of a sudden revert to type. Tim, man, you're absolutely spot on here, brother. Big yourself up, my man. I really appreciate the support. And now we've got the Dierbolical as a member of the YouTube
He's got
community.
the fan show membership as well. He picked it up. Dierbolical, feel free to come on, my man. We do nearly at least 3 fan shows a week, at least bare minimum 3 a week. So Dierbolical, I know you'll find the time to pop on and have your say. Pick yourself up, brother.
No, every community is better off for having Dierbolical. Absolutely love the guy. Jerry, my man, I did get your message. I will message you back. Honestly, like I said, my phone's been blowing up with all the agencies getting into contact because of my video earlier on. So I've been a very busy boy today, but I will message you back after the fan show, my man. Big yourself up, the Dierbolical. But look, enough dicking around. People are sick of hearing my Irish whiny squeaky voice. So we're going to start getting on the guests. So we've got loads in the background, a lot of good guests as well today, guys. So stay with us, stay tuned. Make sure you do smash that like button. Make sure you do smash that subscribe button. As you can see, me and Jack were trying to get through the chat. It's hot and heavy today. We will continue to try and get through it. Keep getting your comments in. We'll even try and give some towards the guests. But if you genuinely want yours to stand out, you want people to say, fuck me, this guy, this girl knows exactly what they're on about, feel free to send it in a super chat. It'll stand out. We'll bring it up and we'll all have a good conversation on it as well. And never be afraid to disagree with us either. Like, we're not sitting here, we're not telling you what you should believe or that. We're just airing our opinion. So don't be afraid to say, okay, Dave or Jack, I heard you say this, but this is my opinion. Do not be afraid to do that, guys, you know. The world is better off that everyone has opinions. So make sure you get them in. But look, let's get going. Let's get the Matthews on. Here we go. Ready, boy? How you keeping?
Hello, David. Hello, Jack. Hello, everyone in the chat. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just, I know, a bit sort of pissed off with everything, really. You know,
no bounce back that we wanted.
Is it the usual suspects? Is it Conté? Is it the owners? I mean, what is pissing you off, Brad? I need to know.
Well, yesterday at the game, if you analyse the whole game itself, if you look at, okay, let's forget about the first goal, all right? Let's forget about the first goal. I mean, we all know what happened there. We all know whose fault it was. If you look at their second goal, if you look at Son, before they even scored their first goal, Son had a shot, which he should have buried.
Yeah.
When I saw it on Match of the Day this morning and they showed it from an angle, the amount of goal he had to aim at, it was a lot. And Kane...
Do you know what, Brad? He let the ball run on too long. He should have shot it earlier. He let the ball run too long.
And Kane had a shot. Well, I wouldn't call it a big chance, but he had a shot that Pope saved with his left foot.
Yeah, it was a good...
Now, I'm not sure whether that was going in or not, but let's say for argument's sake it was. So Pope has made 2 important saves there. As I said, forget about the first goal. Then when, what's his name, went through, the Newcastle player went through, somehow, 4 players around him, he got through them all.
Almiron.
Yeah, but that's the save that Lloris should be making.
Yeah, I thought so too, Brad. I said so in the watch along. It felt like tough angle for Almiron to finish that. It would take a really good finish to finish that. And he hit it like under his midriff. It wasn't even through his legs. Yeah. It was like under his midriff, under his elbow. It was not a good save. Yeah.
So you've had Nick Pope making 2 important saves and Lloris not making an important save, and suddenly they're 2-0 up. And well, we all know about the first goal. That was, you know,
who do you actually put blame on for the first goal, Brad? Because there's a lot of controversy around it. Some people, as an initial, and you can even see it on our watch along. So, you know, Jackson Bryan's initial thoughts were straight away to Lloris, whereas mine was straight away to Dyer. I mean, who do you actually blame for the first goal?
I blame Lloris, because if Lloris gets that ball, he could have headed it. He could have done anything. He could have started. I think I didn't notice at the game when I was watching the game, but on Match of the Day, they said that he actually started off too far back. He should have been further forward. So that's where the goal came from. You know, you can argue that Dyer should have closed now, whatever. And
he misjudged the bounce, do you think, or something, Lloris?
I don't know. I think he tried to be clever. I mean, Lloris is probably the least technical of goalkeepers for playing the ball, and yet he tries to chest it down and do whatever. And the other thing was he could have headed it. He could have headed it out there. And the other thing was, and I think they made this point. I think Ali Gold might make. He flopped down and he's looking for the foul. And yeah, some referees would have given that as a foul, but I don't think it was. I think he just
he
ran
even
into
tried
it.
to look for it too.
But if he'd have got up straight away, he might have been able to stop him. And the other thing, when I watched the shot, Lloris, and I'm pretty sure he was in his penalty area, he actually went up to try and head the ball. And I'm thinking, you've got hands. The ball goes over his head. He's trying to head it. What? Put your hands up. Try anything.
Do you know what? That first goal, again, comes down to simple executions of basics. One of the oldest sayings and expressions of football is play to the whistle.
Exactly.
Everyone's taught it from a youngster all the way through to the professional ranks. Play to the whistle. Now, Dyer was already turning around looking for a free kick before the whistle blew.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean,
instead of battling, he went to the ground like a sack of shit. He could have battled away until the referee blew the whistle, but they failed to do so. And instead of getting back to the defensive line where maybe Dyer could have stopped it, he was turning around doing the YMCA. You know what I mean? And it's just kind of, it's the simple basics, Brad. Play to the whistle.
Yeah, and you know, I think it's interesting that the people that are probably leading the protests are the people responsible for it happening in the first place. So, you know, as I said, it's one of those incidents where some referees would have given a foul. You know, I don't think it was. I think he ran into him. When you're running forward like he was, it's very difficult to sort of stop your momentum. So, but you know, if Lloris goes, and going to try and head it, if he somehow misses and they do have a collision, then you can say, well, actually, look, he's gone head high on him. You know, and then maybe even if it hits on the head, the referee's got to stop the play for head injury. So it was woe. And then obviously we had in the early minutes we had a great free passing move that went just wide. Oh, hang on a minute, that was Dyer's pass back, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was. I mean, I couldn't believe I was watching that. And you know me, I don't like hating on. I'm not saying anyone's hating on players. I don't like criticising players, but yeah, Dyer was awful yesterday. And
but Brad, here's the thing, right? I know we don't like criticising players, but do you not think that some of their performances and some of the mistakes they made are actually borderline disrespectful to fans then? Because whatever way you look at it, right, we pay our money, whether it's to support the club, whether it's season tickets, whether it's to go to games, whether it's merchandise, that ultimately filters through to wages. So, you know, then if they don't want to be criticised, then they should have the basic respect to come out here and execute the basics of football, which is play to the whistle, trap a ball and pass a ball, right? And stop coming out into the papers talking, giving themselves excuses all the time. So they deserve the criticism.
Oh no, I'm not saying no. When I say I don't like criticising players, I'm not saying that he didn't deserve criticism. But what worried me yesterday was if we go back to, I don't want to go back to the Man United. I mean, the last time I was on the show was a week ago, and we're all looking forward to the Man United game. You know, to get at least a point against Man United and beat Newcastle. We end up getting nothing.
Yeah.
I thought after the Man United game that going back to your points earlier, we've had one of the best young managers in football, Pochettino. We've had one of the most successful managers in football, which was Mourinho. We've had one of the current best managers in football, in Conté. In that we've all failed in big games away, especially away from home. And that mentality, and there's certain players there that have been there all that time, you know. And it's and you think, well, that you know, there's a thing developing there. These players that have been there, and what I didn't like about yesterday was we started off well, missed a few chances. As soon as the errors kept in, and the crowd quite rightly getting on their back, their heads dropped again, and they didn't react to it. They didn't say, you know, this is playing in front of their own fans. They didn't say, right, let's do this. They dropped and
because it's not really as much as it's an atrocious mistake, Brad. It's not really an excuse to just then go on and lose the rest of the game and just blame that goal. Like they bounced back before.
That's what worries me, and the fact that they had.
Jack was saying it there. We bounced back before. Last season, we went 1-0 down and came back 5-1. Now, the reason why it didn't happen this time is because we followed up one mistake for a goal, quickly followed by another. So the game was beyond reach. So, you know, that filters through to Kane's son and the midfielders, unfortunately. They're like, look, no matter what we've done, how good we started today, How are we supposed to win games with that lot behind us?
Yeah.
So
It
filters through them, and that's why you see the drop off in their performances. And that's the big difference between the bounce back ability from going one down this time round compared to last time round when we slapped them 5-1 at home.
But the other thing, I still think, even at half time, even though it looked bad, we scored after 54 minutes. We're back in the game, and the crowd really lifted them. Now, you would expect Newcastle to be under siege for the last half an hour of that game, but they weren't. They actually, they didn't have many clear-cut chances, but they had some little half chances, and you had that in the back of your mind. You think, oh, they can go 3-1 up here.
But you know what?
We had the header.
That's interesting.
Ironically,
Were you at the game yesterday, Brad? Were you at the game yesterday?
Yeah.
How many times in the second half did Sanchez give away the football?
No, he did. He had a poor game.
There's the answer to the question. That's why we don't create in the last when we went and scored that goal, because I watched Sanchez countless of times after that. He just pissed the ball away. I watched Emerson try and pass the ball out to Doherty, and Doherty's standing there like that, like a zombie, watching it roll by him. I mean, that's exactly why we didn't go on to create any more chances after that, because we don't have the players to still had,
yeah, but that may be so, but we still had chances. We still had players that were playing poorly. Even in the first half, Sessegnon had some great opportunities and really poor passing. Even Perisic, when he came on, didn't really do a lot. And he had one shot at goal that was really tame. Yeah. You know, we had down that right hand side. You know, Doherty. I don't think he even got down the right hand side. You know, we didn't have them under siege that I would have expected them to. Mm-hmm. You know, and Pope didn't really have much to save. I think it might have been the shot that we had from Perisic, which was quite a tame shot. Having said that,
the headers as well, wasn't there? I think
there was a header, ironically, from Dyer, which would have gone some way to.
Oh, he missed an excellent chance. Yeah, I remember that.
He had to chance it and win back a few people, but that just went wide and we didn't. It wasn't. I've been to games where, you know, I want to be going, you know, when we're attacking the team in the last few minutes, come on, just one, but I wasn't.
But Brad, who did we bring on to try and do that though? Ben Davies and Matt Doherty. I mean, how do we expect to be able to go build attacks and go, like you're saying, gung ho at their goals when you're bringing on Matt Doherty and Ben Davies?
Well, I you know what? I don't know if you saw this watching on the TV. Before the players came on, the first player that was going to warm up was Spence, and I thought, great, they're going to bring Spence on, because he's an attacking player. They'll give it. I thought, what better time? 2-1 down, nothing to lose. Bring him on for 15, 20 minutes. See what happens. But he didn't. He brought, as you say, I think he moved Emerson to like a right side of the back three, and Doherty on his wing back. But we didn't. I mean, unfortunately, we had. I mean, if everyone had been fit, we'd have had Richarlison and Kulusevski on the bench, wouldn't we? You know, so we'd have had that. And he brought on Moira. I don't think Lucas Moura is the same player at the moment. He
looked rusty.
You know, and the lesser spotted Brian Gill, as Alistair Gold calls him. I mean, if he doesn't go on loan in January, there's something definitely wrong there. You know, but I would have actually brought him on. You know, I mean, Conté, I don't think Conté's is sort of manager, and that's not a criticism of him. But you had a chance to bring Spence on for 15, 20 minutes. Why not? Nothing to lose. Chance to even bring on Brian Hill on. Nothing to lose. You know, you're chasing the game. You know, and see what happens. But that didn't happen. And that's not a criticism of Conté. That's just what I would have liked to have seen done. And I mean, it's.
But Brad, do you not think it's a bad sign a more of a statement of maybe where the squad is at and where we're at, where it's kind of like. So what I mean by that is, under Steve Hitchen, we had to get rid of a lot of dross and a lot of problems in the dressing room. French mafia, Welsh mafia, the cricket games, people taking the piss out of the club. So what we done then last summer is we realistically needed about 15, 16 players in here. We couldn't do it all without having the problems that Nottingham Forest are currently going through at their football club, where they brought in 20. So you would say bringing in 6, 7 players, you know, is probably about borderline, you would say, probably about right. Maybe you could have done another 1 or 2. But we brought in solid professionals and we've given ourselves a foundation. But to turn around to Conté and the only options for him off the bench are, and I know we have injuries, but it's either two young guys who are not really proven, or two guys who have proven time and time again, to let people down, and that they're not going to change a game. So it's more of an indictment of where the squad is at. And when you look at it, like Brian Hill was not Conté's signing. Spence, we know, was not Conté's signing. And neither was Davies or Doherty. And the point I'm trying to get at is it's not Conté's squad. He's just trying to work with flats of so many other regimes. It's impossible right now until he gets the squad and players he believes in. It's going to see this coming off the bench.
It's getting to be his squad, but I do see what you're saying. January, we needed to sign a centre back because at the moment, no matter what people think about Dyer, we're stuck with him at least until January. That is our. I don't want to leg but he is our best centre back at the moment in the club. That's you can't argue with that. That's just a fact.
He's the only centre back, though, Brad. Like, that's the thing. It's not a dominant. It's not like I get what you're saying, but it kind of sounds like it's fluffing it up by going, he's the best centre back. He's the
no. I'm just saying because we're stuck with him. Yeah. At the moment we're stuck with Dyer as centre back. You wouldn't play Sanchez there, would you? So. And I think Romero and Lenglet, from what I can see, and Ben Davis, they're more for their whatever side of the pitch they're on, the right or left side. And I wouldn't, bless him, Tanganga, you wouldn't put him there either. So, until January, they needed to do it. To be fair, they needed to do it in the summer window to get that centre back in. So Dyer's got competition, and as I've said on here before, you guys have said before, if we want to get to the next level, then you've got to upgrade on Dyer and Davis, those sort of players.
Yeah.
The way I look at it is I look at our team and people that go have a go at Conté, whether it's this system or that system. If you imagine Conté, can you imagine the Tottenham team at the moment, Conté with Pochettino's players? I know that's fantasy. And you shouldn't go back. But can you imagine if we've got, Alderweireld and Vertonghen, and then you probably have to have Dyer in there because no one else as your back three. You've got Walker and Rose as your wing backs. You've got, and I'm nothing against Højbjerg or Bentancur, but you had like Dembele and Wanyama, and he had Son, Eriksson, Dele, whatever. That you can imagine if you had back in their pomp, the system would work then. And at the moment, we 3-4-3 works if you've got two attacking very good wing backs, which we haven't at the moment. Maybe Spence might be that one. I think on the left side, Perisic, he'll come good. But I think, that's at the moment why I don't think it's working. And because I think it's been said before, at the moment, their defence only really has to concentrate on one side. They can let one of the other sides go. They can totally forget about our right side if they want.
I don't think that. I don't think that's totally true about Emerson. If I'm being totally honest, I think where people are getting that from, and look again. I've watched more than Matt Doherty than most, and I've followed his career. Matt Doherty hides, so it makes it look like he's being marked. Whereas Emerson actually moves and gets himself into space.
He does. That's the annoying thing about Emerson, isn't it? That's the annoying thing about Emerson. He actually does move, and he is pretty quick. But as soon as he gets the ball, he was actually through on goal yesterday. And it was all like, and I remember watching it. The one person you don't want to go through and throw a goal, it's him. And he
but you know what, though,
at least he made that run, to be fair.
Exactly. This is the frustrating thing about
it. Here's the thing, though, Brad. Here's the thing with Emerson, and I see this a lot, and it really not irks me. It gets to me a little because people say, "Oh, well, it was Emerson on goal, and he should have done better." But then people praise Doherty for being true on goal and fluffing it up. I just don't get it. How do you praise a guy and go, "Oh, well, at least he was in the right position"? But then when it's Emerson, it goes, "Oh, it should have been anybody else." It's like they both fluffed him up. So apply the same standards to both of them then.
They are.
Making one sound better than what he is and putting the other one down for the exact same thing.
And from what I've heard of Jed Spence is that he does get shots on goal and he does assist, that sort of thing. He does get forward. He does take players on. He's quick. He's tall. And this is why I don't understand why. And the point I want to make actually before I forget that let's go each point. The Dyer new contract. I have a lot of people on Twitter. I follow Twitter during the day, and I haven't seen one thing about Dyer being offered a new contract. I remember we had the same discussion months ago about hot discussion about whether Lucas Moura was going to get a new contract, and he didn't. So until we actually see him, behind the desk signing the contract. I don't think it's worth worrying about. It's because, as I say, I haven't seen it at all. And the other thing about Conté, and I think it was, well, if it's from the Daily Mail, well, I mean, Daily Mail is one of the scummiest papers out there as well. The fans turn on Conté. I was there. No, they didn't. They didn't turn on Conté. They were just having to go at the team because they were making errors. They certainly didn't turn on Conté. And as for, his training's too hard. How many players have you heard? Harry Kane, Jed Spence. So there's one of the top players against one of the young player. They've both said, "Oh yeah, I really love working."
They love the training.
It's training, yeah. No one has come out and said, "Oh, it's too hard. It's too hard." So they're just trying to find. And as someone, I think you might have said earlier, the Liverpool thing. No one's having got Liverpool, are they? No. And to be fair, their result was worse than ours on the weekend.
Spot on. Spot on. Well, look, Brad, we better keep this moving. We got so many guests in the background. Give your channel a quick plug there, my brother.
Yeah, please. Blue Sofa Songs on YouTube or at B Sofa Songs on Twitter. It's if you don't know, it's just me trying to write songs, sing and play guitar. They're my lyrics. They're my music. I try and do different things every week. Basically, I'm learning as well. So please have a look at it. And the last song I did, the one that's on there at the moment, is basically dedicated to my lovely lady friends. Nice. And I'd like, if I could ask a favour to everyone, to just go and have a look at it, watch it, and even if you put it on and go and make a cup of tea, because at the moment it's only had 39 to 40 views, which I'm actually quite disappointed. A few weeks ago, there was a song that I didn't really like. It didn't come out, and that only got 30 odd views. I thought, fair enough, it's not a good song.
What happens, though, Brad.
Yeah.
It's what happens on YouTube,
I thought this one would do actually quite well, but at the moment, yeah. So please do me a favour.
Just pretend it's about the Kardashian sisters, lad, and everybody be flocking over there. But big up, Brad, my man, and we'll see you again very soon.
Thanks so much, guys, and thanks to everyone that's been supporting me and putting the comments in. I really do appreciate it. And hey, look to Wednesday, Sporting Lisbon, another must-win game. Let's hope it will change. Oh, the one final point. At least we know this team is capable of getting better. We might have some players that aren't, but in general, this team can play a lot better. And I think that's what's going to happen.
100%. Well, big up, Brad, my man, and we'll see you again.
Guys. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Brad. Absolute legend. Guys, there is people trying to get in the background. We're actually full. Just hold your horses. We will get everybody on. I know everyone wants to have a say. Just keep trying. But big up, everybody. We've got Chris in the building. He says Dyer gets a new contract for being awful. Nice one, Levy. I mean, honestly, if Dyer gets a new contract, is that as a symbol that maybe Conté is not steering the ship? Who knows? But for me, I mean, I know even if he does sign a new contract, they're going to ask Conté on a press conference, and of course he's going to say something nice. But I can guarantee you now, if you're speaking to Conté person said, "Would you want to give Eric Dyer a new contract?" You'd say, "Oh, you mean the guy that cost me about 15 points a season and caused me to go out of all the cup competitions? Yeah, of course I want to give him a new contract." I mean, it's just ridiculous. Big up, Chris. Really
Sign me up.
Brother.
No, it's certainly. I just Chris, best case scenario, being nice to Dyer, he takes sort of like Sanchez's place as like an auxiliary, like backup center back. Occasionally comes in when the time is right and when injuries are there and rotation is needed. But again, like we just don't need to have that sort of sentimentality about players, and like there really shouldn't be that sort of role for a player, especially a guy like Dyer who's been here for years. And big up, my man. And I don't even need to tell you that. Big up, brother. Big up, Chris.
Absolutely.
No, honestly, really somebody that's probably feeling the worst after that result. I mean, you had to go through it all through work today, Chris. So honestly, apologize, my man. I mean, they owe you an apology. Moon Boots owes you an apology, my man.
He does. Big up, Chris, my man. Really appreciate it. And just quickly to everyone in the background as well, do not leave because someone else will be straight in to take your spot, and there's nothing myself and Jack I can do about it. So do not leave. But look, we're going to keep cracking on, keep getting the guests on. We've got Mia. Big up, Mia. How are you keeping?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, guys. How are you?
Yes, you sound like you've got a tone of voice on you today. A mean tone of voice. It sounds like you're ready to lay down the law here. What's on your mind? We're good.
Yeah, no, obviously, we spoke yesterday about the game, and obviously, like the dire news. I'm hoping that it's either rubbish or possibly it's us looking to sell him for more maybe by giving him the contract. that's hopefully what I'm
Do
obviously
you really think that's
thinking.
what they're at, though, Mia? Considering
I
they haven't spent money in that area, they gave Ben Davies a new contract. They're now talking about giving Dyer a new contract. Sanchez is
I
probably
don't.
next. That'll be your Christmas present, Mia. Sanchez new contract.
Oh yeah, great. It's like a chocolate teapot, bloody useless. That would be, I would have anybody else in that defence, literally anybody else apart from them. I'm like, why? It's just making me despair that obviously that they're going to still be there. If we do not replace them in January, I think that says a lot about us as a team, and also maybe Conte will get fed up. I feel like he will get fed up if he don't get those replacements, because he knows that is costing us the most is our defence. So I do think that if we do not do it, then that is going to be a major issue.
Who do you
Obviously,
think?
we're go on, sorry.
Sorry, who do you think then is giving Dyer the new contract? The club or Conte? Where's the instruction coming from?
Well, I feel like it has to be the club. Surely it can't be Conte. Like Jack just said, he's gonna go, right, great, thank you, cheers for that, mate. Like, excellent. That's exactly what I wanted after costing me the points. Fantastic. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
It's the worst
obviously,
kind of press. Like, how is this even coming out right now, Mia? Like, it doesn't
I
even make
don't
sense.
know. It's
It's not
just
good. It's not good press. It's not good timing.
no, like obviously, I don't obviously think it is good timing, but I wonder if it's been planted. I don't know. It's a very unusual timing that it seems to have got so happened to be leaked. It's just a bit
Uh-huh.
odd. Like it is a bit of an odd timing. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna
Mm.
lie that it is a bit of an odd timing. We'll have to wait and see, I suppose. But like honestly, I think we should all just wait until January, because we do not know what Conte is going to be given and what he's not going to be given. So I think
Mm.
that I think I said it in the group chat earlier. We're all like, I think it's perfectly fine for everybody to have an opinion and to speculate. But until we know for sure what's going to happen, I think there's no point of us getting so stressed and saying this is going to happen for sure. Like it's a definite. We don't know any definites yet. So I feel like if we have to wait and see in January. And if we're going to replace people, because that I think is majorly important to us, we have to make sure that we back him in January. And
What's
I hope that
realistic
we
to do in
do.
January, though, Mia? Because look, despite what fans are going to call for and what fans demand, there's a realistic a realistic expectation of what you can do in a January window as well. It's a very hard window to operate, and 9 times out of 10 in the January window, because it's only 1 month, clubs don't let a player move on unless they have a replacement in for that player, and it's just the way it works. So, what is reasonable to do in January in terms of business?
Maybe I think reasonably to get someone so we don't have Dyer, and then have someone with Romero, because I think that will make a big difference. And I think that one player could make a difference, because don't forget, we do not play Davies every week. He doesn't play every single game. So people who go Davies, I understand he isn't good enough, but he doesn't play as regular as what Dyer does. So I think that Dyer replacement is the most important one. Even if we just get him, I feel like that could be a difference maker, because in January last year we got two, so we could get two players in, and two players wouldn't be a disaster if they're in the correct positions, in my opinion. If they're in the defensive
That's the thing.
positions, that's perfect.
That's the thing. It has to be brought in the right positions. Look, we identified the right positions last window, and we got away with it by bringing in the two, and it ended up really helping us get Champions League football. But that's the thing about January. If it's not in the right position or the player lets you down, you're absolutely screwed. So for me, I think the right position has to be that back line. And regardless, even if we can't do anything in January, we can't get our number one targets or whatever, come the summer, the first area and first protocol for me is that back line. Where are you at with that?
Yeah, no, 100%. That needs to be fixed, I think. Like, that is the priority. That has to be our priority. And obviously, summer goalkeeper, I really do think we need to sort out the goalkeeping issue and get somebody in so they can be bled in. So then we can start phasing out Lloris. And I think that will be obviously another really huge change, because that means the captaincy is obviously going to change. And I think to get that done in summer would be a massive move and show that the club is really moving on. So I think that would be huge. Like, I do think that would be huge. that if that got done. So them positions I think are the most important that we need to address, and address like we did this summer early on in the window as well. No pissing about, like asking about, going, oh, we're going to get this one, might get, no, we want to get it done and be decisive. And I think that Conte's probably, he seems like quite a decisive person. He doesn't seem like someone who likes to faff about. He seems like he's like, right, I want this player, they're the players I want, or he's got a list of players, obviously, that Paratici goes out and looks, because Paratici likes to look around in different players, but I do think that they're probably quite decisive. So if we do it decisively as well, get them in, get them with Conte, get them training with Conte early on, so then he can then tell them what he wants from them. And I think
apparently the training is too repetitive though, Mia. That's the words coming out now.
Oh, do you know what? These players are overpaid fucking princesses. Like, honestly, do your job that you're fucking paid for. What is wrong with you? They've got the best food, like the dietitians, they've got the best of everything, and they're complaining about going training. Like, honestly, I'll swap places with you. You can come and do my housework, do my teenage children. Sweet, man, I'm happy with that. Come and do what I do every day, because, like, honestly, I wouldn't mind being an overpaid princess to be going and kicking balls around the field. Fantastic. And the amount
I
of
thought
money
training was supposed to be repetitive, Mia. I thought, you know, even when it's school, you know, class lessons, I thought all that was supposed to be repetitive.
That's how you learn. You learn through repetition. That's how we teach children from when they're little. We teach them through repetition. We repeat words. We point to things and say, that's that. So we teach them that way. So honestly, I don't understand it's repetitive, because before it was they're training too hard. Then it's training like this. And like all they do is moan. Just get on with it, because that's what you're paid for. Just do your flipping training.
This is the thing. I'm sick of things coming out in the paper. In fact, I'm sick of players that I don't even ever want to hear a word from being out in the papers talking and stuff like that. And I've seen the same thing over the last few years. And the shit has got to stop. And instead of constantly blaming the new thing that we bring into the club, which is the manager, why don't we just blame the common denominator and just, like, we wonder why this shit is happening, you know what I mean? But Mia, I completely agree with you. A lot of people are actually agreeing with you. But Mia, we've got to keep this moving. I absolutely love what you have to say. But is there any final words you have for Spurs fans?
Again, as I always say, we have to give Conte time, and we have to back him. We have to trust him. In Conte, we trust. We have to trust Conte, and we have to, if we give him that backing, I'm confident that he will come good. We just have to give him time. He keeps saying over and over again that he needs time. So obviously that is so important. And yes, I can definitely go to the training ground and sort out these players. I'll tell them what for. I'll be brilliant at training, I tell you. I go past some people in where I live who are on the beach training, and I'm like, come on, work harder. Hope you're doing, come on, no slacking. As I walk past them, so I'll be great at it.
I have visions of you, you know, go behind Eric Dyer while he's running with a microphone on a golf cart. Come on, Moon Boots, keep it moving. You know
no, I mean? Joe, I would do. I'd have a flipping hot poker to poke up his arse. I'd be like, come on. And that will get you flipping going, wouldn't it? Stupid idiot. I'll be like,
that would help him save the goal off the line. That'd help him save out the goal off the line. He even stopped to save the goal off the line. That would help.
Well, yeah, no one you do like pain therapy when something bad and you feel a pain. So then every time you think of it, you feel that pain. I would do that, so that way he never concedes a goal again, because then he'll just think of that pain that he's going to get if he ever concedes another goal.
Tantric sessions for you, Lloris. You heard it here first. That's a new method. But Mia, just quickly before we let you go, my dear, we talk about having to keep Conte and back Conte. Do you think he's going to sign a new contract? Because as much as fans want him to stay, he also has to show commitment.
Joe, what I'm really like on the fence about whether he's going to. Me and my brother were talking about it again in the car actually today, and he was saying that if Conte signs it, then that will show what he's saying is true about wanting time. And I do have to agree with him. If he doesn't sign the contract, then he's not showing the commitment that what he's saying is true. So I'm wondering if he's waiting and seeing if he gets backed in January to see if he does sign another contract. Yeah. So I would love for him to sign a contract. I really would. And it would give us, I think it gives fans confidence, and it would make, you know, people obviously be a bit more quiet about the whole Conte thing. I think that would probably shut up a few people And I think it'll be better if he wants to sign it, to do it as soon as possible, to make it feel a bit more settled. Maybe everyone would feel a bit more at ease with it. So, but I'm really unsure whether he's going to do it. I don't know. Part of me wants him to, thinks, yeah, he's going to. But then I'm like, if he doesn't get what he wants, or if he's getting constantly told that we want him out, which we don't, but those fans who do are so loud on Twitter that he might then start thinking, well, it's going to end up building up. No, like it builds up a momentum, and everyone will want him out and say, well, we want him out, and then why sign a new contract if he wants to be? No. So I'm really unsure, obviously, whether he's going to or not.
Spot on. Me personally, I think there's a bit of standoff, and I can understand it from both sides, if I'm being honest. But that's a discussion for another day. But Mia, big yourself up. Quality as
Thank
always.
You very much.
Always a lot to say. I absolutely love the way you come on here and deliver it. So big yourself up, and we'll speak again soon.
Yeah, speak soon. And Conté we trust.
And Conté we trust. Certainly here.
Love that. It's important to sign out with that. Love it. Big up, Mia. Absolute legend. Love it. She's great. She's great. She's some great things to say. I love it. She's right up my street the way she talks.
She even after the horrible results, she still come on the fan shows, Dave, and especially even the post-match fan shows, she still came on and had the courage to do so, and kind of stuck up for it. So big up, Mia. Absolutely.
Yeah, big up. Moondog's in the building. He says, I think they meant there is a contract out on him.
I think Dave might have put one out on him.
Do you know what? I felt like it yesterday. In fact, Jack, I was laughing with Dermot on the phone this morning. It was like I literally got that stressed out from it. I had to go for a cigarette. And while I was having my cigarette, I still had to rage. I remember it was you that triggered me.
You're probably rolling a cigarette while you already had a cigarette in your mouth. Dave. That's probably
it was you that triggered me, though, Jack. You were like, oh, Dyer's, you were speaking to Daigle, and you're like, oh, Dyer's down injured. And I was just like, Dyer's down injured. Fucking stay down. He's already let us down. You know what I mean? It's gone mad. Absolutely love it. But big up, Moondog. You've got Chris. He says he got it. I got it from all the Geordies today. No doubt you did, and I feel bad for you. Do you know what? Everything you've got, make sure you forward it on to Hugo Reese and Eric Dyer. Make sure they know, my man. Big yourself up, Christopher. We've got Fazrad ridiculous. Some people are anti-Conté and Paratici. Yeah, look, I'm one of the proud members of the Paratici twins. Jack makes up the other half. And look, at the end of the day, you can sit here and moan about Paratici all you want. Most of the people that moan about him, they all call for someone like Paratici to come into this club. And second of all, about the recruitment. I mean, if you really want to, if you want to have an argument and try and say Steve Hitchens' recruitment is better than Paratici's, well, then it's not even a fair criticism. It's actually
talk about recruitment then.
It's night and day, the recruitment between Paratici and Steve Hitchens. And simple facts with the league table. Steve Hitchens' recruitment, Champions League to 8 to Europa Conference League. Paratici's recruitment, Europa Conference League to Champions League. That's how that works. So big up Fazrad Far. But Jack, it's good to have you part of the two Paratici twins, my man. I wouldn't be a part of
propaganda twins.
Anybody else. I wouldn't be a part of the twinship with anybody else, Jack. No. And then Ben Kaufman, can you smell what the Kaufman is brewing? He says, time to give Big H the armband. He wants to give me the armband. You're so kind, Ben. I really appreciate it. Big Harris with the armband. Absolutely love it. He says, hashtag Sack Dyer. Now, look, Big H, me personally, I would like to see Zinedine Salzburg. At least he shouts and rants at people. And
the other Big H.
That's what you need. But yeah, the other Big H. But big up, Benji.
So many Big H's to choose from there. Ben Kaufman. I would say Højbjerg more the leader. I mean, Kane leader by example. Good kind of combination there. I'm happy with either or. I just really agree with you there, Ben. I just think it needs to be either one. Anybody else but Lloris. And honestly, I hope it is a contract out on Dyer. Sack Dyer, like you said, Ben Kaufman, absolute legend.
Big up, Benji. And Chris says, Captain Clanger and Dierbolical can do one. Captain Clanger, absolutely love that one, Chris. That's one that's going to stick until he produces another worldie. But big up, Chris, brother. Really appreciate the support. But look,
And also
let's
Brad
keep this moving.
Matthews, big up Chris, absolute legend. Honestly, Chris, I mean, you'll just be able to return the favor. When we go over to Newcastle, believe me, Conte will return the favor. Then you can rub it in their face the following work morning. But Brad Matthews, member for 17 months, Dave, as a fan show member, 17 months. And he says, Dyer's current contract ends on the 30th of June in 2024. Just Googled Eric Dyer's new contract and nothing later than July 2020. It's probably total rubbish is what he's saying, since it's maybe a contract up in 2024. Really no reason to sign a new one, no reason to push right now.
Yeah, but it could be what it could be. And we've seen, look, Jack, we said the same under Dele Alli. He seemed to get a new one every year. In fact, actually, no, Jack, the guy that Sampdoria actually wants to send back early, Harry Winks, he used to get contracts for absolutely nothing. And them contracts, what they were, was a wage increasement. And I wonder, is that what they're going to give Eric Dyer? Oh, 2 mistakes? Perfect. We'll up your wages. That's 10 grand per mistake, extra 20 grand a week for you. You know, it's absolutely shocking. But look, these things don't originate from just thin air sometimes. They just don't. There's no smoke without fire. Chris says...
And then also Brian Daigle, member for 20 months. Dyer signing a new contract, not a single mention of Bill Mickelson. Promote Tyson Fury's fight, and yet again, no accountability. Why, you ask? Levy out. And it's something that Philip spoke plenty about, Mr. Daigle, actually. And it's something that Philip was also absolutely enraged about, the promotion of the Tyson Fury fight instead of the honor of the 18th anniversary of Bill Nicholson's passing. Daigle and the Dyer contract certainly maybe spiking some fumes. And Mr. Daigle reminding me of the super chat. I was going to get to it, Mr. Daigle, but tried to get to it as quick I can. My man, big up, brother. 20 months as well. Big up, brother.
Big up, Daigle. Absolutely spot on there, my man. One thing I disagree with you with, I heard you on We Are Tottenham TV earlier on saying, oh, you got to stop blaming individuals. I disagree with that. You got to blame the individuals. You just have to. If it keeps happening and keeps happening, you actually have to blame the individuals, because by scapegoating them, it just goes to show then that indirectly it's kind of backing the Conté out narrative, in my opinion, really. If you're not going to blame the individuals, then you know, who do you blame? And I know you can say, and I know where you're going to say, Dick, I know you're going to say the owners, this, that, and the other. But surely by calling out these players and highlighting their flaws actually exposes the owners more, rather than protecting them and saying they don't need to be called out and that you just need to call out the owners. That's just my opinion on it. I think we do got to call these guys out, and by calling them out and highlighting their flaws that they continue to show will actually expose the owners more, in my opinion. But look, I'm not going to tell you how to do it, Daigle. You've been an expert at it the last few years, my man, or the last 21 years. So I'm definitely not going to tell you, but that's my 2 cents, even though you never asked for it. Jerome says, boys, the connection is just too bad on the train. But David, we definitely think alike. What I fear is this bad form we are on can carry on to Wednesday. Once their head drops, it keeps getting worse and worse. Now, Jerome, I've said this about the Champions League. If we don't win at Sporting, we don't win at home, we're out. We're out. Because that means we'll then have to go to Marseille, which is an away game, which we don't do well on away days. We've lost at NS Mora, barely holds about 1,000 people. We've lost at Dynamo Zagreb, about 20,000 people. We've lost at Vitesse, you would say about 15,000 people. We ain't going to one of the most hostile atmospheres in Europe, which is Marseille away, which holds about 30, 40, 50,000 people, and coming out with a result. So we have to do it against Sporting. And if we don't, unfortunately, we're going to be sitting there again, embarrassed, in my opinion. Absolutely embarrassed.
Jerome, I mean, something Dermot brought up a lot, actually, once that goal happened. And I wanted to actually ask Brad this, and I'm looking forward to maybe speaking about this later, Jerome, is, you know, once the heads went down after we conceded that goal, I mean, did we lose all control of the game? Because the real narrative is that Spurs were in complete control of the game. Newcastle were running out of ideas. Newcastle were finding it hard to break down Spurs and really create chances. Dyer and Lloris give away that goal. All of a sudden, the whole team's heads go down, and they really just kind of give away kind of the rest of the game to Newcastle and sort of let them back into it. And that's what we were speaking about earlier, is that despite that mistake happening and despite them being let down, it's not really an excuse then just to kind of sacrifice the rest of the game to Newcastle and just kind of give them the rest of the game there. It felt like they needed to take initiative themselves and realize that there is still a chance to, get a result here. And there is still a chance to bounce back and sort of kind of recover from this. And they just simply didn't. Their heads went down, which is also a big worry sign. Big up, Jerome.
No, big up. And look, we from midfield up, we've got decent players. Anywhere back there or from there back, it's an absolute shambles, in my opinion, at this moment in time. But Jerome, we need to have a conversation one day, brother. We do. Two great minds think alike. So we do have to have a great conversation one day. So look, apologies that I keep ranting and I keep raving, and it probably is the reason why you didn't get on, because if I just shut my mouth earlier, you'd be on right now. And I do apologize that, but sometimes you've got to understand, brother, things just take over me and I can't hold it in. This is my place to rant. If I started doing this to the missus, she'd just look at me and be like, Dave, go for a walk. So I don't fancy going for a walk because it's raining and it's cold. So this is my only outlet. But big up, Jerome. Really appreciate that.
So many fan shows a week as well, though. So just because of that, that's the reason we had to up the fan shows, because of what Dave's doing. No, big up, Jerome. So you get more opportunities to have your say. Big up, Jerome. Absolute legend.
Big up, my man. Really appreciate it. But look, let's keep this moving. I don't even know where we're at anymore.
We're at KPV. It's KPV time.
Let's get him on. How are you, brother?
Good.
You keeping well?
Yeah, good.
Where do you want to steer this? What have you got to say, my man?
Like Eric, whatever his name is, Diabolical signing a new contract is gonna kill us. Like, I'm pretty sure he already signed one this year. I'm sure he already signed a new contract.
So if anyone would know, it's definitely you. I've always said if there's a quiz around the Tottenham quiz, KPV's got to be my team. Got to be my teammate. KPV.
Yeah, and I hear that. Yeah, Salzburg is going to sign one, which is good. Dane Salzburg.
Yeah,
Zinedine Salzburg.
Zinedine Salzburg.
Does Salzburg deserve a new contract? Do you feel like probably more so than Dyer?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why?
What? Why? Because he's more better than him.
100%.
Zinedine Salzburg is more better than Diabolical.
I couldn't agree more. But look, KPV, what do you think the problem is right now? What's going on with Tottenham? We're still sitting third in the league, but we were absolutely flying. Even though we weren't performing well, we were still getting results over the line. But that's come to an abrupt end the last couple of games. So what's the problem?
I think it's the defense that's the problem. Like, yeah, they're not running back to the goal line every time and defending and stop goals from going in. Apart from Diabolical yesterday, just doing the YMCA and getting the referee's attention. Like, yeah, like Daigle said, he's doing the fucking YMCA, getting the ref's attention to try and get Wilson's goal disallowed, which I completely agree with. Lloris was fouled, but the VAR said it was a coming together. Like, I think VAR is ruining a game.
Well, no shit's coming together. I mean, it's two blokes running at each other with a ball bouncing in between them. I mean, talk about stating the obvious, KPV, huh? Not you, I mean the rules.
Well, yeah, I think VAR is just ruining our game. Like, they always go against us and they just are on other teams' side, like Liverpool, Arsenal. Yeah, those two, they're always on those two teams' side, not ours, but they are always on our side against Man City. Like, they thought they scored a winning goal in the Champions League quarter-final second leg at the Etihad. Sterling thought he scored, but now it was offside. And Jesus thought he scored the winning goal in the Premier League under Poch in 2019 August, and that was offside for a handball by Laporte. But they're always on our side, but they're just on those two teams' side. Like,
so instead of blaming maybe Dyer and Lloris, then do you actually blame VAR and the referee for the downfall of Tottenham then yesterday?
Yeah, I blame VAR and the referee for that. Like, referees are not doing their job properly. Like, in the Southampton game last season, where we were 2-1 up, but we lose 3-2, like, Bergwijn offside. I think he was onside, and I was at the game, and I can see he was onside. But yeah, referees and VAR are just ruining every game we play. The
Do you know
fans
what,
go
George?
to, like, the
Do you know
fans
what?
turn up more than the players.
Oh,
And
100%. But just quickly on the VAR, I actually agree with you and the referees. I mean, this is something I've been saying to chat maybe but behind the scenes about the VAR. The whole reason why I was brought in here was to rule out wrong decisions and human error. But what people fail to realize is that it's actually a human that's still making the decisions. So it's not really ruling out human error when it's just another referee making a decision behind a video monitor. So that's my gripe with VAR. Don't put it to us that it's to rule out human error, but then it's still human error behind the decision making. That's using VAR. It absolutely winds me up. So I think you're absolutely spot on there, Kyle. But sorry, my man, I stopped you mid flow. How dare I? I mean, you were about to go on about the fans turning up more than the players, brother.
yeah, the fans, I think, turned up at Old Trafford and at home yesterday than the players do. Like, I think the fans always turn up than the players. Like, Wednesday, the players better turn up Wednesday. Like, only the fans, us as fans turn up, the players don't. But we've not lost a home in the Champions League. We're unbeaten, 1-3, and not lost. So we haven't lost a home in the Champions League, but we have in the Premier League now. That's only one home defeat, but we won every home game, but just one. And now we need to turn up Wednesday. Like, we better get our heads straight. The players better get their heads straight, turn up, get the result, then we're through. Like, if we don't win.
KPV, this is towards you. Mia, the girl that was just on before you, she says, KPV, we can't blame the refs. It's a weak argument.
Well, I can.
You know why,
I can,
KPV?
Mia. Sorry, dude. I blame the ref.
Isn't that right? You can do what you want. You love that saying.
I can do what I like. Yeah, like, I blame the refs. Like, yeah, when we played Chelsea at the Bridge, like, Bentancur got the ball, he didn't get Kai Havertz, and Romero pulling Cucurella's hair all night is dynamite. Romero, like, he can do what he likes. Players,
yes, he can.
Like, I blame the refs. Every time they referee our games, they always seem to give us nothing. Like, what is wrong?
I don't like it. Up KPV. She said it's weak because it's not true. It's our defense. Would you agree with her, maybe? But that maybe the defense is just not good enough simply to play on the ball.
Is it more the defense than the refs?
Yeah.
Is it more the defense than the refs that hurt us?
It's not good enough. Like, Romero's the only better choice the centre back we got.
I agree. Yeah,
exactly. XX Wisdom. In the league, it's shocking. Kills the game in the league. Like, Romero is probably the better centre back we have at the moment. We need to look for one in January, and yeah, we need to look for some in January to cover Romero if he's injured, which he is. I don't know why we didn't. We've only got Langley, who I thought had a pretty good game yesterday. Assist for Harry Kane's goal, which Kane was not offside, and it was onside, not offside. Sanchez, I think, got a touch it off his back, but Langley assisted. So, but Kane's form continues. Let's hope he can continue Wednesday, and Son needs to score on Wednesday because he hasn't scored since the Leicester game. So Son needs to score Wednesday. Kane continue, and we have Bournemouth away. Kane and Son score against Bournemouth every time we play them. The last time we played them, we drew 0-0 at Bournemouth during the pandemic.
Your memory is absolutely incredible.
Like,
it's absolutely incredible. Man.
It's time to right those wrongs Wednesday and Saturday. So let's get back to winning ways. Wednesday and Saturday, 2 wins, not 4 losses. I do not want that because that's going to annoy us and everyone. And no respect or no tribute, no black armbands for the greatest manager of our club's history, Bill Nicholson. Like, this weekend, the club just didn't turn up for him. Like, just busy booking the Tyson Fury fight. Like, Wednesday, I expect them to pay tribute. Like, no program notes. They need to pay respect to the greatest manager of our club's history.
Yeah.
Like,
100%.
do it, people, and
100%.
give Conte time, because he just needs time, and we need patience, as Conte said. Like, he will win us trophies, but just need to get rid of the defense that we've got. Not Romero. Romero stays. Just get rid of the rest, and we will win a trophy this
Couldn't agree
season,
more.
because it is coming. And yeah, so be
love that.
patient. Back Conte, and as always, the parasite Levy and Enoch out. Back
Big up,
Conte.
KP.
In Conte we trust.
Who's letting the dogs out?
Conte we trust. Who's letting
Ash
him
let
out
the dogs
on
out.
Wednesday?
Ben's wife, Ash let the dogs out.
Nice. Nice.
Big up, KPV.
We need someone else to do it. We haven't been winning with the past few. You've been saying have been letting them out. We need someone else to let them out. KPV.
Yeah.
We need a new luck charm. We need a new luck charm. Absolutely right.
Another Son volley on Wednesday, like did against Frankfurt. That assist from Zinedine Salzburg was brilliant. So he should be available Wednesday. But yeah, so another volley from Sonaldo, please. And let's get the win. 3 points.
Let's get the win. 3 points.
Then,
come on, KPV.
Come
Champions
on.
League knockouts.
Yes,
Here we
Brian.
come.
Big up, my man.
Big up,
Your
KPV.
turn. You're coming on afterwards. So cheers. Get Brian on, lads. I want to hear what he has to say again today.
Yeah,
Let's
big
see
up,
what you-
KPV.
All right, boys. I'm off to
Catch you,
listen
brother.
to Who Let the Dogs Out.
Enjoy, brother. See you soon.
Good
man.
boy. See ya. In Conte we trust. Come
In
on, you
Conte we
Spurs.
trust. Big up, Kyle.
I absolutely adore that guy. Do you know that? I absolutely adore him. He just cheers me up. Whenever I'm in a bad mood, I turn on a Spurs channel, KPV's on, and he just fills me with unbridled joy. Jerome, big up, brother. Says, no, don't apologize. We all need to hear this from you, David. An absolute legend. So big up to you and Jack. Come on, you Spurs. In Conte, we trust. Well, first of all, big up, Jerome, my man. I really, really do appreciate that. Look, I'm just delighted someone actually listens to me, because I tried saying all this under the Jose era and people didn't want to hear it. And hopefully now we've learned our lessons, Jerome. I just don't want us, look, where do we go after Conte? It's very well and good saying, we'll just bring Poch in. Poch might not come. And if he doesn't come, what do we do? We're stuck with someone that's going to be largely underwhelming, and it's going to get worse. And then we'll all be sitting there crying because we're in 8th and 9th place. But I'll actually be gone too far, where I've gone to the point where it's like, no, you actually sit there smiling and enjoy all of this because you called for it. So big up, Jerome. Really appreciate it, my man, and big yourself.
Legend.
Absolute legend. But look, let's keep moving. We've got hella guests in the background. Who's next, Jacko?
We got Mr. Højbjerg, got Daddy Højbjerg lined up here. Daniel Larson in the building. Good to see you, Daddy Højbjerg. But not good things to speak about. I mean, what went wrong Sunday? And I mean, where do you want to start, Daniel? I mean, what went wrong Sunday for us?
Where do we start? I mean, the usual suspects of course.
Yeah, it is the usual suspects again.
Yeah. That's the last straw for me.
For Lloris.
Yeah, for the players we know aren't good enough.
Dyer and Lloris,
yeah. And more, of course, but we don't need to talk about them. But this was the last manager they could perform for, and they can't. Yeah. So now it's just we need to get rid.
Yeah.
The end of the story.
Where do you stand on that goal, KP? Or where do you stand on that goal, Daniel? Where is it more Lloris's fault? Is it more Dyer's fault? Is it both their fault? Where do you stand on how we conceded that goal? I mean, whose fault really is it?
Comedy. It's more.
It is a comedy.
Yeah, it's more Lloris's fault, but Dyer is a buffoon. I mean, he's done, of course, with the YMCA. I mean, I didn't see that one live. But I saw it again. What the fuck is he doing? Run to the fucking goal line, you fucking pillock.
Yeah, that's the other thing that hasn't been mentioned yet, is that it felt like he didn't even run actually all the way to the line. He felt like he totally could have cleared that if he actually just
if he just went
put his head down.
He went to the goal line, he would have cleared it. He just wanted to have a little dance off with the referee, probably.
Did he think it was a foul? Like, didn't even
Yeah, but it
want to
doesn't
do
matter.
it?
It doesn't matter. You play to the fucking whistle, at
Yeah.
least. And he
You're
didn't.
absolutely
And
right.
it's never a foul. I don't know why people think it's a foul. Fucking Lloris hammered into Wilson.
You think, yeah, Lloris initiated more of the
Yeah, I
contact.
mean, Wilson stopped and Lloris went boom like a French baguette. What the fuck?
There is actually something to be said about that, actually. As much as I would love to get the foul in that situation, Daniel, I sort of feel like, I mean, he's fully entitled to be running after that ball, like you just said. And Lloris is the one that sort of just arrives. And all of a sudden, he just like, I mean, he touched it off his stomach. Like, do you think he just misread the bounce of the ball? Did he just get there and not know what to do with it once he got there? Like, is it one of those situations, Daniel? Like, what's going through Lloris's head? Like, because that's what I don't get is like he either misjudges the bounce of the ball or he just gets to the ball and he's like, well, I don't know what I'm going to do here.
Yeah.
What do you think was going through his head in that situation?
No, he's been on the red wine again, That's the only.
Do you think he needs to be brutalized?
Yeah, I think so. Even me drunk could have probably figured what to do there.
I think you would have a better touch. I mean, to be fair.
It's so embarrassing, and he's a fucking captain. That's a captain. Fuck me.
But Daniel, with mentality like that in your leader, are you surprised we see some of the results? And are you surprised we have a real problem going away from home where things aren't in our favour?
Say that again.
Are you surprised with Hugo Lloris's mentality and the mistakes and stuff like that? And we've seen the flip side of his mentality where he's tried to beef up the players like Dyer and Davies, high-fiving them when they've been skimmed by 4 players and shit like that. But basically what I'm trying to say is, are you surprised our away form is so bad when we've got a weak mentality in our leader, our captain?
No, of course not, because that rubs off on the players as well. Because you look at, we need to listen to our captain and all that, of course. That's
let me ask you another question. Did we miss Højbjerg yesterday? Because I actually said something in the pre-match in the match day live show, and basically what I highlighted was that our wing backs have only produced 1 goal and 1 assist from open play. But outside Kane and Son and the forward players, the next great player on the team is Højbjerg with 3 goals and 3 assists. So essentially, we ended up taking the creativity from behind Kane and Son essentially out of the team. Did we miss Højbjerg yesterday? And did yesterday's performance maybe as well show that Højbjerg has to play in that midfield three?
100%. 100%. He would also be the leader there as well to maybe grab the players on the neck, fucking slap some of them as well. But like you said, he's been our creative players. He's been the goal-scoring midfielder and creative midfielder this season. And I can just hear the Højbjerg haters crying, and I love it. I'm so it's just, People wanted that, They didn't want Højbjerg to play, and see, it doesn't matter. I mean, still not. Nah.
Yeah,
same result.
That's true.
Same result. So he's not. Yeah. Nah.
It's spot on. Absolutely spot on. What do you think about the new contract situation? 1 for Højbjerg, 1 for Dierbolical?
Højbjerg, of course, give him a lifetime contract for me anyway. But Dyer, I mean, Dyer just sums up the club. Dyer, he's been so good. He's been amazing. Let's just give him a contract. What?
Do you think it's just bad timing as well, though, Daniel? We spoke about this earlier. Like, after a result like that, what you really want to be, seeing is, Dyer is forced to rewatch that goal 20 times over instead of, a contract extension. I mean, it's the last bit of news you want to be seeing. Do you feel like the timing of it's a bit poor as well?
Yeah, but it seems this club always gives them shitty at the wrong time. Like,
yeah.
So it doesn't really surprise me.
Thoughts just quickly, though, Daniel, and I feel like you're kind of maybe the right guy to ask because I feel like I'll get an interesting answer here. What are your thoughts on the medical maybe staff this season? Do you feel like the medical staff, maybe there's something to be said about how certain players like Kulusevski, it's really hard to know when they've been available. Skip obviously has had reoccurring injuries through time. Romero picks one up every now and again. There are other examples that I'm forgetting, but you feel like the medical staff, and also, I mean, two managers, I believe Jose and Antonio Conte, have vented their frustrations about this medical team. Do you feel like there is actually something behind it?
Yeah. No, I never rated our medical team. I remember like the documentary. They were like talking about fucking toothbrushes instead of stuff.
Yeah, no, they were more concerned talking about toothpaste with Dele Alli.
Yeah. And it's never like, it's always something. And now Højbjerg and Romero, of course, I don't know if it's injuries, probably is. Of course, we don't get to know anything, but it's probably like some huge issue deep down. We know. Maybe a little like broken toe, of course, turns into a fucking
your leg being
infection.
amputated.
Yeah. So yeah, but that's what it seems like with our medical staff.
Yeah.
And of course, Conte I think he fucking despised him, to be honest.
Daniel, do you see Conte tying himself down to a new contract, or do you see him walking and being like, look, I am being ridiculed and saying my football's out there, this, that, and the other, because of some of these idiots in the team, the lack of quality amongst some of these players. So, I mean, do you see him sign a new contract?
I don't know. I'm not too sure about tying to a new contract, but he's been talking about we need time and all of that. So that gives me hope. That's all I can do right now, hope. Because again, people, Conte out, fucking idiots. What the fuck? Where do we go from there?
Look,
Where do we go?
Even though
that's fine.
We can't call people idiots and stuff like that, because I'm a big believer in everyone has an opinion, and as fans of the football club, it's all we've got is opinions. So we can't start labeling people idiots and stuff like that.
Okay, fine.
Yeah,
sorry for that. I'm just
no, I don't apologize. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I don't mean it that way anyway. But but no, but I hope, we can hope he signs a new contract.
Yeah. What do you think, Sebas Wolfie's theory says medical department are all Arsenal fans?
That's a conspiracy for the books, definitely.
Well,
do you think he can repair, just quickly, Daniel? Do you think he can repair maybe and just get as many points as possible? I think it was King Hoddle or somebody that brought up. I think Bournemouth, Liverpool, and another side. Can he get basically 7 points from I think a possible 9 in the next 3 games? And is it really just important that Antonio Conte just tries to pick up as many points as he can? Just don't look behind him. And if we're still 3rd, 4th in the Premier League by the time of the World Cup, that's ultimately okay. That's in a good position to be, right?
Yeah, but again, this team I don't trust.
You don't trust him to do that?
Nah.
Yeah.
Like, we're probably going to lose against Bournemouth. Oh, God.
Yeah.
For all we know.
Well, I hope not, because that will be absolutely embarrassing.
If that happens,
will be a new low for the club, Daniel.
I'm going to the ocean then.
That one I'll be locked up in a padded cell, to be honest with you, if that happens, Daniel. But Daniel, any other final maybe message you want to send out to the Spurs fans before we let you go, buddy?
Nah, not really. I mean,
are we going to see the return of Højbjerg? Are you getting vibes that Højbjerg's going to return? Can we at least, be okay that Daddy Højbjerg's going to come back by Wednesday? Is he going to return?
Yeah, I already see him. The light. I see the light. So yeah, I think he's going to be back. But that's going to be a tough game as well. Shit.
Yeah. Yeah, but look, every game's a tough game, Daniel. With some of the trust we have, every game turns into a tough game, my man. But Daniel, much love, my man. Love hearing your opinions. And never ever change, buddy.
Big up,
no,
Daniel.
I apologize again for.
No, don't apologize. Don't apologize. It's just a message I kind of want to get out there. Like, it's like we've just got to be wary that everyone has an opinion and that they, like, it's all we've got as supporters at the end of the day. But that, I get it. Anyway, look, Daniel, you've been an absolute superstar, my man, and we'll see you soon.
See you soon, Daniel.
Okay, guys.
Catch ya. Daddy Højbjerg's returning Wednesday. Don't worry. I got the vibes too. Big up, Daniel. See you soon.
It'd be nice if he could return with a goal as well, Jack. Oh, that'd be absolutely brilliant.
I got the A-OK from Daniel, so I know he's coming back. But everybody, keep getting your comments in. Please smash that like button. You've been enjoying this fan show. We've had plenty in the queue since the very beginning. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep going through it. As you've probably been used to with these fan shows, we have plenty of people that want to come on and have their say. And so we're going to keep going through this lineup. But if you do want to skip the queue, feel free to throw in a super chat. It's a great way to support the channel. But I do believe we have Ryan. I think it's Ryan. Yes, we got Ryan up next.
Let's get him in. Big up, Ryan.
You all right, guys?
Good. And you, my man?
Yeah, well, I wanted to actually finish what I was saying yesterday, Dave, but obviously I didn't have time, so I'll finish it off now. What
Your
I was actually
internet was all over the shop, my man. It was all over the shop. It was killing me, so I had to keep going. But look, go on, my man. What do you want to say?
But basically, I want to continue starting off with what I said yesterday, what I was trying to say yesterday, and then we'll get on to what I want to say today. Go on, then get down. Basically, what I was going to say, I was actually going to send a message out to Daigle, actually. So I don't know if he's obviously here or not at the moment.
Yeah. He's in the back end.
Daigle, I know you're listening to this, mate, but when you come over in November, yeah, right, or whenever it is you're coming over, I think the day after New Year's Day, I personally think you should get a load of people down at the training ground and protest and stop them players from coming in. And I'll be more than willing to come down and protest every day down at that training ground with you if you're willing to do that, man. I'm more than willing to do that but that's only if you're up for it, though, man. Because it's just a suggestion.
Wants as many people as he wants as many people that can be there every day with him as he can, Ryan.
Yeah.
Well, it's only a suggestion if he wants it, though. But yeah, so that's what I was just gonna say yesterday, just to clarify that before Brian thought I was gonna have a pop at him, because obviously the internet was bad and obviously I didn't get a chance to get back on. But no, it wasn't a pop. It was actually more supporting you, Brian, than anything else. So yeah, I think we should try and that obviously leads on to what I was now gonna say is obviously. Right, we should actually, if anything, right, we should either stop them from going into training so they all get a fine, right, and then they might actually get a kick up the backside and actually start performing better.
They won't. Look, you can find these guys, you can massage their ego, you can try and tell them the home truths. At the end of the day, they find themselves in the middle of a stadium, big lights on around them, loads of crowd. They look around and they're like, fuck me, I don't want to be here. And mistakes are going to happen. It doesn't matter what you do, Ryan. The only answer is getting them out of the club.
Yeah, I don't know. It's difficult because I want these lot just to perform. And calling Eric Dyer diabolical, it ain't even the right word. I'm not even going to say what I want to say about Dyer because it's not PG. But, you know.
Was he shaky in Man United, though? Was he shaky, too, against Man United, in your opinion?
Well, like I said, none of them even turned up on that day. None of them turned up. They was all at home.
So that's 2 games in a row then Dyer's been a bit shaky, right?
Shaky? Well, trust me, he'd be shaking if he actually had me at that training ground yelling down his ear hole every 5 minutes. He wouldn't like it. It'd probably run him out of the club. That's what we all want, right? We want him out of the club, so just send me down to the training ground and start yelling at him.
Adrian Schrocker here, he's not impressed with you, Ryan. He says, is there a good reason for a fans' protest by New Year? It would be wise to wait until after the January transfer window to close.
Hang on. Let me just see what it said, because I've actually got this stream on my TV and I can't actually see it. So,
is there a good reason for a fans' protest by New Year? It would be wise to wait until after the January transfer window to close.
Well, Adrian, I think obviously, and I know I respect your opinion, man, right? But I think if we're gonna need to do something, yeah, right, to get some new centre backs in. I would take anybody at the moment at centre back because it's too. Otherwise, we're gonna be dropping down the league quicker than you can say anything. We'll be dropping quicker than they could literally drop a block of flats. Realistic.
Look, look, let's keep moving on, my man. Let's keep moving on. I mean, what's the answer? What's the solution to getting out of this pickle we find ourselves in, my man?
Well,
Right
until
now,
January.
Without the window, we've got to carry on. No, yeah, because look, we've got to carry on regardless up until that window opens. There's absolutely nothing we can do about it right now. So, with the transfer window not being a solution, what do we do, my man?
I think the look on my face says everything, doesn't it, Dave? I don't know, to be honest. The look on my face is now a face of I don't know. And it's scary because obviously I want the defense to just perform, but I mean there is only one solution, right? There's kind of like what's Ellie said? I just wants to be thank you, Ellie. Yeah, I just want what's best for the club, but obviously
everybody does.
Everybody does, yeah. Like, you know, but I just think there's only really one solution really that could actually probably resolve it. And even that's we're going to have to I think we're just going to have to play when Romero's obviously fully fit, and even though he's not fully fit at the moment, we all know that, and then have Lenglet, and we'll just have to risk them until January. And I know that's a sad thing because then out of the three centre backs, right? And I feel sorry for you, Dave, because you have to watch Matt Doherty every single time, whether it's for your country.
I actually pay. When everyone else is watching Harry Kane, I actually pay to go and see Matt Doherty in the Aviva as well. Believe it or not, I'm more for something.
Oh well, then but that's putting pain on yourself, though, Dave. Like, you don't have to do that, Mum.
No, I do, because people keep telling me Doherty's some sort of Ronaldinho type of player going forward, and I keep telling people he's not, and so I have to keep going to these games to refresh my mind and just make sure I'm still correct on what I'm saying. That's why I do.
Well, but Dave, right? We all know that you're correct, man. You're one of the kings in the game, bruv. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we all know you're correct. No offense to Jack. Like, Jack's just like the prince. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know. But do you know what I mean? At the end of the day, you don't need to refresh your mind because you see it every week, Dave.
Yeah.
You see it at club. You know, you see it at club level, and not just at club level. Unfortunately for you, you have to see it at international level as well.
Yeah, it's hard.
I bet it was. I bet you feel your eyes out most of the time, don't you? Having to see him.
Many of the fans in the Aviva, I'm not on my own. They all bemoan Doherty every time he touches the ball. Believe me, I'm not on my own there. But Ryan, looking forward to maybe Wednesday night, Sporting on the horizon. Do you think we can turn it around and go and get the win?
I'm not. I don't even want to put myself out there because I know it's going to come back and it's going to bite me on the backside. So I'm just going to be realistic.
It's only an opinion, my man.
Say what you want to say, my man.
Basically, with the defence playing as they are, I don't even think we're going to get out of the group stages. I'm sorry to say that to all Spurs fans. I don't even think we're getting out of the group stages now. I think we're going to go down into the Europa League, and I'm just worried. I'm worried, but I'm being realistic because who are you going to play? Yeah, right at the back. Can anyone in the chat give Dave and Jack someone, me, 3 names who you're going to play apart from Dyer or Sanchez? Give me 3 players who you're going to play at the back, please. I want to know. I am dying to know now.
I mean, you have to play one of the players that you're not confident to play. You're going to have to play Dyer, or you're going to have to play
Romero and Lenglet. Oh yeah, because you can play Romero and Lenglet, can't you? Yeah, and then you still have to play one.
You still have to play one of them. That's the problem. That's why you need the investment there, and that's why I think Dave has been proven so right all along, Ryan, because in preseason the guy was asking for more competition for Dyer, and now we find ourselves in a position where
I was even asking for it on the
sort of
the last
forced to
time
play
he was
Dyer.
neutral.
Like we're just forced to. Like you just have to play
Well,
him
no,
out of
but not
form. and
really,
he's
Jack,
not good
because I've
enough for
actually
that.
thought of. I've just realised something. One player that I've totally forgotten. We don't have to
Tanganga.
play that back three. There's one other person I know that people are probably going to hit me for it, right? But I'm not bothered, right? Play Spence. Put him at centre back and give him a shot there. I know he's a right wing back by rights, but let's just do something different, please.
Yeah.
Please. I'd rather see Spencer at centre back and give him a shot there. Have Romero.
Honestly,
God.
Ryan, it's getting to the stage where I'd walk out with a big gut on me and people would still applaud me just to see something different. But Ryan, big yourself up, my man. We got to keep moving on. Really appreciate you coming on again today, brother. And we'll see you, I presume, on the next one. Hopefully after Wednesday night, we'll be talking about victory.
Yeah, you will do. Well, I just hope we can talk about a victory at against Sporting. But honestly, guys, don't hold your hats to it, because it's not going to be a definite, even at home or away. I wouldn't ever put a definite on it. Not now, guys. That's the last thing I'm going to say about it. All I will say, Dave, is look after yourself. Jack, you have a good rest of the day out in America.
Appreciate you, Ryan.
Guys, I will catch up with you later. And everyone else, good luck. And everyone else, just keep faith.
Big up, Ryan. That's a good message. Absolutely love that. Everyone else, keep faith. Listen to Ryan. What a man. Really appreciate that, Ryan. Big yourself up. We're going to keep it moving. Just take a couple of comments here from the chat. Tyler Great Sula says, Højbjerg at centre back is the move. It's worth a shot, really is. Look, I'll try anything at this stage. Colin Turner says, if going to choose someone else at the back, then Tanganga, not Spence. Chris says, put Romero up front more, centre back and Raya left. Jerome's gone with Tanganga, Langley, and Davies. Having a shout here, Jack. Emerson played there yesterday. Looked comfortable enough at right side.
Looked more confident than Sanchez. He looked way more confident than Sanchez, I thought, on the ball. If anything, actually, Emerson, when he actually got, I think he got a hospital pass. I forget which it was a midfielder. It was Doherty that gave him a hospital pass, or it might even been Lloris. And Emerson showed more composure in that one moment when put under pressure than Davinson Sanchez did all game. And he was also put under a lot of pressure in that moment. Like, he really didn't have any options, and he found a way to meg the guy, and he found a way to actually get out of it. And it was just that bit of composure that just showed, like, the fact that Davinson Sanchez has none. And I'm not even saying that Emerson has composure. Believe me, I'm not saying that. It just shows how little Davinson Sanchez has, that Emerson, when put under the same amount of pressure, when Emerson gets pressed the same amount, he somehow is able to deal with it so much more competently than Sanchez. That's a big worry sign. That's a worry.
No, it really is. It really is. But look, we'll keep this moving, Jack. Who's next?
I think it's time for Rufus. It's theirishyid for Rufus.
So we've got Rufus, then we've got Jory, then we've got Dermotron, and then we've got Brian. Or if Dermotron wants to go after Brian. I know Dermotron was asking to go last. But Rufus, brother, you're on mute. Take yourself off mute, first of all. You're on mute.
Hey, mate.
There he is.
Okay.
Big up, Rufus. How you keeping, buddy?
Yeah, shit after the weekend.
I mean, look, where do you start? What do you put it down to? Because for me, we started off very well. You know, we actually started off very, very well, creating chances, midfield pressing, turning the ball higher up over the pitch, creating a lot of chances. What went wrong?
I don't know. We presented a few chances at the end of the up top, and they didn't want to eat their dinner.
Do we have to do better with the chances we created, Rufus?
Definitely, we have to be more ruthless with the chances you get. You don't always get that many chances. You have to be a lot more ruthless.
Yeah.
But like, just to touch on a bit of like the big discussion at the moment of Conté, Levy, or stuff like this. It's something I touched on Friday in the fan show. If you go back to the team that Conté inherited, the actual, not the January team, the actual team he got when he inherited it.
Yeah.
If we'd have been bankrupt on that day, I said this to Jack, and we put the entire team up for sale, only Loris, Kane, Son, and Romero would have walked out the door.
And Højbjerg.
At that time, maybe he was even a bit questionable. You know, he's been a lot better since.
Never questionable. He was only questionable when Harry Winks was beside him. No, he was only ever. I'm not having it. No, he was only ever questionable.
All right, I'll give you 5. But for Conte's 2 in every position, we still got to buy at least another 15. And even Man City, in all of their glory, are never going to do that. You know, we need to have patience.
A bit like what Conté is calling for, Rufus.
It hurts to know we got to have patience, but we need, from that team, we need 15 players.
I agree. I said it myself. I've absolutely said it myself, and that's if you're having a real brutal assessment. None of this. Well, Davies can do a job. Let's keep him. You know, Sanchez. He plays well against relegation teams. Let's keep him. None of that. You're spot on. If we were being ruthless, you're talking about an overhaul of 15 players. But Rufus, I see a lot of people say that maybe the January window in hindsight wasn't as good. What's your thoughts on that?
Our last January window was blinding because we turned that dross into a team that got us Champions League. As summer signings, we've got some good ones, but it's just we're just missing pieces. You know what I mean?
One of the summer signings that's getting some more minutes these days is Bissouma, Rufus. What are your thoughts on him? Is Bissouma, is he just struggling with Conte's tactics, not given enough freedom, just simply not impressing? Like, what is it with Bissouma? I mean, where do you stand with that guy?
I'd probably say not getting enough freedom. I mean, me and Jacob were talking about this the other day because, you know, he was like disgusted at all the Conté out, Potts back, and stuff like that. But we ended up having like a constructive conversation, criticism, and stuff. And it's sort of like we both want Conté, but it would be nice to have a little bit of Potts there, you know, a little bit of trust in the younger players, a little bit of arms here and there, you know, because.
But that's not why they hired him. But look.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
what I will say, just quickly, Rufus, just quickly. What I will say is people say Conté doesn't have trust in younger players. Now, Jack, you will know more on the ball, do if you're listening. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was he not the one that brought Bastoni through?
No, he brought Bastoni and Barella through.
And the thing is, if they're good enough, he will play them. He just doesn't deem them good enough. You can't blame him.
I hope so, Dave, because we got Divine and that coming through next season because the club stated that like that's the end of their sort of like loan sort of you know, like so like he better be like good at bringing in youngsters because I don't want to waste these because we got a bit of a golden generation coming through the youth ranks at the moment.
It does look like we've got some good young lads coming through, but it's looked like that for years and none of them have really come true. What I will say though is we do have to stop this narrative that Conté won't give youngsters a chance. Like I said, Bastoni, Jack mentioned Barella as well. If they're good enough and he believes in them, they'll get a chance. We can't, like, yes, us fans may think he's good enough, but we don't see what goes on from Monday to Friday.
I really hope this golden youth isn't that bad.
Huh?
I really hope this golden youth isn't that bad.
I hope so.
Because I've been hearing a lot of good things about it, and if we got that wrong as well.
Look,
but it's like the team was shit. It's all Hitchin, do you know what I mean? And Levy as well. You know, it's like the team was fucking shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, let's talk about maybe Hugo Lloris at the minute, my man. Look, for me, he's made a number of high-profile errors this year, and we're only a short amount of space into the season. The one against Arsenal, the one against West Ham, his leadership came into highlight when he was high-fiving players against Sporting, even though we still had a corner to deal with, which they scored from. The mistakes there at the weekend, and there's another one or two there as well, where he's made high-profile errors this season. But then again, Rufus, he's also saved us a lot this season. He's put in some worthy performances. So where do you stand on Hugo? Is he finished? Is he not?
No, it's not finished. We need to take the band away from him. I mean, look, we always knew Lloris was full of had a few mistakes in him. He always did have. He always did have since day one, and also by France. You know, that's a part of his style. You know, well, not style, but it's of who he is. And I agree with Sean from Tottenham talk show.
Spurs talk show, yeah.
Spurs talk show. The less time he has to think about it, the better the save. The more time he has to think about it, the bigger the clanger.
Yeah, it's so true. It's actually so true. So true.
It's just like both goals against Newcastle. I mean, they were just both clangers. I mean, I was talking to Jacob on the telephone. I nearly missed my slot. I then just put the phone down on him. And we were both saying, it's not like Newcastle pulled out a couple of worldies and we were dominating them.
They didn't create they didn't score from chances they created. Both goals came from our mistakes.
Exactly. And it's not like we were pressuring them and like we were up and then they pulled out a couple of worldies or something like that. I can accept that. But no, I can't accept those two goals. I can't accept them. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable at that level. You just can't. I mean, like, we can't beat Newcastle. What are we going to do against City or stuff like that? You know,
Do you agree with Brad? Do you agree with Brad Rufus that he could have done even better on the save on the second goal, the one that Almiron scored? Like even then, like he probably could have probably saved that.
It went through at waist height. The ball was so slow. I mean,
it almost went through him. Like when you really look at it, like it wasn't even that great of a finish.
I mean, it wasn't like again, like I'm trying to say, it wasn't like a worldie. It wasn't like one of them 200-mile-an-hour shots. Like it's in the net.
Yeah, he didn't tuck it into the upper V's or anything like that. If anything, it was a really brilliant run, and then it ended up being a bit of a poor finish from what it looked like. And Lloris even helped him there.
It was a bit scuffed. Do you know what I mean? It didn't have a lot of power behind it, you know.
Yeah, and that's what makes it kind of more frustrating.
I agree with Brad. It should have been an easy save, and the first one was just Ronald McDonald.
Do you feel like the heads dropped as well? Like Dermot brought this up in his fan cam interview after the game. When we conceded that first goal, Rufus, I mean, sure, it's an atrocious goal to concede. Sure, we're, a goal down when we absolutely shouldn't be when the game is in control. But considering that we were the better team before we conceded that goal, should Spurs still have bounced back? Should they still have not used that as an excuse at the end of the day? I mean, they still should have gotten a result regardless of going 1-0 down. We've gone 1-0 down before and we bounced back. So we didn't do it this time.
I mean, I hear a few people saying we lack experience and we lack winners. I mean, Lloris is a World Cup winner. Perisic has won all sorts of things. I thought those are the players we should be looking to and should be also giving that information back to the other players. How many players do we have to bring in with that mentality before we just have a squad of old players?
Yeah.
I think it's nice that we've got Lloris at the moment. I think people are a bit hard on him sometimes. I mean, he does make some mistakes.
Are we being hard on him, though, when it's starting to maybe cost us points at the moment, Rufus? Like, let's be honest. Like, when you look at it, this was 3 points. If the rest of our rivals drop points this game, over the weekend, if we had picked up 3 points that weekend, we would have found ourselves in a really great position considering that our rivals had dropped points. And ultimately, the game was lost due to errors. And how lenient can you be, basically, when it comes to what we want to try to achieve?
I mean, I'd say the second one was more of, I say he should have saved it. It was more of a mistake that I can accept as the first one, But the first one wasn't all down to him, Like it was Dyer, poor back pass, poor. You just don't expect to see that at this level. Do you know what I mean? It's just bullshit.
No, I know exactly what you mean. Rufus, any kind of final thoughts before I let you go here?
Yeah, January. We're never going to solve all our problems in January, and everybody needs to stop thinking about it. But it would be nice to at least solve the centre back problem this time round. Even if we don't do the the right wing back this time round, or the creative mid. I think the central mid is as essential to last January's Kulusevski and Bentancur.
Did you say
For
central
me,
mid?
Yeah.
But we spent money on that.
No,
last
sorry,
year.
central defence. Sorry.
I was going to say, how much more money can we spend in central defence?
Sorry. I'm
No,
tired.
you're all good. You just don't apologise, my man. I was just checking.
Central defence. I mean, Dyer. The funny thing is this summer me and Jacob kept watching football on a Wednesday night, and I think it was at the Norwich ground, and the camera pans round as a guy in a Dyer shirt. And Jacob turned around to me and said, "Who the fuck buys a Dyer shirt?"
Do you know what? Me and Jacob would get on, my man. I always say this to Jack.
You have to get on a Friday, and I'll bring Jacob over because he has school in the week. Well, it's college. He's 21 now. It's not school. It's college. He'll kill me for calling it school. Anyway, let Dermot and whoever get on.
We'll catch you soon, Rufus. Thanks for coming on, my man. Thanks for your patience, and hopefully we can speak to you for the next fan show, brother.
And keep smiling.
I want to see Jacob.
I'll make sure I get Jacob in. Okay.
Definitely. I need to see him.
Keep smiling. Keep smiling, my man.
Always, man. Come on.
Good to knock.
Hey, come on, you Spurs. Big up, Rufus. We'll see you again. Hopefully Wednesday night after the Sporting game, brother. See you then, man. Enjoy.
Big up, Rufus.
Enjoy. Everyone give Rufus a big up. He's an absolute, really nice guy. Really nice guy. But look, we got to keep this moving.
Time for the Dierbolical, Dave. Time for the Dierbolical. And I would say also, everybody, I'm going to take down the link in about 2 minutes or so. So if you were planning on coming on, you've already taken it down, Dave. I was about to do it myself. So clearly great minds think alike there. So everybody, I would say there was your chance. Do come in and, join the lobby now because we're not going to take any extras. But Dierbolical, time to have your say. Long awaited.
How are you keeping?
Hey guys, yeah, finally I got in. I've been a bit confused with your channel. I think I've subscribed a number of times on my other Google account, so I never kind of got the notifications.
Appreciate the extra subs. We appreciate.
I don't know. Look, the notifications don't always work. Sometimes they go out like 2 hours after the show is done. Even on my phone,
okay.
other channels I'm subscribed to, I get a notification at midnight saying so-and-so's live. I'm like, Jesus, what news have I missed? And I go in to watch it, and it's like they done it at like 3 o'clock in the day. So don't worry about that, Jericho. But my man,
okay,
I really like what you have to say. I really like what you have to say when you go on We Are Tottenham TV. I think you're a very thought out man. So look, where do you want to take this, my man? What do you want to talk about?
Well, I just have to say same to you, David. I think your call today actually made me. I was, after listening to you, were the last caller, and I thought you were so spot on. I actually sent a super chat big upping you, but they didn't read it out though. But
I'm sorry about that. I appreciate that. Though, I appreciate it. Really kind.
No, but then I made it my point. Like tonight, like if you were gonna broadcast tonight, I wasn't gonna miss it. So I've been monitoring your channel since then. So. But yeah, I want to just talk about, and I think you've already said it better than I could ever, David. But I still want to kind of, because also I do feel both, probably also because of the better software that you guys use here, it's easier to have a conversation. But I've noticed that your channel is often a little bit more conversational than the more interview type style on via Tottenham TV, which I like a lot as well. And the conversation we need to be having these days is what you've already been the theme of the show tonight, which is these usual suspects that are the back line, and one of these untouchables so far, which has been Lloris. We haven't been.
He is an untouchable.
We're not allowed to talk about what he brings or doesn't bring, and it's definitely been annoying for quite a while, but it hasn't been tested. But when it's been tested, it's always the same, just like with Dyer and Davis and so on. When they come under sustained pressure, when they come under sustained games and so on, they drop off like a stone, you know. And the same with Lloris, when he comes under sustained pressure in terms of games, in terms of having to work with I think you call him Diabolical, yeah, right?
Diabolical, moon boots, whatever suits you.
Yeah, well, I call him Eric McDyer, so
Fair.
I love that.
Yeah, because it's a similar situation, you know, because Dyer has kind of almost you know, what are we going to do? We don't have anybody to challenge him for the spot, you know, and this then gets into the play is not good enough, and then those who don't really, to be honest, I have to say, people that don't follow the football close enough and don't analyze the tactics and the play close enough, go into, well, it's the setup, it's the tactics, it's the way we play, and so on, you know. And if there was maybe also a lack of logical faculties, I don't know, but you know, how can we be third in the league when you're saying we're playing shit and Conté should go because we're playing shit, but we're still third in the league and top of the championship group. But it's not inspired, or it's not because of Conté. When have we? Is that something that we're doing regularly? Are we normally winning the Champions League and normally in the first place? You know, I don't know where we're coming, where you see us, you know, historically being in that place. You know, we're overachieving once again, like we did with Mourinho. You know, and like you brilliantly brought up and I think it's very good for you, David, to try and remind the fan base of what you said and just what went on under Mourinho. You know, one thing that I can, for example, point to, talking about Lloris, for example, one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen our players do was after the last Leicester game, when Mourinho was on the ropes. We all knew he was about to go, and these players, they didn't turn up in any way, including Lloris. And after the game, Lloris went and had a lovely time with Castagne and Justin and so on, and were laughing their ass off, you know. And we all knew that we probably lost our manager in that game, you know. And it's like, what the hell, you know? And you know, for me, when I saw that, it's like Lloris is with the French mafia and the Welsh mafia and all of these guys in sabotaging Mourinho, you know. And for me, you know, it's bad enough. Yeah, sorry.
Do you think the problem then, Jerry, could be that we have a core group of players here that have formed a clique and they're sort of dictating what's going on? It doesn't matter who the manager is, who the coaches are, but because they've been here so long and they're so cliquey, that they just dictate what's going on. So they then have the power of hiring and firing managers.
Yes, I do. Well, I think the core problem is the core problem of we see it everywhere in society, really. It's this kind of entitled corruption, you know. It's like the staff is watching out for these legacy players. The legacy players will not go over Levy's line. Levy won't throw them under the bus, whatever. It's a you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back situation. And it's one that constantly feeds really Levy's main goal. And like I completely agree with like Sean. I think Sean is a great voice on the non-Levy out voice. You know, I think he makes a lot of sense. You know, and I completely agree with him that Levy out is very reactionary and very a very easy thing to jump to. But you know, and I know a lot of people do it in an easy manner, but I certainly don't include myself in it. I don't think you guys, I believe both of you are fairly Levy out orientated. The same with the boys on We Are Tottenham TV, I don't think it's a simple go-to for us. It's simply the inevitable conclusion that if you have, even if let's say Levy was all the best intentions or whatever, I would still probably be there because we have an institutional failure, and that institutional failure has been mainly driven by recruitment and the lack of recruitment and support of manager and lack of support and so on, and there's nowhere else to place it rather than at the board's feet, you know.
Yeah.
And like I said on Tottenham TV, I freaking love Son and Kane. You know, I love our new players, you know. But I'm saying if this legacy culture continues, I'm thinking about we might have to face even having to sell these superstars simply to have a clean sheet, you know. And for me, it's not an untouchable situation. I don't want to see that. I hope that Conté, and I believe that Conté will definitely utilize these players and give them what they deserve and have been waiting for years and years. But it's on the table for me, you know. For me, the number one thing is to turn this legacy around, and I don't believe it can be done with Levy there, even if he had the best intentions in the world. And I've never known Levy to have the best intentions when it comes to football glory, you know. And like now, it's even more dangerous because now we have a manager that's probably consistently going to be able to give Levy top four without getting backed in a proper way, you know. So that's exactly the game that Levy wants to play, you know. So
let me ask you this, Jerry. So look, where I'm kind of getting at with what I'm saying over the last few years is, look, you know, my views on Dyer, Davies, Doherty, Sanchez, and just the basic execution of the basics in football. If they improved, I genuinely think you would see Tottenham really improve. I think you'd see us play a much better brand of football. I think you'll see us keep a hell of a lot more maybe clean sheets than what we are. I think you'll see every other players that maybe fans have had a problem with. I think you'll also see them improve, the likes of Højbjerg and stuff. I think you'll see them get better. And funny enough, I think once we do better and we do that, I actually think then Spurs fans will become happy. And I actually think it might actually take a bit of focus off likes of Daniel Levy and the board, in my opinion, because then Tottenham will do well.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong that the only solution is that it's just replacing that back line that has failed the last three managers? And I also want to say, Jerry, is it any coincidence that the last three managers we've hired, the biggest problem under Pochettino when we sacked him was we couldn't keep goals out. So they resorted to getting the best defensive manager in world football on here in Jose Mourinho. Apparently then he was outdated, so they brought in the best defensive manager in the Premier League at the time in terms of Nuno. And then they've gone for Antonio Conte. Is there any surprise to doing that? Are they actually protecting that back line in a way?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, you know. There is some kind of absolutely weird as unhealthy relations that there clearly, and for me, and it's almost not to be understood because they weren't even the top of the line. I went back in Potts, they were the backup, you know, and even then, you know, and I've started to think now that even Potts, who had great defenders at one point, you know, then he thought like maybe the mentality aspect of the defending was such that he should always go for an outscoring approach, you know, and maybe, you know, and you know, you can now now we've had two, probably in modern football history, the two best defensive managers in modern football history. And these guys, they don't have the nerve for it, you know. What we do have is like also some of the most crazy goal machines in modern football as well, you know. So you could definitely make a very good argument for just going crazy and just scoring, you know. And to be honest, I've been looking a lot at Gasparino at Atalanta as the manager for that, you know, and that, you know, not that I won't have it in me to follow anybody after Conte, I think, but you know, that would at least be a complete 180, and you know, you never know, whatever. But
the thing is, though, Jory, as well, with the likes of Dyer, Davies, Sanchez, and Doherty, and that, they haven't got that sort of mindset or the culture from nowhere. It's been a problem at the club, and it's been around there for years. And we know that from the French mafia, the Welsh mafia, the players that have come in here and took the piss. There's been a bad culture. But in order to deliver trophies, which is ultimately what every single fan wants, how do we change the culture, the DNA and stuff at this football club so that anyone that comes in here, they know exactly what's expected of them? Because you hear about the great United team. Any player that they interview, they say the first day in training, they were put under pressure, they were tested, balls were being drilled into them. How good is your touch? So they came in with a point to prove. And then when you have a point to prove, you hit your peak, and it ends up then showing on the football pitch because you're at the top level and you have a point to prove. How do we get that instilled at Tottenham Hotspur?
Well, you know, you need to get rid of, you need to basically exclude even staff that have a soft mentality from being anywhere near. You need to make it almost like a toxic culture. Like, if you're a loser, we don't want to know you.
Culture.
And that goes from everything from cooking the chicken to lacing your boots and
from
running
the tea ladies
field,
all the way to the boot.
Really, you know, and you know, when you watch these, like if you watch Juventus, All or Nothing and stuff like that, you can see the whole organization is all about this. You know, there's no fluff, there's no wasted movement. It's all streamlined into winning all the time. Doesn't mean that they don't have fun. It doesn't mean that they don't get to be human and all of that, which is usually the nonsense reply you get towards that. It means that nobody is there making excuses, basically. Nobody there is wasting words on why it's okay.
They're not talking about the top 5 favorite chocolate bars, Jory.
No, exactly. And trying to find the newest clever TikTok thing they can do for the club or whatever, you know. And this and like, I know, like, you've called me out for criticizing Kane, and rightfully so, you know. And
Paradise just a bit of fun though as well.
No, but that's, you know, Kane is the closest thing that we Spurs fans get to anything that's glorious, you know. He is the real deal, you know, and unfortunately that we haven't backed whatever his potential is so far, you know. But even Kane, you know, it fucking pisses me off to have Kane going to the NFL game. I know he has his life and all of that. You know, it's his day should be ruined after that, you know. But I can also understand that Kane might have been like that for many years, but being in this club, you'll lose your mind if you keep going there. And
he's almost gotten a good tolerance.
It's not only that though, Jory. You know, you look at some of the teams that picked up stuff. The only time you hear about City players out celebrating is once they've done the job, once they've won the league. Exactly. It's the only time you hear about nights out about them. Same as Liverpool when they were on top. United boys when they were winning everything. You never heard about nights out for them. Chelsea under Jose Mourinho, never. But at Tottenham, you're sitting there, we're losing games. Half of them are at the James Bond premiere. Another few are at NFL matches. Like, does that also have to be got rid of? And everyone just has to sit there and actually just concentrate and focus on the immediate here and now. Do the things, deliver the goods on the pitch, lift the trophies, and then fucking celebrate for 3-4 weeks after it if you want.
Yeah, and to be honest, you need to get yourself in a place where all of that shit is just doesn't do anything for you. The only thing that does anything for you is winning, like Conté. You know, Conté really doesn't care about anything other than his daughters, his wife, and his clothes maybe, and then winning, and that's it, and not losing, and that's all that he's about. And he's what, 55 or 53 or something, you know. And these guys are young. You should, if ever in your life you should be able to be single-minded, it should be as a young professional athlete. You should be able to be single-minded about your athletic career and your accolades at the club. You know, let's just take the game, the last game. You know, like Dyer and the first goal. You know, and Dyer waving his arms. You know, I used to play as a teenager. I was a right back and a centre back, and when I played centre back,
you still play a right back. We could do it.
I mean, yeah, I can play it for 2 minutes, and then you have to carry me out on a stretcher. That's about it. But you know, and I had a goalie that kept running too far out all the time. So I was used to like bottom league stuff as a teenager. I sprinted to that goal line every single time because that's what. If you see your goalkeeper go past you as a centre back, you sprint, and you only stop sprinting because you see the other centre back is ahead of you. Then you don't sprint anymore. But if you don't see anybody ahead of you, you don't even look back. You just sprint to that line and you turn around. And you know, this is so basic. This is teenage football stuff, you know, and they don't. So it's not even about the ability. But you've touched on it many times, David. They don't have the quality. They don't have the ability. That's number one. Maybe they'll never get it. It doesn't matter what they change in their thinking or in the training. It will never be there. And then you add on top of that this mentality. And then you add on top of that they seem to have leverage within the club. They seem to be able to sabotage events and managers and so on, you know. And especially Lloris, you know, I'm not saying Lloris has been active in that, but I saw with Mourinho at Leicester game that he was certainly took part in that, you know. So, and I think Dyer for some reason has way too much leverage in the club. It's obvious he's a favourite in there for some reason.
How does that happen, though, Charlie? How does a guy that's been backup up until Conté's come in here, well, not backup, well, actually backup under Pochettino, but he's had to start by default because the lack of investment across the back line. But how does someone like him be allowed that power? Because, look, if I'm being honest, that was sort of there before we even hired Jose Nuno or Conté.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Dyer is a political, you know, it's kind of pathetic, but you know, he is a political being, but he should be too crude of a political being to make any impression on people like Levy and so on. But apparently not, you know. But I've always looked at Dyer going to centre back from the midfield. I always kind of looked at that was a way for him to escape the criticism of him as a midfielder. You know, he could. Then you can, you know, you either gotta go, I'm not good enough, I need to work on it, I have these problems, or you can go, the role is not quite right for me. The stadium is difficult to play in. The grass was cut the wrong way. You know, you can go for these externals, you know, and that's what he does, you know, and we've lapped it up, and also like because Dyer has the genetic tools to be a great centre back. He's a tall, big, strong. He's not the fastest, but he's at least has a good engine on him. He can run and run, you know. So he has those tools for him. He's not off. Like he's all right passing. You know, in his periods he'll actually pass pretty well. But on the ball, he's hopeless, and most of all, he's scared, and so is Lloris. And Davis is okay, but when Davis looks over and he sees Dyer next to him, he gets a little bit scared himself. And especially if he looks over one more and sees Sanchez there, then he gets shit scared. Looks back and sees Hugo Lloris is thinking the same thing, and the whole thing goes, you know, really haywire.
You played that also filters into the midfield. That also filters up in the forward line because they just look back and say, well, we know what's going to happen here today.
Exactly.
Mistake after mistake, no matter how they play.
So you made the good comment that you were watching, that you watch along and all of that, and you know what was coming. Imagine if your son came now. you know exactly what is coming, and you're not sitting on your ass in your sofa, wasting good beer on watching a horrible game, but you're running your ass off in the field, and this is actually your life, and this is what you want to make some kind of a lasting legacy about yourself and stuff like that, and you watch that start again for the 100th time, and nothing in your organization reacts to that and says this is not acceptable anymore. We cannot have this happen, you know. So
Jack, have you any questions for Jerry?
I think we got plenty more guests to get through here, Dave, and we still got plenty of people to talk to. But Jory, you know, any kind of final thoughts, any kind of final words here for the Harris Army?
I've got one more question for the Dierbolical, just quickly. Jory, we'll definitely be having you back on for a fan show. We need to talk a bit longer, my man. We've so much to talk about. But what's the solution then right now? What's the solution? Because there's no transfer window open, and we have to get to the World Cup or to the January transfer window at least.
So the good news is that this is the time we want this crisis to come to a head, actually, because now we can react and we can start working on the January window. In terms of solving just for the next game, I do think we still need to stay with the 3-5-2, but we need to play it in a manner that we played the first time we played it when Basuma came on. That is to say a 3-1-4-2. So actually a very offensive version of that. And of course, it makes sense. Once you don't have the ball, then you revert back to the even a 5-3, whatever. What we've been unbelievably managed to do in these games where we've been playing the 3-5-2 is to not have an overload in the midfield. We've been overloaded in the midfield, even though we're playing the most midfielders, which is that's an achievement in itself. So I think Jack, you said it, or one of your guests said it, but I definitely think that Basuma, exactly when he was in the one, he had to do more, he had to move more, and he seemed much more, he seemed much more relaxed with that role, So, and that's when you think about when you've watched him do brilliant things for Brighton, he owns most of the, it's only the last thirds that he doesn't really own, he dominates the rest of the pitch, I think that could be, and the same with the two veterans, Højbjerg and Bentancur. They're both brilliant going forward, so it's not the ideal setup, but I do think if we can go and do the 3-5-2 and have it as a 1-2 and not a 2-1, which is the more defensive version. So 100%. For now, I think that's how we have to do it for now.
I hope so, and I hope it works, Jerry, because we've got some big games where we just need to keep trucking away and picking up points. But Jerry, my man, big yourself up. Really nice things to say about us at the very start. Really appreciate that, but I've really enjoyed this conversation. And we do 4 fan shows a week, one on a Monday, one on a Friday, and one after every single game. Feel free to come on at any time and have your conversation or say your piece, but we'll also be in contact to get you on as well.
You will be seeing a lot more of me from now on, guys.
Good man. Good man.
Big up, Charlie. I love it, Jerry.
Bye-bye.
We'll see you soon, my man. See you soon.
See you, Jory.
Everybody, give the Dierbolical a lot of love. Absolutely love that conversation. I know you guys were zoned into it as well. So was I. That zoned in, I end up losing track of time. Brilliant conversation. But Jacko, where we going?
Ellie, it's Queen Ellie time, and she's gone by somebody that obviously did not get the credit nor the respect that he deserved. Ellie, would you like to start there, or where do you want to start, Ellie? It's good to have you.
I would, because I was looking at my book that my brother Paul gave me on basically his deathbed, guys. I don't want to bring the show down, but it's a fabulous book, and it's all about Bill Nickerson's life and the way he ran Spurs from the tea lady right up until the director. He had all
What's
the
the name of the
respect
book,
from
Ellie?
everybody. It's hold on, because the actual page of the name of the book is on the side. Just bear with me, and I'll get it because I've got it out, but I can't put my camera on. I poked my eye earlier, sorry, and it's red. Right, so the name of the book is Bill Nicholson's Looks Back and Forward, and it's book number 7. Right?
I'll put that on my birthday.
It's book number 7.
Get it for the out loud.
Yeah, but it's such a good book, right? And I'm looking through it, and I started to cry because I was thinking, right, the present day football owners, like I was watching Danny Blanchflower. He said there's football men, and then there's football businessmen, right? So he was saying that when he was arrived at Spurs, he was told not to play with the football.
Yeah.
And he thought, what? I can't not play with the football. And he was told that when he arrived at Spurs, right? And he said he questioned them to say to them, why would you want me not to play with the footballs? Because when I receive it on the football pitch, how will I know what it looks like? That's a typical that's an Irishman. You've got such wit. You've got such wit, right? And he was famous for his quotes, yet alone Bill Nicholson being famous for his quotes. So was Danny Blanchflower. And he was called a troublemaker, Dave. He was called a troublemaker for standing up against. Now, I don't want to harp on too much about the past because
I do want to ask you something on what you said there, though, Ellie, about running the football club even down to the tea lady, because it's a bit like what the Dierbolical was saying when we were having a conversation, about imprinting the DNA and the culture. I said, how do you do it? And he was saying, look, even staff down to everything. And look, that's what Sir Alex Ferguson done at Man United. And I know doubt Klopp has that sort of power at Liverpool. Is that something we need to do with under someone like Conté, someone that comes in here, builds a winning DNA and stuff like that, and just make sure that you have the right staff around the place that can help you do that? Is it bigger than just the playing field? I'm asking. Do we need to do more around the club in terms of staff, like Jerry was saying?
Yes, Dave, because I was also watching Conte's interview on Sky, and it was a lady interviewing him. And I don't normally watch Sky because they're very anti-Spurs. I don't like it. It just makes me sick to my stomach watching all their pundits as well. Like on Match of the Day, they had Alan Shearer and Ashley Williams, right? And they laying into Spurs. Okay, some of it they were saying was true, but it was like over the top bias towards Newcastle. But getting back to Conte's interview, there's three major things I took from it, right? One is being patient, right? Because it's a building block. You have to take out the rubbish blocks and put in new ones into the wall that are more sturdy and that will build the house of Conte, right? I've got every faith in Antonio Conte, and I see so many people on their stream slagging him off, putting him down. And who do they think they are? Are they winning coaches? Have they won the league? No, you haven't. So be quiet. Be quiet and let the man do his job, right? Because he knows where our weaknesses are. And he knows that Eric Dyer is a weakness, but he has to persevere with him because the club didn't put their wonga where their mouth is, right? So
some people would say, Ellie, though, that he picks him, so it's his fault. What would you say?
No, because he hasn't got no choice. Who is he going to pick? Is he going to pick Tanganga with a bad back, and he can't even last 90 minutes? Right, so he's forced to play him. He doesn't want to play him, but he's forced to play him. So next year there won't be no Dyer. I promise you, there will be no Dyer. He'll be gone.
I've taught this the last 3 summer transfer windows, and he's still here.
Yeah,
but
because
apparently the rumours are that Dyer will be getting a contract extension, so we might actually have to keep Eric Dyer.
I think they're just going to give him a contract extension just to keep him in the background because he's got a lot of power, Eric Dyer, at that club. He's a bit. you know, he knows all the languages, right? And he's a proper Spurs man in regards to he keeps the normality at the club. He's not a troublemaker. He gets his head down. He's a good professional, you know. But when he gets on that pitch, he's found out. He's found out, Dave.
Is that good enough being a Tottenham guy doing all the right things behind the scenes?
No, it's not good enough.
A lot of people defended Harry Winks for a long, long time, saying the exact same things. But ultimately, whenever he went on the pitch, even though people said nice things about him, they still let him down. So, being all that, look, it's great, fantastic, good human being. I applaud you. Everyone should be a good human being. But when it comes to the football pitch, is that enough? Is that a good enough reason to hand him a new contract?
No,
because when he cost us points.
How many times, David and Jack, have we pulled our hair out over Dyer's mistakes, and we've been like in the doldrums because of the way he plays, right? Yeah. How many times have I said he can't even pass the ball 4 yards? Against Manchester United, he couldn't even pass 4 yards. Yesterday, he couldn't. He done the suspect back pass that nearly went in, right?
And we would have done that with our eyes closed, mate, and it would have went to Hugo Lloris, you know.
He's not a footballer. I don't know how long we're going to put up with him. He's not a footballer. He's not a good defender, and he's not a footballer. Sorry, but he's not that my type of player. He might be other people's cup of tea, but he's not my. I like players who can get the ball, control it, pass it well, 95% of the time. You can allow for 5% wastage.
But he also, Ellie, though, was not really showing that good character that we sometimes speak about, where he, instead of, looking at himself and realizing over the past 2 games he hasn't been playing well and that he's been kind of at fault for basically the goals that have been going in, or at least, shares some of the blame for most of the goals that have gone in. He usually finds himself throwing his arms in the air, kind of pointing at different people. And Ali Gold used the word moaning lots of times. He said moaning, and he said moaning when he was walking into halftime and all that sort of stuff. I mean, when you're kind of the person that ends up being really, the worst player on the pitch, you're kind of having a mare, you're not playing well. It doesn't really look very good if you're then also finding yourself complaining and, calling out other players, if you get what I'm trying to say, Ellie. It doesn't look very good.
Was he doing it in?
This is how I see Eric Dyer. He does all the right things by the club to keep himself alive. Yeah, because not one manager has come in and got rid of him. The only one who dropped him, actually, Poch didn't even have him in the team, did he?
No.
Realistically, he didn't have him. Then you remember that really bad error he made against Chelsea, where he upended
the Werner,
Werner, and then he was dropped. He was dropped. His ass was dropped by Jose, and he fought his way. He clawed his way back in to the good books of the managers, right? I just don't want to harp on about Eric Dyer. I want to get back to what Conté said, so Conté said we're building a family here. When I came here, I felt like I was part of that family, right? And they made me feel at home. So I draw really good strength from that, because I feel that Conté, he wants to be loved at a club, because every club that he's been at, he's always had a bit of angst against the board, right? And I think he might have a really good relationship with Levy, because it seems that way. It seems that way that he's trying to get Levy, the big spider at the club, who weaves his web and does all these things that are not nice at the club, by giving players contracts, which we don't want to give.
Tied to his chair, Ellie, and the mafia in there, while Conte's sitting in his chair speaking. I don't think he get on. I think Conte's scaring him. But Ellie, the old lad said something to me on Saturday when I was speaking to him, and that's what sparked my video, really. And that's been so well received.
Go on, hit me with it.
Well, Ellie, my old lad said he thinks Conté enjoys being at Tottenham. He thinks Conté will sign a new contract. And it's something along the lines of what Jack said. Jack said he's looking for a project. But my old lad also said, look at him. He's alive. He's living life. He's so animated. He loves the fans. calling, singing his name. You know, he's up there arguing every single decision. This club is bringing him life because it's a challenge.
Yeah, it is a challenge, and it's a chalice as well, not just a challenge, because he's got a chalice of menacing people that trying to run the club, and like you said, and Yori said, they actually get managers sacked, right? Because they withdraw their labour. Their labour is not good enough already, and then they withdraw it, David and Jack. You know, and then they get the manager sacked, and then they're all happy, daddy. Oh yeah. Who's the next manager we can get sacked? But Conte is not that type of man, right? He's a man of self-belief, right? He's a man that will take us to the promised land. I'll bet you, if everybody's patient, right, this man will put the building blocks into that wall, and like I said, build the house of Conte, and we'll go on from strength to strength. But he'll get out all those other he's got 6 deadwood out already, right? He's going to get another 6 deadwood out, and he'll slot in all these players that he wants, and he'll demand from Levy to get those players put in.
This is what I'm saying.
And he's got the power. He has got the power to do it.
This is why I'm calling for patience, because
yes,
the deadwood that we're left with, unfortunately, it got so bad and in so much of a mess under Steve Hitchen. The deadwood we are left with are there by process of elimination. And basically what I mean by that is you look at your squad and you'd say, okay, Ndombele is a real problem. Let's try and get him gone. Okay, we loaned them out or whatever. And you look at the French mafia, the Welsh mafia, you're like, well, they need to go because they're forming cliques, this, that, and the other, and they're parading around here when we're losing games. Then you look at Joe Hart and you're like, well, unfortunately, putting out cricket videos when you're in the midst of losing games isn't the best thing to be happening. So he has to go. So they find themselves being left here. But they will be the next to go. And that's why I call for people to have a bit of patience under Antonio Conte.
Yeah, because look, Manchester United, if you go back to when they appointed Ferguson, he didn't win anything for 3 years, nor did Klopp, right? They had patience, these clubs, and they were building a family. That's why I love that interview on Sky, because I was listening to every single word, right? And if people watch that and then they do their channels, because when I watch other people's channels and they slag Conte off, I thought, like I said, I think, who are you to slag off a winning coach that wins everything everywhere he goes, right? But he wants to. I know he wants to stay at Spurs because he sees us, like you said, he's come alive. You can see it when he celebrates our goals. I've seen him celebrate goals before, but never ever like he celebrates goals at Spurs, because he. Every last ounce of his being has gone into that goal.
Yeah. And all of his hard work goes into it too, Ellie.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
It's right, boys, you know. And I love Antonio Conte. If he was in front of me, I'd give him 1,000 kisses, I'm telling you. I would. And I'd enjoy it as well.
I'd probably join you. But Ellie, absolutely fantastic phone call. Just quickly, actually.
No worries.
Did we miss
here to please?
Yeah, we can't let you go without asking about Zinedine Salzburg. Did we miss him yesterday?
Bloody hell, did we miss him? I don't know where he went. Was he at a tea party with Michael or Daniel?
He had a small injury. He had a small injury for that game, Ellie.
Right, he had a small injury. What injury was it? Did he pick up his teacup drinking his tea?
I think it's his hamstring. He requested to
I think he injured himself probably swinging his Viking hammer, out back.
Yeah,
and, they had
probably. Do you know what? I've got nothing to do with his injury. Just put it that way. I'll leave that to your imagination, boys.
He requested to the club doctors that you get in there and give him a massage. He said he's got a tight hand.
I would enjoy that very much. Don't get me going, because I'm a married lady.
Yes, we better stop before the divorce papers are in the letterbox.
Do you know what I mean?
What's coming up on THFC tonight?
Okay, so I was supposed to do my ladies' show today, but our other show, it was a really good show this afternoon, and it's sort of overrun. And then myself and Dermot decided to do it tomorrow because I've planned it all. It's all in place. But I just thought, let's do it Dermot suggested doing it tomorrow. So I agreed with him because doing 2 shows, as you know, boys, in one day is quite taxing, you know. And then I wanted to come on your show as well because this is my home at the end of the day, right? And then we're doing the big charity thing for autism and ADHD. So look out for that one, everybody. And then we're going to get other shows on the road as well. Like I told you before, we're going to do The King, Queen and The Godfather. That one's for a little bit later because we're planning that one. A lot of thought has to go into that. But it's basically going to be us 3 talking about our life. Bill Nicholson's going to be mentioned, Danny Blanchard, Dave Mackay, all the great players of Spurs. You know, we're not going to be mentioning Eric Dyer, just put it that way.
Love it. Well, everybody, get over there to THFC Till I Die. Like I said, it's formed by a group of people I am very, very fond of, myself and Jack. We have a great time for them all. And, you know, it's good to see them out there doing their thing and come stepping out their comfort zone and creating content and stuff like that. It's absolutely fantastic. So please get over there and check it out. But Ellie, much love, and we'll speak again very, very soon.
Much love to you, boys. I love you both. Take care and come on, you Spurs, and in Conté we trust.
In Conté we trust. Come on, Ali.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yourself up. Oh, by the way, send me the name of the book again as well. You said that many great things. It's gone in this here and out that there. So send me the name of the book again. But Jack, where are we? We've still got 3 guests left. 3 brilliant guests, by the way. Don't go anywhere.
Some bangers.
We've got Michael and we've got Dermotron. So do not go anywhere. But who's next, Jack?
We got Mr. Dago lined up next, Dave.
Let's get him in here. I love debating with Dago. Dago, how are you keeping?
I'm okay myself. I'm okay myself. How are you both and the Irish Army? I hope everyone is good.
Just trying to smile, Dago, because if I don't, I would cry, to be honest. So I just want to smile a little
between the two.
Where are we at, brother? What's going on in that mind?
Let me just go. I'm going to go on a bit of a tangent about my favourite person, Public Enemy #1, but in a very calm, civilized, relaxed manner. As you know, and I've just seen it with Vince Wager saying, like, give up. And it reminded me a hell of a lot of what happened last year. And you'll remember, Jack and David, on this channel when William Kelly put that super chat in, and I came on and said, because people are saying this because of the owners. Now, with this whole Bill Nicholson thing, I can't tell you what this has done to me. I really can't. The only way I can describe it is when we heard that the Queen died recently. I didn't think I'd be as affected by it, and then all of a sudden it hit me like a ton of bricks. Maybe it's because I live over here. I'm not a royalist or whatever. But then I hear people like Ellie say she was reading the book and she cried. Then you have people like Graham, like Brad Matthews, like I'd probably say Adrian Schocker, like I'd say with quite a few people that got to witness that man or were at the tail end of his era and was brought up on the fabric of this football club being built by this great man. And you have to remember, when I go Levy out, a lot of people misunderstand me and think it's only because what goes on the football pitch. It's not what just goes on with the football pitch. It's how he treats the fans and how he treats our history or tries to wipe it out. And when I see yesterday, on the day of his anniversary of his passing, seeing nothing mentioned about this great man, the reason that stadium is there, what Bill Nicholson did. The reason these players earn hundreds of thousands of pounds, because of what Bill Nicholson did. Everything that goes on in that football club would not be happening if there was not one Sir Bill Nicholson. Period. The most successful manager in our entire history. Period. The club still uses quotes when they want for merchandise and when they want to get things over the line. But they'd rather talk about a Tyson Fury fight and have an actor come on at half time to talk about this Dragons whatever bollocks is coming on, rather than mention this great man. And I have to tell you one more thing about this. All these rumours that we're seeing, because remember, I have a doctorate in Levy bullshit. Since all the heat has come on him because of Bill Nick, because of the doubt of the window, because of all the things that are rooted. What better way to deflect the narrative and the story than saying Dyer's getting a new contract? Everyone drops everything and starts talking about it. There's rumours Son is interested in going to Madrid. Let's stop talking about Levy. Højbjerg contract, which is the only one I hope there's some actual nous to. Longley, apparently, according to Romano, and I still don't understand what this even means, we have a verbal agreement to discuss what we're going to do with him. That doesn't even make sense to me. A verbal agreement to discuss. It's all deflection tactics to get away from here. And it infuriates me when I hear people like Ellie, who is a superstar, who I hold very, very, very close to my heart, saying she's crying. When I hear people like William Kelly leaving Super Chats, Vince Vega saying, it's just not on. It's just not on. Whether you're Levy in or Levy out, and we all know where I stand on this, not paying homage to Bill Nicholson, in my eyes, it's basically the version of treason, in my eyes.
I agree. I think. Look, you can't disrespect the achievements the guys brought to this football club, and there's so many fans that are still alive to this day that have witnessed him, and I think it's out of respect to them that we should honour the guy. 100% agree with you there, Daigle. But Sean's not happy with you in the chat here, though.
Oh, I can see. I'm just responding. Listen,
he says Levy is now responsible for rumours.
I didn't say Levy. There's people at the clubs that leak shit. True or not true?
Huh?
There's people within the club, with every football club, that leaks crap when they need to. And 100%. Exactly. I'm not saying it's Levy. I'm saying, look at how all these rumours come up straight away, all in one day. So Dyer's had one of the worst games in his Spurs career, but now we're offering him a contract. Now, on that display, the rumour all of a sudden comes out. So, Sean, I'm not saying it is Levy specifically. What I am saying is it's no coincidence that when the heat once again gets rammed up on him, these stuff comes out. I did not once say it is Daniel Levy. So that's where I'll stand on that part. But yeah, listen, getting onto the game with Newcastle, and I've looked over this again and again and again. Whether this was a foul by Lloris or Lloris was fouled, which I personally don't think he was, take the man and the ball and hoof it into Rosette.
Yeah.
If you get a booking, you get a booking. David, you and me have spoke regularly about Jose Mourinho, what he said in the documentary, and hacking people down and not being so nice. Well, there's Exhibit A.
Yep. Spot on.
There's Exhibit A.
Even that second goal, Brian. Even that second goal was. Even that second goal, same thing. Session could have hacked him down. Langley could have engaged him outside the box and hacked him down. I agree with you. And this is something we do have to learn, because, look, I was screaming about it as well before, where it's like, how are people just giving free runs right at us? Why is there no one taking them down and picking up a card for the team? I agree with you on that for sure, my man. It drives me absolutely mad because when I was playing, sometimes, as great as I was, I mean, some people put me up for the Ballon d'Or at Kildare, but, sometimes basically you are a bit off form and some days you're just not arse chasing some guy. And if he goes by you, you're like, well, in order so I don't get punished if we score a goal, see them ankles, they look tasty, swipe. You know what I mean? And sometimes you've just got to do that in a game.
Well, this is the thing. We saw it. Listen, do you remember? I remember a game away at Wolves. You remember when the Vertonghen scored that last-minute header right at the end in the pouring rain when we beat Wolves 2-1? Do you remember Jose Mourinho kept changing the left-back to just hack down Adama Traore? We just kept picking up...
What a game plan.
There is sometimes, David, listen, tomorrow is too late. The heat is on him. He has to do something now. It was his anniversary on the actual day of the game. But it was too important to talk about Tyson Fury. So he can do it Wednesday. He can do it next Saturday. He can do it next week. He can do it next month. It's the anniversary. We don't all have birthdays like mine June the 22nd. And all of a sudden people go June the 28th. Surprise! That's not how it works. He is now cocked up, and he will do something in retrospect if he does. But well, yeah, like I said, with Adama Traore.
Just quickly, is this true, Brian? Ben Calvin, big up Benji. He says, instead of playing homage to our greatest ever manager, we showed Arsenal play on a big screen at White Hart Lane.
This is another thing which drove me mad last week.
I've just turned off my camera because I'm just going to have a quick cigarette.
What happened last week is obviously the club send out us before every home game. Here you go. Here's travel. Like if there's any train strike, if there's or any planned things at the stadium, whatever. And they put a big picture up, and David, I'll send it to you, saying also get down early because we are doing a new thing today within the stadium or outside the stadium in the Park Lane Square. We're now using a big screen to show stuff, so get on down early to watch the premiere. And the first game we're showing is Arsenal Southampton.
I believe this is maybe Ben is referring to how like wasn't there some development how they're going to start sort of like showing games like in the stadium and people can kind of like come in and buy beer, etc. and whatnot. Is this maybe what he's referring to? That maybe they allowed people into the stadium early?
Jack, this is what they did. They put the first time they did it. Listen, I will say it again. I am all for as many things going on in that stadium as possible to generate revenue for the club. So hopefully it goes to the club. That part I've got absolutely no issue with whatsoever. Have a 365-day party after every game and every day. I don't care. That money goes to the club and to help the manager.
I'm just trying to figure out when they must have done this. So did they maybe let in fans early?
Not do it for the first time, showing Arsenal who are top of the league.
Yeah.
Pick any other game. Do it when Spurs are away, and let's have a community get together. Do not show the filth. I am all for money coming into the club. Never once stopped that. Never once against that. But to say we've started a new thing and we're starting it by showing top of the league Arsenal against Southampton, it blows my mind.
I know what you're saying.
I agree
with you, Brian. I think it is shameful to be showing the scum or even the Premier League in general probably on that day, unless they were in there like, what was it, 4 hours early or something like that. Maybe you can play, but yeah, just showing the scum on the big screen as well, especially on even that day within context as well, as it is shameful. But I feel like I see the idea of principle of playing the games, but I kind of disagree, or I agree with the fact that playing Arsenal is just, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me. And it just does seem to be a bit shameful. I see the principle of letting in fans early to, maybe get something out of that. But on this day with context that you've added, Brian, I think it is shameful. It is shameful. It is too late to even do it tomorrow or Wednesday. I do agree with that. It is too late.
You're spot on, Jack. It almost feels like they're hanging Arsenal jerseys in the club shop at that rate. It's an absolute piss take. But Daigle, let me ask you this, my man. Do you think the board are doing themselves justice by continually to back their investments, the likes of Dyer, Davies, Doherty, and Sanchez, over managers, or even prioritising bringing in players in that area so that we can finally improve? Because look, you can shoot me down if you want. I have no problem. But my opinion is if we change that back line and get in proper defenders that can play the modern way, you'll see a much improved Tottenham. And a lot of fans become happy. And it will actually take a bit of the spotlight off Levy and Enoch because Tottenham are doing well, no?
Listen, that's the dream. That's the dream, David. That is the absolute dream. That's all we want. That is all we want.
But that's what I'm saying.
You know what? There's a couple of tweets that I saw put out yesterday and today. One of them was Matt Hayes, who put out a phenomenal tweet today. You've probably seen it, the one where he said, Poch got the house, got the furniture, Jose, blah, blah, blah. THFC fans, sack the manager. Incredible. And then there was another tweet yesterday where someone said, under Jose and Poch, we played those formations. Under Nuno, it was 4-3-3. Against Conte, it was 3-5-2 or 3-4-3. Yet still people blame the manager.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of it is the players and obviously the board. Now, how we've got, like you said, David, I can't remember what show it was we did in the triple header yesterday when you mentioned the list of players that are still here from Poch from Jose. I think it might have been your show. The first.
All you got to do is look at my latest video, Dave's rant. I mean, thanks for the free promotion, Dave. I appreciate it.
Mate, listen. It's like the basketball. I'm giving you the alley-oop. I'll lay out the pass. You just slam dunk.
Here, I'll call it out again. So I think it's still like 9 from Poch's here, including Winks loaned out. I think it's 4 from Jose's here, including the 4 that's loaned. Adam, including the 4 that's loaned out. I think it's 3 or 4 from Nuno's era, and then I think it's 8 from since Conté's been here. So the squad resembles 4 regimes. You know, there has to be, and my whole point is at some stage, we all reference Liverpool, we all reference maybe Man City, and as much as they spend money, they still have backed Pep Guardiola for 4 or 5 years now. And if we want what they have, we also have to show patience. And I know maybe, Brian, look, people are going to say sick of patience, 21 years, this, that, and the other. But right now we're at a pivotal point in the football club, Diego, where for me, it's kind of like we will end up having to show patience under one managerial regime, whether it's Conté or whether it's the next guy or the third guy in line that down the road. At some stage, either the fans or the club are going to say, hang on a minute, don't care what anyone else thinks. This is the guy and this is the guy we're backing. So why not do it under Conté?
Listen, we've got on this merry-go-round a million times, and I've said, listen, I understand where Conté says it's going to take more than one window. I will give Conté every single second that he wants, every single millisecond. But what we need to do when we talk about this summer window is we've missed fundamental areas where we need to strengthen.
But surely, Brian, you would agree that we couldn't do everything because
no, we couldn't do everything.
I have said that we couldn't do everything in one window, and I have heard people since say, "Oh, well, people have said we can't do everything in one window. That's a load of horseshit," which it's not. Because at the end of the day, if you want to be like Nottingham Forest, grand, bring in 20 players, but then expect us to have the problems they're having, where Steve Cooper doesn't know his best 11, where they're rooted down into the bottom 3 of the Premier League. So we can't do it all in one window. We have to understand that.
That part I get, but I'll tell you now, I would have taken a top draw or ready-made centre back to replace Dyer over Basuma. I'll tell you that now for nothing.
But then people were also screaming for a centre midfielder in this because they didn't think we were going to go.
No, I get that. I'm talking from my perspective. Where I think that we needed major surgery is that defence. And when you look at it, a team that, when you look at it, a defence that let in, like I said before, against Chelsea, Arsenal, and United, had 66 attempts on goal against us.
I agree. It's way too much.
Mate, that's unacceptable in 4 or 5 games, let alone 3. That's like 22 shots a game on average. So for me, I understand. I completely get the major surgery that we need cannot be done in one window. But like I said, we've waited for so many positions to be filled for so many years. And David, you know how often I speak about you in the right back situation. I always mention you. We're doing it again with certain areas that needed filling. I understand the Doji, and I think that deal's going to be fantastic.
The thing is, though, Brian, this is the problem. If we're being brutally coming into the summer transfer window, we needed 15 players in here.
Correct.
We needed players in the forward area. We needed midfielders. We needed wing backs. We needed a backup goalkeeper. We needed players across the back line. And on that basis, it's kind of like, look, like I said, we couldn't do 15 players because we would have the problems Forest are having. So it's kind of like we were always going to come out of this window knowing we were going to be short in areas.
So you know the way I look at it, David.
I'm going to take this comment here from Cuba, where he says, sack Conté, sack the medical staff, sack the players not scoring, sack players with poor haircuts, sack anyone who spills spear, sack them all, big up Levy and Daniel we trust. First of all, no one is saying in Daniel we trust or bigging up Daniel Levy, but we also can't be naive. The fact that, you know, the defence, and it's people like Eric Dyer, ultimately leads to the downfall in some of these games. We can't be naive to the fact that we do need, at some stage, to sit behind a manager, create a DNA, create a winning culture. And if that means rotating certain staff, I mean, that guy that was talking to Dele Alli about his 5 chocolate bars, I'd sack him in a heartbeat. You should be talking to him about getting back on the football pitch. You know what I mean? There's a lot more just to getting the owners out as well that we also have to take into account. There's a lot more that brings in a winning DNA and a winning culture. And look, and it's not just the owners. There's a lot more components that go to it to make that up, and you can't be naive to that. You just can't.
So I have to say, in defence of Cuba, this is his new reverse psychology narrative. Rather than saying Levy out, he's just being sarcastic. He started this last night, so that's not him. Siri, I'm not talking to you. My Siri's just gone off for no reason whatsoever. But yeah. So as I said, that's Kuva's not having saying it about you. That's his new psychology. Well, no, what I was about to say, and then I want to get onto what Ryan just put in the comments about what he said when he was on. What I will say is I'm one of those people that's firmly believe when people say if you have a good spine of the team, then the rest of it could do it. Yes, we got Richarlison. Yes, we got Basuma. Like I said, I would say, but if we'd got a top centre back in as well, that's the nucleus of your spine. Then you build around it. Then you build around it.
Yeah.
So I hate to mention it, and I really can't believe I'm doing this, but the filth, the Invincibles, they had a certain Judas, Vieira, Bergkamp, Henry. Don't get me wrong, the other players around them were fantastic, but that spine is probably as real as they come. And I think anyone in the world would take, like, if that was the type of spine that's a spine you build around. When you say you need a spine to really be the strength and do the workload, that is, so that's, I really am one of those people. And I think if the central defender had come, the real rock hard, like a Skriniar, like someone like him, I'm not saying him, but if someone had come in like him, I think we'd be in a lot better shape, rather than just going kind of scattergun like what we've done. But that's why I believe.
We can't forget the club did try and go for targets in that area in the summer transfer window. They just didn't want to come. Bastoni. Yeah.
Bastoni's the left centre back. I'm talking centre back.
Yeah, that's fine. But we also looked at Gavardiol. You know, there was other names mentioned. I can't get them off the top of my the names off the top of my hat, but I will go and get them, and I will text you them. But you know, there were other names out there. But what can you do if the club don't want to come? But something we also label at the club as well is if your first choice target isn't available, well then wait to go and get it. And for me, I think that's what we're doing right now when it comes to that back line. Although I think it needs serious improvement. I agree with you going into the window. I mean, I spoke about on the back end on the run to the Champions League. I said, hang on, we're still gonna have problems. We need to upgrade it, this, that, and the other. And I agree with you. But I also do think that maybe, well, my hope, this is more hope than anything, that the club are sitting back and waiting for the first choice target, because with Bastoni not now in the Inter team, with his contract coming up, there's only a year and a half left on his contract come January. Hopefully now we might be able to get him. That'd be nice.
That would be wonderful. That would be wonderful. Bastoni was my number one choice for this window. I really wanted him, and like I've said before, Sean, listen, I don't know why.
No, I think it's that there's a few people in the chat he's debating with.
Okay. I was about to say, listen, because, but as I say, Bastoni was my number one target, and it could work out next year. It may not work out next year. We're not going to know. But also, and as I said, I actually admired Bastoni's loyalty for coming out and saying, listen, I'm an Inter boy. I'm going nowhere. I want to stay. You cannot do anything about that. I also said on your channel when we were going for Vlahovic, when it was rumoured 300 grand, I was like, hell no, you're not. So I get all those things. It's kind of if Bastoni comes, if whatever happens. But there's times when you've got to look at it and say, right, this defence, hopefully in January, we're leaking goals, we're hemorrhaging mistakes. We need to plug this, and we need to stop it. And sometimes, you know what? You can wait for that guy. But what happens if we don't get Bastoni or a defender in January and we don't get Champions League? Like I said, if we don't get Champions League, then does Bastoni say, "Oh yeah, I'm coming. You're not playing champ." That's the kind of risk you are running. So you've got to be very careful. Now, I just want to touch on, because I know you've got other guests, with what Ryan was saying, because I heard Ryan what he was saying beforehand. Now, listen. I'm coming back. It's well known. I'm coming back, and obviously I plan to be very vocal. But it's not being vocal just for the sake of being vocal. I lash out, and I do lash out occasionally. I know I can go from this to 100 miles within the blink of an eye. And I know sometimes once I've stepped back and I'm like, whoa, I think I might have overdone it. David, we've had many a chat where I'm not just tunnel vision. I will listen to debate.
Yeah, 100%.
I will always do that. But come January, obviously, things may, if they're not going wrong, or if things still continue to go bad, if Conté hasn't signed a contract, if Kane hasn't signed a contract, if players haven't come in, there's a very good chance we're going to get vocal again. But this time when we get vocal, it's going to be very, very different. Because obviously, remember, I was planning loads and there was loads going on in January. And I don't mean this in a bad way to anyone in the comments or whatever. We were kind of taking numbers. When I saw so many people go, yeah, I'm coming. I don't know a lot of these people. I don't even know where they live. So you start putting numbers in your head and start thinking, if there is to be anything, which I would imagine there will be, it will be very, very carefully planned out. It will be detailed. Do you remember when I came on this very channel and started reading the statement for changes for Spurs? It's going to be like that. It's not going to be a scattergun. It's not. I'll tell you one thing. I'm not turning up at 6 a.m. and freezing my bollocks off again. That was bloody painful. They were long days.
Some of the sizes of the bags you were turning up with, it's like, what Deagle must have food in there for the whole day. Do
you know what it was as well? Thank God for Kim and Arthur. That first day, I'm giving it the big one. Yeah, I'm from Toronto. I know what winter's like. I'm wearing my Dwayne The Rock Johnson mesh trainers, normal socks, and a pair of jeans. I was there at 6 a.m. At 6:15, I could not feel my toes. And when I can't feel my toes is when I start turning into a whiny little bit. Mate, it was torture. And I will be dressing appropriately, but it won't be 6 a.m. That's for damn sure. But it needs to be done carefully, cleverly, and correctly. Because, like I said, I've never condoned in violence. I've never turned violent. I won't. I won't get personal. So it will be done correctly, but people need to know that, again, if we feel that this is happening, we have a right to protest and we have a right to have our say, whether people agree or not. And we'll see where it goes. But this is all, like I said, it all goes back to the beginning of my statement here when I came on and said about the stuff with Bill Nicholson. And when people realise that I don't just go mad with Levy for what stuff goes on the pitch, it's for how the fans are treated, how the history is neglected and tossed aside. There's a whole lot more to it. But like I said, once again, all we want is a very, very successful Tottenham Hotspur. We just, unfortunately, don't have a solution as a collective of how we get there. And that's the big problem. But we shall see. But I know you got a few guests to go.
Yeah.
So I will wait. God, it's getting dark here in Toronto. It's got darker and darker, so I'll come closer. Just to say, listen, Christmas is coming. So grab your stocking fillers. And if you do finger press-ups like me, don't forget, Milton Brown have now extended their contract to be our official toiletries at the football club. And as always, Levy out.
Big up, Diego, my man. Big up. We really appreciate the stint with us yesterday as well. Everybody get over and check out Tottenham on Tour, Diego's channel as well. A very good conversation. I love pressing people when they come on here. That's my role. Just press people with the questions. Who wants to be pressed next? I think it's Michael.
It's going to be Michael. Our man out in Poland wants to be pressed next, Dave.
Let's get him on.
Oh, yeah. Press me.
How you keep it, brother?
In life, well, everything is going fine. Footballing wise, it's fucking diabolical.
Couldn't be
what's
worse,
happening
really.
with our team. Yeah, like, and by our team, I don't mean like on the pitch stuff. I mean off the pitch stuff. I mean all that, like Conté out stuff. I am sure we'll get to it, right? But yeah, like
talk about what you want to talk about, my man. This is your,
get into
this
it.
is
What do you
your
want to
moment.
speak about?
Whatever you want to say, get it off your chest. Look, there's been many varying opinions on this fan show. We've already done about 10, 11 guests this evening who are on We Are Tottenham TV. You heard a lot. You also had a lot to say yourself. And we've got off the back of a bad result with a game coming up in the weekend. So what do you want to talk about? And there's no contracts apparently being dished out to Dyer and Højbjerg. So, I mean, plenty to talk about. Where do you want to start?
yeah, like I am kind of in awe with how our fan base reacted to that defeat to Newcastle and that defeat to United, because I want to perceive things positively. I want to look at what's happening with our club. I want to believe that, Conte is the right man, and that actually, for a change, for once, our board will back a manager. And if you look at it this way, I think what our club needs, what our players need, what Conte needs, is our undeniable full support. I think that's our duty as fans towards that team, to show them that we believe in them, that we want them to succeed, right? Because if you are a player of ours, right, and you go off halftime 2-0 down against Newcastle, and all you can hear is people moaning and booing, and because there was a lot of booing at halftime against Newcastle, right? Yeah, that for me is like painful, heartbreaking to see our fan base in such a position after what they saw last season, right? After everyone was here happy clapping, like being Conte in, singing Antonio, 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 whatever, right? And now suddenly, after like a few hiccups, we are all that. I don't mean we as all of us, right? I mean that the part of the fan base is turned so quickly turned against him, and I struggle to find reasoning in attacking Conte so hard as some of our fans do, right? Because I understand that there is some things that you can be critical of Conte, right? I've been critical of Conte here on this show, right? I've said that in certain matches I maybe thought that he should have substituted someone earlier, right? Or maybe he should have gone with a different formation. At least I felt like it, right? But those are just decisions that he can make himself, right? And those are the decisions that I can criticize him on. Whereas if you look at that match against Newcastle, there was nothing that Conte could have done to prevent it when those players stepped on the pitch. There was
It's not
nothing.
like he instructed them, Michael. He didn't say to Dyer, just look, be shit.
Yeah, it's not fucking FIFA. He doesn't have some sort of an antenna here with and the pad in front of him, and he isn't walking Dyer himself, right? All he can do is give those players instructions, tell them how to play, and wait for them to execute what his plan is, right? And his plan, in my opinion, is the perfect plan for the players that we have, because most of our players are shit. There needs to come a time where we stop protecting those players, when we stop blaming managers, right? When we actually realize that there is a ceiling of those players, they reach it and they won't go above it. It's just not physically possible for some of those players to reach new ceiling, right? And I'm talking about, who I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about Dyer, I'm talking about Davies, Sessegnon, Doherty, Royal, Lucas Moura, Brian Hill. I mean, he's young, so maybe he can surprise us, right? But I'm talking about the old guard that, as you, David, pointed out, are all a mishmash of four different managers, right? And what needs to happen in our club, and if you want to listen to a better version of what I'm saying, I highly recommend to watch. I'm sorry, I don't know if you like me advertising other channels here, right? But I've watched a Spurs Corner show on Henry Wright's channel, right? And he had Lee Gunner on. He's an Arsenal YouTuber, right? And he came in. They asked him to give his honest assessment about what he sees in Tottenham, right? And he isn't like a deluded fan. He is down to earth. He points out things as he sees, right? And he said what I will now also say it, and it is what I think too, right? We as a fan base need to realize how good our squad is, what our expectations for this season are, and we need to judge this team accordingly to those expectations, right? But those expectations cannot be out there. You cannot expect this team to challenge for a title. It's just not physically possible for those players to challenge City, and whoever else will be in the mix for a title charge, right? It's not physically possible for Dyer, Davies, Royal, and all those guys to win a Premier League title. It just won't happen. Never. It will never happen, right? So, next step from winning the title is securing top 4, right? In terms of league-wise. I'm not talking about like, the Cups, the Champions League, and all that jazz, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. I get what you're saying, my man. I get what you're saying.
Oh, sorry, I saw what you
No,
wrote
no,
in
no,
the
no,
chat.
no, go
Sorry,
on, yeah.
sorry, but yeah, like sorry, but what I okay, never mind. Let's say I say this myself, right? Well, we need to realize that our target right now should be securing Champions League again, securing the money, which gives us the pool to bring players in, right? And you cannot expect our team to draw like top world class players, right? Lewandowski is never coming to Tottenham. I'm sorry. I wish he was, right?
Can you not
But
put in the word first, no?
I wish I could, right? But
even Matty Cash we would take if you know him.
I would take him in a heartbeat. He's
if you know his
10
grandmother.
times. Yeah,
Do you
he's
think he's an
10 times
upgrade on
better.
what we have, Matty Cash?
Do you know his Polish grandmother? Do you know where his Polish grandmother is
No,
based? Is she in Krakow or no?
I don't know. Like I know nothing about him, right? I never knew that he was Polish until all that stuff about like him joining the Polish national team came out, right? But yeah, like those type of players are never coming to Tottenham. Why? Because until we start winning trophies regularly, right? We will be a stepping stone club. That's just the way it is, right? All those clubs, or all clubs across Europe, are just a ladder for players to achieve what they want, and what they want is success. What they want is trophies, right? So, what we need to realize is that our priority target should be achieving top 4, trying to win a cup like a Carabao or FA Cup, right?
Yeah.
Getting the money in, getting players of better level that those who are at our club, right? And to do that, you don't need to spend 50 million per player, right? There are plenty of there are plenty of amazing players out there in Italian league, in German league, in Spanish league, right? Where you don't have to go out and splash 60 million on an average right back, right? You can go and buy someone else, right? You should properly scout a player and buy and bring them in, right? And if you do that, you can then like start the process of rebuilding your team just the way Arsenal did, right? They started the process of rebuilding over 3 years ago, just the way Liverpool did 7 years ago when they brought in Klopp and they told him, "We believe in you. We're gonna back you. We will do whatever we can so that you can achieve success," right? That's the same thing that City did. The difference between like City, Liverpool, and Arsenal is just the tempo of that rebuild, right? Because City can splash like 200 million per window, right? So their process will be faster. We have to realize that we can only spend like X amount of money, right? So our process will be slower. But Antonio Conte is the best that we can achieve, the best manager that we can have right now, right? To do that. And I know that he didn't like rebuild any team, and that's not his fault. That's the fault of the board who told him, "We are gonna sell your players. We aren't gonna invest in your team. You
had no option,
are
they had no option.
they had no option. Of course,
Money.
Of course, Inter was bankrupt, right? So, but you have to believe in your manager. And also, what I want to point out, right? People want, like people that say that they are Conte out, right? They want an attacking football, progressive manager, right?
Yeah.
And what they also want is trophies. And unfortunately, I have to break this down, right? You cannot have both at the same time unless it's a miracle. There are like only a handful of teams that played amazing football and also won fuckload of trophies, right? It's Barcelona, Pep's Barcelona, Pep's Bayern, Pep's City, Jose Mourinho's Chelsea, Wenger's Arsenal. Those are once in a generation things, right? and you cannot have both at the same time. So what we can do is sack our manager right now, hit the reset button, right? Fuck off half of our players.
Yeah.
Try to build a new team, but what you're gonna have to stomach is 5 to 10 years of absolute draws. We will be a mid-table team or even lower if we decide to do that, right?
Mm.
So you can either stick with Conte, get behind his style of play, bring players for him, which we are already doing for over a year, right? We are building a team for a 3-4-3 system. So don't change it to a 4 at the back system because you're gonna see even worse performances, right?
Yeah.
That's what we are talking about plenty of times, David. Dyer, Davies, Perisic, they
We used
will
a 4-3-3
be
with Nuno.
absolute draws.
Yeah.
They will be absolute shit in a 4 at the back, right?
Michael,
so we
Jack's
have
right.
to.
Though. Jack's right. We only used it under Nuno not so long ago at the start of last
We used
season.
a 4-3-3 with Nuno with the exact same defenders. We had Romero at the time too.
So short-sighted memory, right?
And Nuno is a
year
defensive
ago,
manager. If anything, he was not bad at keeping goals out. He just couldn't score goals himself, but he wasn't bad at actually.
Yeah, we
goals out.
were so good at keeping the goals out that we scored.
We were just good at making the game unwatchable. That's what it was.
We were so good at keeping the goals out that we conceded 3 against Chelsea, 3 against Palace, 3 against Arsenal, 3 against United, right?
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, we conceded 2 against Newcastle, who had that. Who was their manager? I forgot Steve Bruce, right? It was. Yeah, we conceded 2 goals to a manager
thanks to Eric Dyer, though. That was thanks to Eric. That was thanks to Moonhead, though. That game.
Yeah.
That was,
also, it was his fault, right?
It was
for both of them. He lost Callum Wilson on the run at the near post, and then the next one he decided to have one of the world's best own goals we've seen, honestly, in a long time.
So
if anything, I actually hate to say that. I don't really blame anybody but him for those two. It's just like this game. Really blame anybody.
I was so happy that we somehow won that Newcastle game, right? But
is it a bit sad though? Just one of the final points here, Michael. Isn't it a bit sad that we can just quickly point to another game where Eric Dyer just had 2 other errors that just led to 2 goals, like completely, like as well? You figured as a world class. Well, he's not supposed to be even just a competent defender at a high level.
World class.
You wouldn't think you would have. You wouldn't think you would have 2 of those games within the span of a year. Within the span of a year, you wouldn't have 2 games where you could just blatantly point to 2 goals that were, your fault.
Yeah, I mean, boys, I think that as I said, what we need right now is to believe in this manager, believe in the process. I know that that word became a meme.
We don't like it,
Arsenal,
right?
right?
No one likes hearing it. We slagged Arsenal for it, but unfortunately,
we have to go through it ourselves.
Here we are right now.
Yeah, we have to clear out this team, right? I don't mind Dyer and Davies being backups that much, right? If we had proper center backs like, I don't know, Skriniar and someone else, right? Some left-footed, competent center back, right? I don't mind.
Even I've just said it. Just put it this way, Michael. Just add 2 more long quality center backs. They don't even need to be world beaters. They don't even need to be Skriniar. They can just be as good as Longley has been, and I think we would be a much better team right away. I think that's how poor it is that Longley was a guy, like I said before, struggling for form, struggling for confidence, and he came into this team and is made to be looked like the most confident center back of all of our players. And he was supposed to be coming into this team looking for confidence, looking for form. He's looked like the most composed and the most competent of any of them, and that's even including Romero. But there's no reason to throw him in the boat that Dyer is in. But point being, though, is that that just says a lot about Sanchez. That says a lot about Dyer. That says a lot about Davies. That a guy that nobody rated at Barcelona, nobody thought would be able to handle the Premier League, etc. A lot of Spurs fans even were very skeptical of Longley at the time. They were very underwhelmed by the signing. He came into this team and has been by far the most consistent center back this season, which I just then think, Michael, there are 1,000 similar quality to Longley center backs out there. And if we just sign 2 more, I genuinely think a lot of our problems were solved. And I know that we want higher quality, and I get that we want higher quality, but I think that speaks to the problem that we have that you only need to add a decent center back into the team, and then all of a sudden it's 1,000 times better. I think that's what speaks to it. You don't actually need a Skriniar, you just need another long way. Really, is
like our front three is perfectly fine. I mean, like the Kulusevski, Son, Kane, Richarlison, right? We would most likely need another like high quality forward for that to be like sealed for the next few years, right? Our midfield lacks creativity, but that's just one signing, right? We have Skip, Bissouma, Højbjerg, Bentancur, one more player, and that midfield is settled, right? So what we need is to fix our defense. And to fix our defense, we need a competent right back. We need a center back that's commanding. That's the leader, right? And possibly if we don't buy Lenglet and he goes back to Barcelona next year, we need a competent left-footed center back, right? And for the left side, I have high hopes for Udogie. I actually watched a couple of Udinese games. He's really like he's a good player, right?
Yeah, he is. He's flying right now.
Yeah, for the near future, right? We have 4 Premier League games before World Cup, right? And 1 Champions League game, the Carabao Cup against Forest, and I think that's it, right? So what needs to happen now, right, is for us to back this team. We need to win against Bournemouth. We need to try to not lose against Liverpool. With their form, it's actually, I don't think it's that big of an ask for in our ground to try and win against Liverpool, or try to at least have a draw. Yeah, we should be beating them, right? So the other 2 games are, help me out, boys. It's
so you got Bournemouth, you got Liverpool,
Leeds.
Yes, Leeds. Oh, who's the other one?
Yeah, like
give me 1 second. I'll get it. So here we are, and Tottenham's next fixtures. So we've got Liverpool, Bournemouth, Leeds United, Nottingham Forest, Sporting. So Leeds is on the 12th of November. We've got Forest on the 9th, Liverpool on the 6th, Marseille, Bournemouth, and Sporting. So we've got 2 Champions League games, 3 Premier League games, and a Carabao Cup game.
Okay, so what we need right now, right, is 7 points or 6, even if we lose to Liverpool somehow, right? We need 6 or 7 points from those 3 games, right? We need to be in the mix for top 4 when the World Cup comes, right? Because as soon as the World Cup ends, it's pretty much immediately January transfer window, right? And what we need then is for our board to look at that situation and see, we need 2, 3, not amazing players, not Nkunku and Bibi and and PayPal or whatever, right? We need 3 players that will come here and strengthen this team, right? And I know that transfer market values are sometimes way off and teams demand more, right? But just as an example to show like what the market values for some players are, right? And I'm gonna ask you guys if you would be satisfied with those transfers, right? There is Ricard, I mean, he's injured right now, but he will be back in January. There is Ricardo Pereira from Leicester, right? He's a right wing back.
I don't want him.
He's okay. You don't want him. Okay, so then
no, do you know why? Just quickly, it's because he's had massive injury problems over the last few seasons, and for me, I think he's failed to hit the heights of where he once was. So for me, it's a clear player in decline, and I'd probably
I came prepared. Singo from Torino, right?
Yeah, I think would be brilliant.
Would you guys be okay with him? Yeah,
I think that'd be brilliant. I think that's who we should have gone for instead of Spence.
We were linked with him before, though, weren't we?
Yeah, we were. It was that link that we were supposedly going for Bremer and him together as a package deal or whatever, right? But just to give a perspective, his current transfer market value is 15 million euros, right? That's 15 million, okay? Then we go, for example, Weston McKennie, right? As an attacking midfielder, I know he's not necessarily like a Madison type, but he's more forward-minded, right? The transfer market value is 25 million, and we are actually linked with him right now, right? That's 25. And then, for example, there is wait, guys, give me a second. Piero Hincapi from Leverkusen, right?
Mm-hmm.
his transfer market value is 22 million, and whereas in summer we actually were linked with him,
weren't we?
but
Yeah,
but
we
the,
were in Cup,
yeah,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
but the argument was that we won't get him because Leverkusen are also in Champions League, right? And it's not really a step up for him to go from Leverkusen to Tottenham unless he wants to live in England, right? Right now, Leverkusen are 15th in the league. They are getting slapped left, right, and center. I think they are on like 1 point in Champions League group. They are going to fall out and not play Europe, right? Do you think that if Tottenham comes for him, he doesn't go to us? He will, right? That's 22 million. All that
But
together.
here's the thing, though, Michael. Is he necessarily Tottenham's number one choice? Is he the right guy to come here and fill the fight? Look, I'm all for replacing the back line, but for me, I don't want to take another gamble on a player that may or may not work out. If you're replacing Dyer in the centre back, it's got to be good money spent on a player that you know has a solid mentality and a player that you know can live up to the role. Someone like Kinsape or whatever you want to call him coming in here, it's a gamble.
Yeah, but we said that about Kim Min-jae, and then we got kind of punished for it, and we've said that about other players. I think that we missed out on, and ultimately, Dave, I think we reached a stage where we needed to get somebody, and we found out that Longley, like I said before, Dave, is that much better than Dyer and Davies. I know I agree with you. It probably would have been a risk to settle for the 4th and 5th choice that we had on our list, but we're finding ourselves in a position where we don't have any competition for Dyer there, so it probably would have just been better. It would have just been better that we did sign maybe the Kim Min-jae, or we did just sign the Ndika or somebody like that, because then we at least would know that we can at least have somebody to challenge.
I understand. I do understand what you're saying, but right now where we're at, for me, it's you've got to bring in the guy first, and then you can start looking around at them sort of guys to bring them to come in here, so that you're giving also them the best chance. Because with how badly these guys are performing, if you just throw them in there, they might not necessarily straight away be ready for the Premier League. And you know how bad our fan base can be at times. We wrote off Kulu and Bentancur before they even got here. Imagine what that guy to a young guy's confidence. Yeah, I do take what you're saying, though. I shouldn't be complaining, because I do want guys in here.
David, the only reason I pointed out Hincapi is because of his low value, right?
Yeah,
it's just because he's not like a 60 million player, right? The only reason I pointed out those 3 guys is those 3 transfers are 55 million, right? At best. Fair. And I can see us spending 55 million in the winter, because that's what we technically did last winter, right? I know that Kulu was alone with an option to buy, but they have to take into consideration that they will spend those 30 odd million, right? And then they've spent 19 million on Bentancur and whatever, right? So the only reason I pointed out those 3 players is because I think that's enough to fix or at least help our team massively, right? And what I wanted to say with that prolonged monologue was, I think that we need to stay in the mix for top 4. We need to see the ambition of our club. We need to back this manager. We need to back these players. I struggle to watch Dyer every day, but I will back him because he's our player, right?
I refuse to. No, I'm sorry, I can't do
it. What I mean by that, David, is I hate him playing. I don't want to see him in our shirt, right? But he is the only option that we have. Okay. So we are
Michael, I mean, it sounds like we need a new person for the watch-alongs then. So if you need somebody to join us, because Dave's just refusing to watch him, and unfortunately he is going to be in the team. So Michael, it'd be appreciative to have a seat next to you. But really, in all seriousness, though, Michael, really appreciate you coming on. Great combo as always, brother. And any score predictions maybe for Sporting, or can we bounce back? Can we bounce back Wednesday?
I think we'll slap them. I know it's mad to say that after 2 losses on the bounce, right? But I think that we will slap them. But they are in bad form recently, right?
I mean, they have no players
but
left.
I think that we are a better team than them, right? But score prediction 3-1. I don't think that we'll keep a clean sheet just because of the mental state of our defense. They are clapped, every single one of them. If Romero doesn't come back, then we are definitely conceding. And to be honest, Romero wasn't like for the past few games. He wasn't like at his top level. But never mind that, right? Boys, I I just hope that all of this turns out positively. I think that whether you like our ownership or not, whether you think they are doing this only to get more reach, right? I don't think they are that stupid to not see the opportunity that they have with Conte, right? I know that they probably brought Conte to shut fans up, right? Because there was that whole Levy out shit when Nuno was here, right? But they are businessmen. They have to see an opportunity. They know that getting Champions League, that winning shit brings you more fans, that's more money, and that investment eventually comes back to you, right? You have to take a bit of a loss to gain something, right? So I want to believe that all of this will turn out positively, but I am afraid that the pressure if all that Conte out shit starts raising and raising and raising, and many more people will get and it unfortunately is, right? If all of that starts like getting more and more traction, I am afraid that Levy will be put into like pressure to do a stupid decision again, right?
I agree.
And that's the thing that I fear the most, right? Because
I agree.
If that doesn't happen, I think that we have every single piece in place to actually do something. Not this year, maybe we can do this next year or next year. I am patient, right? I know that certain fans waited much more than me, right? But I am patient. I want to believe Conte in all the way, 100%, always Conte in until I fucking die. So
love it,
Look,
Michael.
Michael,
Conte until he dies.
Can you message me? You have my number, right? Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I have it on.
Yeah, message me, my man. Message me. I'm looking. I'll speak to you about. But send me a message, my man.
Okay, sure, I will.
See you soon, Michael. Appreciate you coming on, brother. Thanks for your patience as well, my man.
Really enjoyed this phone call and enjoyed listening to you on your Tottenham TV the other day. Don't stop calling in, brother.
Thank you, guys. Love
See
it.
you, my man. Bye-bye. Everybody, give Michael a lot of love. He's an absolute
I'm back.
Oh, again, my bad.
Everybody, I guess. Yeah.
give Michael a lot of love. He's absolutely brilliant. I really like the guy. He's a very well taught. Another one that's very well taught out, you know, and not afraid to vary his opinions, which I absolutely love. So give Michael a bit of love. The Dierbolical, he says, if Conte wanted a 3 or 4 season project, he would have signed his extension already and convinced Kane to do the same. Now,
kind of disagree, Jory. I kind of disagree. It's really only a year in. Ultimately, it's only a year. Is he going to sign a contract with less than a year? I mean, there aren't many examples of that where a manager would do that, especially someone like Conte, who's paid the big bucks. Another thing as well is that this is sort of the time period that this is when Conte is in the midst of negotiating a contract extension. I don't think it would be happening any sooner, if you ask me. I think actually the fact that we are getting rumors that this is sort of the time period where they're actually in the midst of sort of the kind of starting the negotiations of it, starting the talking about it, starting about the plans, the future, all that sort of kind of combo. I mean, there are lots of reports talking about how it's kind of a beginning, or it's how it's kind of getting underway here in kind of the last kind of weeks or so. And I imagine it's going to continue throughout the World Cup and all that sort of thing. So if anything, Jory, I actually did not expect it to happen any sooner. I don't really know if that's even realistic, considering it was less than a year, actually, if you in terms of my opinion. And they are actually in the midst of sort of negotiating it right now. Whether they actually don't come to an agreement, I think we'll find out by the end of the World Cup. By the end of the World Cup, I would imagine we find some rumors whether he has basically rejected an extension, but I don't think it was going to come any sooner.
Do you know what? Look, for me, I think where they're both at is a standoff. I think Conte is not naive enough to know that if he signs a contract that potentially the owners could go back on maybe what they promised him, which is money in the transfer window. So I think where Conte's at, he's like, I'm going to wait till after the transfer window. But I also think the club are like, well, if Conte doesn't sign by January, well, we're not going to give him funds because it's funds we can use under the next project if he's gone in the summer. So where I think both people are at right now, both parties, that they're both sort of having a standoff with sort of each other. Like the board aren't going to promise Conte funds in January if they're not going to have assurances for him that he's going to sign after. So, but what I will say is it is up to the board to give the guy absolutely everything that they need to give him to keep the guy happy and keep him here. But I do believe they're in a bit of a standoff right now, both of them. And I agree with Jory. Like, for me, I think Harry Kane is also attached to Conte, because we noticed as soon as Nuno came here, the guy wanted out. He's looking at the manager. He's like, nah, this thing ain't bringing us trophies. This club's going backwards. I'm high-acing out here. So, like, if Conte goes, Kane ain't sticking around for another project. Straight away, he's just going to go, look, I've gave Tottenham long enough of my time. I'm out here. I'm off to Bayern, where I can go and pick up 3 cups every year out of the German domestic league. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, so for me, I do see what Jerry's saying. I do see what he's saying. But, Jack, I also see what you're saying. And then Jerry also says, Conte has the choice of calling everybody out or asking for patience. Time is needed. True, that doesn't mean that he is willing to be here for that process, Jack.
I think he's almost done a bit of mixed bag when it comes to that. He's had times where he's called out Levy and he has called out the board and basically said that their expectations are maybe not what he's been used to, or perhaps it's something that he's had to maybe get used to, as I think maybe a phrase he's probably used before, Jory, is like the expectations of the board, or maybe something he has to get used to. But at the same time, though, then the following week, you'll then hear him say, oh, we're in this together. This is a club that I really believe in. There's a good understanding between Levy and myself and Paratici. We all know where each other stand. He'll then say something like that. Then the week after, he'll say, yeah, it's going to take a lot of windows. It's going to take more than one window. And then the week after, he'll say, I promise that we'll never be able to compete at this sort of level with these sort of players. And it is a mixed bag. But if anything from that, it just sort of, I think, again, suggests that these upcoming months and weeks are a very kind of delicate time period for how does Levy and the board approach Conte? How do they convince him that he is the one for their project? If he is the one for their project, I certainly hope so. But I think this is that sort of time period where they're kind of negotiating with the likes of Antonio Conte and trying to convince him. And that sort of is reflected by how there's certain weeks or maybe certain games where he definitely calls out the board and he definitely calls out Levy. But then also the following week, I mean, let's all admit, he's had times where he's said, oh, there's a huge understanding between myself and Levy. And I see myself here for the next 2 to 3 seasons working with this team, etc., and brings up project words and things like that. So it is like kind of back and forth, if anything. From what I've seen from Jory, which only leaves me all the more confused and only leaves me all the more excited for how the news articles maybe speculate about the future of Conte. That's for sure. And it's very delicate, very delicate.
100%. And look, as much as we sit here and we say, look, you know, Conte needs time and everything else, which is true. Like Jory says, it is true. But we also have to demand that Conte gives us that time as well, to be honest with you, because if he's going to come out in the press conferences and he is going to ask the fans for patience, this, that, and the other, well, then he also has to show us a bit of loyalty if we show him that patience by signing that new contract, because otherwise there's no point in coming out and asking for it, really, to be honest with you. Like, if for me, if he was here for just his contract only, I don't think he would be sitting there asking for patience, saying that it's going to be another couple of transfer windows. So I do think he probably does have intentions of signings, but I also reckon there's demands that he has that need to be met in order for him to take this project forward. So I think coming up to once the World Cup is out the way, coming to the January transfer window, it's going to be a very, very interesting time, and I think it'll probably reveal or tell us maybe absolutely everything we need to know, if I'm being brutally honest, maybe what direction this club is going in, who's going to be in here next summer, what the transfer funds are like, or what the transfer window situation is in. But you're spot on, Jerry. It does not necessarily mean that he's going to be willing to stay for this process. So it'd be absolutely interesting to see, my man. Be interesting.
Pick yourself up, George.
Big up to Jericho. Big up, lad. Absolutely love you. I really enjoyed that convo early. Sorry, I'm getting the hiccups, Jerry. Really enjoyed that phone call, or not the phone call, the call in earlier on, my man. Really appreciate it. I'm just going to fill up some glass of water just quickly, but let's get on Dermatron.
Last but not least is the Dermatron. How are we, Dermot?
Lads?
Nice flag.
Yeah, well, I thought I'd put it on the cheer Dave up a little bit, just to show a bit of loyalty to the country and, show Doherty's, the best win back Ireland's ever had.
Or you cruelly reminded him that he's going to have to continue to watch Doherty. I think he's going to take it two ways, Dermot.
Well, we're going on the 17th. I'm either going to be chasing Doherty down the touchline or Kenny, one or the other. So I haven't made up my mind which one I'm going to chase down there yet. But
I'm only going to see Haaland, Dermot. I'm only going to see Haaland. I'm not going to see.
I'm only going there, Dave, so I can chase Kenny round here, Viva. Telling me he's a shit manager. That's what I'm doing, and you know that.
Do you notice every manager that's attached to Doherty or has to use them, people think they're shit?
Yeah, that has actually come up.
See the common denominator here, Dermot.
Yeah, Nuno twice. Nuno left him at Wolves.
But look, Dermot, plenty of opinions today. I mean, you've been sitting in the back end for ages. So, look, you take it away. What do you want to talk to us about?
Look, firstly, I'm absolutely disgusted how the club have not done anything for Bill Nick. And there's people in the chat saying, why do we have to? Why do we bother? It was 60 years ago. If it wasn't for Bill Nick, we wouldn't have a football club, a successful football club. Bill Nick laid the foundations for Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. Player, coach, manager. He found most of the players for the 80 side under Keith Birkinshaw. That was Bill Nick. So that man is the godfather of our club. And the club should have done something yesterday on the day of his anniversary. They should have done something at halftime, black armbands for the players, a minute's applause or whatever. Something should have been done. Wednesday's too late. If to do something Wednesday, then that's fair enough. But they should have done it yesterday.
Was there any statement or anything, Dermot, on why they didn't do it?
I've been looking around all day today and I haven't seen anything from the club.
The only thing I can think of is maybe with Ventroni passing, maybe only, maybe, look, I'm speculating, purely speculating. Maybe, I don't know, but I agree with you. Look, for me, you've got to honour those that have fallen before you, that paved the way for us to have this club today,
I mean, there's nothing done for Keith Birkinshaw. He was the second most successful manager. That man's now in his 80s. The club don't even bring him for the day. Show him loyalty. He left because of previous owners wanted to get involved. Yeah. See, that's the other point I want to make. Owners and fans will argue till the cows come home. It started when football started, back when football started. Fans will be happy with their owners. We've had it at Tottenham. We've had it with the Wales. Then they weren't happy. There was a row between the families. That's how Scholar got in. We weren't happy with Scholar. Then he bankrupted us. We weren't happy with Sugar, and we're not happy with Levy. My point is with Levy is, look, you got to look at it two ways. On the financial side, we're the best we've ever been. I grant you we should have done better on the football side, but I'm waiting to the end of the season. I'm waiting to the end of January and to the summer. As long as Conté is here, I will back Conté, I will back the club, and I'll see what happens. I'm not going to jump on, this isn't happening in January because it isn't FIFA 23. As much as we all love to get Bastoni, as much as we all love to get these players in all in one lump sum, it ain't going to happen. So we need patience. We need to be prepared for the long haul. And as long as Conte's there, he's got me. I'd be patient, and I will do the long haul as long as Conte's there. As for him signing a contract, I think he will sign a contract. I think it's down to the club to it's down to the club for him. It's that the club hold the rights for him to.
Are you concerned though, Darlow? Because I guess where people are coming from with maybe him not being here for the long haul is the fact that his family still live in Italy.
I think it's because his daughter's in school over there in the last year of schooling, and they didn't want to uproot her, take her back to another country again. Take her away from all her friends. It's important a year at school. So I can understand why he's done that. And I think, look, stand to him. He does go home after every game. Look, you would miss your family. It's human nature. I mean, everyone would. I'm sure when she's finished her schooling and she's left school, I'm sure she'll come over. Him and the wife will come over to join him in England, and they'll get somewhere in London. I'm sure they will.
I hope so.
I'm quite confident he will be with us next season. Call it deluded, call it me just being a deluded Tottenham fan for over 40 years. I think he will be here for next season. I don't think he will go.
I hope so. Dermo. I really do, my man. But look, the shambles at Newcastle, we've got Sporting coming up. I mean, what do we have to do to get out of this pickle that we're in?
I think we've got to take it one game at a time. I know it's a cliche, but we have to. Look, we've got players out injured. We all don't want Dyer in the side. We all don't want Davis in the side, Doherty, Segi. We all don't want them. Look, we're going to have to use these players to January. So yesterday's performance was shocking. I cannot get over. I mean, if it wasn't for me doing my own channel, Dave, and this is me being honest, if it wasn't because I wasn't doing my own channel, I would have walked away till after the World Cup after yesterday. I would have said, that's it. I've had enough. I'm fed up to the back teeth of this. And then you go to sleep and you wake up and you're thinking, okay, was it that bad? And then you look at the goals, you think, okay, what can we do better as a fan base? How can we support the team to take them through this troubled time?
Where's the team, though?
Anything, though, Conte is the one that I would say keeps your faith, right? I mean, if you had Nuno in charge, I think you're welcome to just pack up shop and probably, go till the rest of the World Cup. But that's the point of having these. That's the point of having these quality managers in charge, Derma, is that they're capable of picking up the scraps. They're capable of, assembling something together when things do go wrong. Whereas other managers who aren't as good as them, when things do go wrong, and usually it's unsavable or it's unsalvageable. And I think in the case of Conte, if things go wrong with Conte, he can save it and he can salvage it.
I mean, if Nuno was in charge, I'd be on my way to the North Pole now, to be fair, for about 4 months. I mean, I'd quite happily go there if Nuno was in charge, let's be fair. I feel sorry for the garden gnomes, but that's a different story completely. Look,
but something else you said there, my man, was, the fans need to get behind the team. Fans have been behind this team, but it's hard to get behind certain individuals in this team when you just ultimately know what's going to happen. Yesterday, the fans were behind the team, were free-flowing, pressing, creating chances, and then Numpty, Dumpty, and Twat at the back line fucked us up.
Yeah, as I like to refer them to people of an older generation will remember the banana splits. If you don't, just put the banana splits in YouTube. That's Dyer and Davis and Doherty. I mean, you look at them three, and they're just what they are. Yeah, I agree with you, Dave. You every time I look at the team and I know Sanchez is in or Dyer's in playing with Davis, I just do a holy sit.
Right? People said to me pre-season, people said to me coming into this season, stop being a prick, get behind the Dyer, Sanchez, Davis. I said, okay, because you guys are asking me to do it, I'll do it, but I know what's going to happen further down the line. And do you know what? For me getting behind them, that's the result I got of it yesterday. Look, fuck you, Dave. Don't bother getting behind me because I'm still going to be a clown.
Look, we can get behind them. We know what we're going to get with them, Dave. How many times? How long have you been saying it?
I can't get behind it. I can't get behind these guys when I know what they're going to cost me wins. I know it. Yeah. Look, people seem to forget Tottenham Hotspur have much effect on people's life, mentally as well as how their moods are. That club means everything to us as fans. When you got players going out like Dyer, Sanchez, Hugo making the mistakes he is making, it makes you wonder why. They don't care for the club. But the one thing we should all remember, and there was something Bill Nick said, and I'll finish off on this. He said he was in the dressing room one game before a game, and somebody asked him, why did we play for Tottenham Hotspur? Bill Nick said, right. He said, we will be gone. He says, the chairmans will be gone. The players will be gone. The only ones that won't be gone is the fans. You go out, you play for the fans. They're the ones that pay for your bread and butter. They're the ones that pay your wages. We perform every day 120% for them fans. And some of these players ain't doing 120% for them fans. Do you know what?
And that's what upsets me.
But this is what worries me. I mean, before under end up Bele, Celso, Ali, and all Aurier, Sudoku, I would have said, yeah, I agree with you. They're not giving their all. But what's sad is I actually think Dyer, Sanchez, and Davies are giving their all. They're just fucking shit. And I can't get behind shit. I'm sorry, I can't.
They're at a level where they won't go any higher. Look, Dave, I can
I'm
remember.
also not going to sit there and praise them for giving their all, because it should be a minimum requirement and an absolute basic when they sign on the dotted line for this football.
That's the point I'm making, Dave. They're not. If that's given their all, then what's the point of them turning up? Because it's shit. Look, I can remember the 90s when we were fighting relegation, finishing 12th every season. We had some shit sides then, believe me, and you've seen it as well, Dave, and you, Jack, as well. Yeah. But Jesus, Dyer, Davis, and Sanchez, they're the worst I've ever seen. Honest to God. I mean, no wonder I'm grey and going bald, because it's them. Because I'm pulling my hair out. Even my other half, who watches matches with me, says to me, they're crap. Why aren't they doing that? And I can't answer her because I know she's right. I know they're crap. Yeah. So if anyone's listening,
Dark Sanji even said the same about his mother yesterday. He sent in a super chat and he was saying, geez, it's bad when even my mother turns around and says, he's shit, you know?
Well, if anyone's listening, if Davis, could you put into their GPS somewhere go to South Korea? Just put them all in the car, put something in the sat nav.
Dark Sanji won't want them, he'll return them.
Just return them to Australia. Just tell them if they go to the destination, they're going to get.
But then William Kelly will be like, "No, we don't want them," and then they'll send them somewhere else. And then the next Spurs fan that's in that country will be like, "We don't want them." You know, honestly, it's a cycle. But Dermo,
but we've got what? Sorry, Dave. Very quick. We've got one small problem. Nobody else is going to want them. So how the hell are we going to get rid of them?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of space in the sea, Dermot. You know, just throw them a few life jackets, leave them floating out there for eternity. But look, Dermo. You know what's coming up on the channel, my man?
Apart from me chasing...
Actually, the Red Sea, just quickly, the Red Sea for them now, because they seem to part and open like the Red Sea did for Moses. So the Red Sea would be ideal for them. How about that for a bit of symbology? But sorry, Dharma, plug the channel.
God, I wish we did have Moses and the Ten Commandments. I know one of them. I shall not pick Dyer. I shall not pick David anyway. That's
Commandments.
Yeah. Conté coming down all in white and saying, look, I've got my first tablets. What did I say to Levy? I shall not pick shite players anymore. Levy passes out thinking, oh, Jesus. Right. Okay. You can imagine, right, Levy being God, right, and he puts Conté in the Garden of Eden. Right.
Told you, Grace is in here very, very quickly. He says, we don't bloody want them. So what country is sending them to next? Who's going to come in? Tyler, do you want them? Let me know, Tyler. Let me know. Leveler, do you want them? King Huddle, do you want them? Spurs for life, do you want them? Let us know. It'd be funny. Did you ever see that video? There's a video where, like, they're talking about something, and they're like, oh, on behalf of this community, we don't want them. We'll pass it off to this community. And they're like, oh, well, on behalf of our community, we don't want them. We'll pass it on. That's what's going to end up with these guys. But sorry, Dharma, go on, plug the channel. We need to end for 4.5 hours.
You know you need to end. But I will say, if you ever want to watch something that like how Levy is, watch Dave Allen on Adam and Eve. All right, it's the most funniest thing. But that man, God is Levy. All right, and that's how he's performing. He's just a dumbass. Right, not God Levius, sorry. For anyone's religious walking, right. THFC till I die. If you want to watch somebody mad and off their trolley, that's me. With Queen Ellie, Philip the Godfather, and Izan when he comes back on, he's taking a bit of a break at the moment, but we've got a couple of play profiles in the
Get well soon, Izan.
Yeah, he's got a couple of player profiles. We're doing one on Yuji and I think somebody else. So they'll be in the works. Ellie said we've got the Queen Ellie's Lady Show tomorrow at 3. So we're doing that every week. We got the big charity 12-hour stream we're doing on the Friday the 18th, the day after we go to Ireland for autism, ADHD.
That's a month away, Dermo.
I know, but we've got to get planning. We've got watch-alongs, we have post-match, pre-match, we've got everything, and we've got a lot. We're doing an 80 special as well. That's in the works. Doing the whole decade, the rise and fall of Tottenham Hotspur, and yeah, we've got. I think we're only we were 700. We've dipped below 700, so we're only 2 away. So let's see, can we get back over 700 before we get over to the
don't worry about it. Everyone's seeing the same. The numbers are jumping up and down. I'm not sure what's going on lately.
Yeah.
But everybody do get out there. Check out THFC till I die. Check them out. I like I said, very fond of these guys. Very fond of the people involved. And they're also very, very good good crack as well. So do get over there and check them out.
Ellie is coming over to Ireland at the end of the month. Me and Ellie are planning a THF's Tottenham Till I Die special from a pub, from the Irish pub in Dublin. So that is
Nice.
coming as well. Me and Ellie are working on that. So that's what we're going to do as well for a special.
Nice. Absolutely love that. Well, Dermo, big yourself up, my man, and we'll speak very, very soon.
Speak very soon, and God bless
Catch you,
everyone.
Dermot.
And come
See
on
you
the
soon.
Spurs and Conte
Come
we
on, the
trust.
Spurs.
And
Love
Kenny,
that.
and in Kenny we want out.
Not yet. Not yet. And I cut him off just like that, but not yet, Dermo. But look, guys, I want to say a massive thank you to some of you people out there, that's
Big up,
tuned in
King
for the
Huddle.
whole 4.5 hours. It's
Big
been
up, Tyler.
absolutely
Big
incredible.
up, kudos.
You Spurs fans have a lot to say, and me and Jack, like we have already said with these fan shows, and we've committed as long as Spurs fans want to have a conversation, we'll sit here and have a conversation. So keep grabbing them memberships, keep using them, and come on to the channel. We'll be doing 3 or 4 shows, fan shows every single week, depending on the games. We'll do one after every single game, and we do one on a Monday and a Friday as well, more or less after the weekend and before the weekend starts. So feel free to grab memberships and come on. But King Huddle, I'm not one for tooting my own horn, but I'm going to toot it today. And he says the King of Kildare and the Count of Crown Heights have put in a solid shift here. Really appreciate that. I think we've put in a solid shift. 4.5 hours has been absolutely brilliant. But you know what? I didn't get bored once. Everyone has their own things to say, and it kept me engaged. I absolutely loved it. So as much as you big up myself and Jack, also big up the guests because they create this. But guys, Jack, anything you want to say before we end off, brother?
No, an absolute shift you put in today, Davo. And honestly, a lot of energy that you put in yourself. I can tell, Dave, they've been needing you on these Monday night fan shows. You brought the energy. You had a good combo with each and every one of them. And I think everybody was really happy to have it, especially maybe the people that have come each and every week. They definitely have been missing our Davo on these. So I'm actually really glad that we got the most out of it. And I think it's what people need, as well, especially after these 2 results. And hopefully, hopefully, we get the result we need against Sporting, because I'm not sure if we could go for a 4.5 hour show on Friday, because we'll probably need to do that in case things go poorly on Wednesday, because Spurs need to do us a favor.
Big time. But guys, we'll be back tomorrow. We've got a debate show, the usual Tuesday show. We missed it last week because of the Champions League, and it was just basically a nightmare to try and organise around that, because we did commit to every Tuesday. So that'll be back tomorrow. It's Ben from We Are Tottenham TV, along with Shawnee, myself, and Jack. Plenty to talk about. It'll probably be, I'm thinking, around 7 o'clock, I think. So make sure you tune back in for that. But guys, as fucking always, it doesn't matter win or lose. Come on, you Spurs. In Conté we trust.